Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 36. The Senju Twins Retrieval, Part I. Or, kidnapping a child isn't child's play. The 15 Konoha ninja relentlessly pursued the invaders who had kidnapped Naruto's siblings through the forests of the Land of Fire, heading north. It was obvious that they were heading towards the Land of Sound, where Orochimaru had his main base. For one reason or another, everybody was tense. Not only were they going against ninja much stronger than them, but unlike any other mission they took before, they wouldn't have their Jonin-sensei to protect them. "We're getting close," Niji informed. For some reason, their pace seemed oddly relaxed. Maybe they weren't aware that they were being followed. Better for the Konoha ninja, then. Hinata-hime, while Niji keeps track of them, you should watch out for traps, Naruto told her. I am. Oddly enough, they didn't leave any, Hinata replied. Man, those guys are surely confident nobody is following them, Ino commented. Abducting them during the invasion was a really clever move. With all the chaos going, it's the perfect cover. If it wasn't for Naruto-kun finding out. Haku commented. Shikamaru interceded. What's up, Shikamaru? Ino asked. Something doesn't feel right. While kidnapping Naruto's siblings for their bloodlines is something Orochimaru would do, some things don't make sense, Shikamaru replied. For starters, Naruto told us that he fought against Kabuto alongside Hinata. Kabuto shouldn't have any trouble dispatching both of them, but not only did he not do such a thing, but even told Naruto of the twins' kidnapping. And while Naruto arrived too late, the kidnappers left at least an adult ninja alive so he could tell Naruto about it. Are you suggesting we're being led to a trap? Koji asked. Shikamaru nodded. I'm afraid so. Remember that Naruto is a Jinchuriki, and Orochimaru is part of the Akatsuki. With this move, he's killing two birds with one stone. Then they probably know we're after them, Shino stated. However, if they wanted to lure Naruto out of the village, a better alternative would have been to use the kids as hostages and force Naruto to come with them peacefully. Maybe. Or maybe they guessed that we wouldn't buy their bluff. The twins are too important for Orochimaru, he wouldn't risk harming them, Shikamaru replied. Trap or not, given that the alternative is to let him get away with my siblings, we're not going back, Naruto firmly stated. At least, I'm not going back. Still, maybe we should have brought an adult with us. Tamaki mentioned. There's no time. Most of the adults are needed in the village, Naruto replied. However, some of my clones did warn a couple adults. Our Jonin-sensei should come to help us soon. I doubt it will be soon enough. Tamaki whimpered. Oh come on, don't be such a wimp. See, that's why you were passed over for promotion. Kiba told her. Shut up. Remember I made it longer than you did, mutt. Tamaki retorted. And it's due to that overconfidence of yours that Karen kicked your ass. Enough, Shino calmly, but firmly, interjected. This isn't the place nor the moment for petty squabble. If you can't stay focused on the matter at hand, then I recommend you to go back to the village, since you will only be a burden to the rest of us. Sorry. Both Tamaki and Kiba said at the same time. Did you hear that? Teiwa asked her teammates. Those shitheads are getting close. Too close if you ask me. Come on, we can beat them. Let's kill them and bring the Jinchuriki to the base alongside these two, Seikon suggested. No. We have a plan, and we're going to follow it. Improvisation only leads to disaster, Kimimaro stated. Well, we're going to have to fight them sooner or later. They will catch us at any moment. I think our head start was too short, Kidomaru stated. That has a simple solution. Kidomaru, take Jirobo and try to delay them, Kimimaro ordered. Wait, just the two of us? Kidomaru asked, shocked. What's wrong, fucker? Afraid of a bunch of genin? Teiwa mocked. Kidomaru is right. Even if they're just genin, they greatly outnumber us, Jirobo added. They're focused on rescuing these kids, and thus they won't try to fight you, just try and get past you. As long as you manage to make several of them stay and fight, you will make our job much easier, Kimimaro explained. What if the Jinchuriki decides to fight us? Jirobo asked. He won't. If his relationship with his siblings is as close as we think, he will be among the last ones wanting to fight, an obvious diversion. Now go, Kimimaro ordered. All right then. Guess that games aren't fun if there isn't a little challenge. Let's go, Jirobo. Meet them head first, while I cover you from afar, Kidomaru said. All right, Jirobo replied, before both he and his six-armed teammate headed in the opposite direction, ready to meet the Konoha party. Two of them left the main group and are heading towards us. Niji warned. Everybody get ready. Tenten told the rest. Karen, how strong are these two? Is the guy with Jonin-level strength among them? Suzuki asked the redhead. The bespectacled girl shook her head. Actually, they dispatched the two weakest members. If that's the case, they will try to delay us in order to give their teammates a chance to get away, Naruto reasoned. But like hell that's going to happen. Still, you guys shouldn't underestimate them. They might be the weakest members, but each of them is way stronger than any of us. Besides, there's something about their chakra. Karen shivered a bit. That I don't like one bit. We should make wise use of our numerical superiority. The least amount of people should stay and deal with them while the rest continue the pursuit, Shikamaru suggested. Agreed, but first we should see their abilities first and see which ones are the most appropriate for the task, Hinata added, before tensing up. Here comes the first one. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A huge wall emerged from the ground, forcing the Konoha ninja to abruptly stop. A man landed on top of the wall. The enemy in question was a tall and bulky man with brown eyes and his orange hair styled in a mohawk, wearing a sleeveless light brown tunic, black pants, and a rope-like purple belt. The hem of the tunic was adorned by an all-white yin-yang symbol, which technically would make it a yang-yang symbol. It seems that we have a few rats following us, and we can't have that, can we? The man asked, shaking his head. My name is Jirobo, and I shall be your executioner. Pleased to meet you. Get out of my way. Naruto roared as he leaped at the man, chakra blade in hand. Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted as she tackled her boyfriend midair. What the dash? Naruto could hear two loud whistles as two golden projectiles passed near him at high speed, almost piercing the blonde, before landing on the ground, instinctively making the others stand back. Sorry for being so rough, Naruto-kun, but the second one stayed behind and is acting a sniper and I had to act fast, Hinata quickly said. I know what's at stake, but please calm down Naruto-kun, or else you'll end up dead, Haku added as well. You'll end up dead nevertheless. Jirobo stated as he landed on the ground with a loud thud, and started making hand seals before slamming both hands into the ground. Earth release barrier, Earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness. Before anybody had time to react, a huge dome made of rocks formed around the Konoha ninja, trapping them inside. There, that's it, Jirobo said in satisfaction. End of the problem. Now I'll drain their chakra dry, and leave the Jinchuriki within an inch of his life. Although, wonder if I should spare the ones with the bloodline limits, like the Uchiha or the Hyuga. Okay, stand back, I have this. Tenten warned as she unfurled a scroll, facing the dome. The weapon mistress unsealed several kunai with explosive tags attached to them, which flew at the dome, making several explosions. But much to the brown-haired Chunin's shock, the walls began to reform, negating the damage her explosions had made. The hell? This thing has a healing factor. Kiba asked in shock. So it seems, Shikamaru replied, as he came close to the still reforming wall, in order to get a better look. This dome is draining our chakra, and using it to repair itself, Niji mentioned. We need to get out of here as soon as possible, or else this man will kill us by depleting our chakra pools. But if the dome repairs itself, Ino stated. Then we'll need to damage it faster than it repairs itself, YOSH. Lee replied. I believe Lee-san is right, Sakura stated. Like Shikamaru, the pinkette walked close to the walls and began to study them. Okay, this is an earth jutsu, right? So a powerful lightning jutsu should do the trick. Sasuke-kun. Hinata-hime. Naruto asked as well. Both the Uchiha and the Hyuga nodded. I believe a thunderbolt should suffice, Sasuke suggested. Let's aim at the same spot. Hinata nodded, and both she and Sasuke started to make the same hand seals, albeit Sasuke was a bit faster. Lightning release, thunderbolt. Hinata and Sasuke thrust their hands forward, releasing multiple lightning bolts from their fingertips that quickly started to obliterate the Earth Dome faster than it could repair itself. In no time, they created a hole large enough for everybody else to get out. The hell? Jirobo asked in shock as the Konoha ninja escaped his dome. Guess that hoping that there were no lightning release users among such a large group was too much to ask. Guys, we can't waste any more time. We need to reach Hagane and Kaiden now. Naruto urged. Indeed. This guy uses Earth Release Jutsu, so either Sasuke-san or myself should stay and face him, while everybody else leaves, Hinata suggested. Like hell I'm going to let you leave. Jirobo angrily shouted. Then, much to everybody's shock, Jirobo lifted a massive, almost building-sized chunk of rock from the ground, and chucked it at the Konoha 15. Earth Release, Earth Mausoleum Dumpling. Everybody, scatter. Sasuke, let's do it together. Naruto commanded while he started to prepare a raise-non. I'm way ahead of you, Sasuke replied as he made several hand seals and unsheathed his katana. The Uzumaki and the Uchiha leaped at the gigantic boulder coming at them and slammed it with their jutsu the moment they met. Lightning release, Thunder Blade. Raise-non. Like it did before, Sasuke's lightning jutsu started to obliterate the large rock, and combined with the raise-non shattering it as well, the massive boulder was quickly reduced to a multitude of much smaller rocks and dust. Impressive, Jirobo conceded. But you're going to need something more than, what the dash? Jirobo suddenly found himself paralyzed. He looked down and saw that his shadow looked unnaturally dark. And more distressing, a dark tendril connected his shadow with one of the Konoha brats which, judging by his hairstyle, appeared to be an Ara. Shadow imitation jutsu, success, Shikamaru smugly stated, but his expression suddenly grew serious. Everybody, keep going. I'll deal with this guy. What? Shikamaru, stop playing hero. There's no way you can deal with that guy alone. Ino protested. Yeah, he's too much for you. Koji agreed. Listen, according to Karen, this guy is the weakest, and let's face it, I'm far from being the strongest here. You'd need both numbers and our strongest members to deal with them. I'll make sure he doesn't get in the way. Now go. Shikamaru said before running away in the opposite direction, forcing Jirobo to follow him. Naruto made a hand seal, and 4 clones popped into existence. You don't have to do this alone, Shikamaru. I'll provide you with all the help I can muster, Naruto said before ordering the clones to trail Shikamaru. Everybody else, let's go. Without wasting a single second, the rest of the Konoha ninja followed Naruto's lead. As they started to advance, golden arrows started to fly towards them. Damn it, I forgot about the sniper. Naruto cursed inwardly as he saw a whistling arrow passing over his shoulder. Hinata-hime, Niji, can either of you track him? I already got him in my sights, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. Well done. Guess that somebody needs to stay and makes sure that guy doesn't delay us anymore. They continued pushing forward, with both Hyuga keeping their eyes focused on the 6-armed man firing arrows at them. However, they were so preoccupied of him that they didn't notice other traps he had laid for them. Watch out. There are dash. Niji tried to warn, but a bit too late. What the hell? Sakura asked in shock. Everybody saw that she just run into a massive spider web, getting half her body stuck on it. Like her, many others accidentally got stuck into other spider webs. Everybody tried to struggle. The path ahead is full of those spider webs, Niji informed. Sorry for not seeing them earlier. Sakura used a free hand to pull out a kunai and tried to cut the spider web, to no avail. How hard is this web? Sakura complained as she continued trying to cut it. The webs are infused with chakra, hence why they are so hard, Hinata said. Tenten, who was also stuck, got an idea. She pulled a kunai, but infused it with her own chakra as well. This time, the spider web was cut as if it was a thread of silk. Guys, channel your chakra through your weapons. It works that way. Tenten told the others, who proceeded to do as she said, those who had mastered chakra flow, at the very least. My chakra blade works just as fine, Naruto stated as he sliced several spider webs. And so does the gentle fist, Hinata added, doing the same. Okay, who gets to fight this guy? Naruto asked. He's a long-ranged fighter who attacks us from afar, presumably hidden. I can pinpoint his location with my Byakugan, and I can break his spider webs with the gentle fist. I have the best chances against him out of us, Niji stated. Tamaki shook her head. No, you can't stay here. You're one of our strongest fighters, and thus you'll be needed to fight the other guys. I should fight this guy. I can break his spider webs too, and I can use my cats to track and blindside him. I'm not among the strongest either, you can afford going on without me. Hey, don't say that. Kiba protested. Even if what you said is true, that doesn't mean you should throw your life away going alone against this guy. Ah, do you care about me after all? Tamaki purred. But don't worry. Remember, cats have 9 lives, and I'll doubt this guy will be able to kill me that many times. I believe I could assist you as well, Shino stated. I'm also a long-ranged fighter, and thus I can cover you, and my beetles can help you track him. Okay then, Tamaki and Shino will face the sniper. Good luck you two. Naruto said. Now, everybody, ready to go? I'll distract him, Shino said before spreading his arms, and 2 massive swarms of Kikai beetles emerged from under his sleeves, creating a living wall that covered Naruto and the rest of the Konoha's ninja. The sniper is at 2 o'clock, Karen stated, while pointing with her finger in that direction. Be careful you two. If you don't come back alive, I'll bring you back and kill you myself. Kiba angrily shouted. Tamaki merely giggled, while Shino simply nodded. While they felt bad for leaving their friends behind to face enemies much stronger than them, they had to in order to maintain their numbers advantage over the remaining, much stronger, enemies. All what they could do is pray to whatever deity above for their friends to return home safe. Hinata, can you see them? Naruto impatiently asked. Hinata shook her head. Not yet. But then again, my range of Byakugan is a bit limited, since I never trained it for long-distance searches. I can't see them either, but they can't be that far away, Niji added. They aren't, Karen chimed in. I can still sense their foul chakra. While they did increase the distance gap a bit, they don't seem to be moving too fast. If we keep this pace, we will reach them in a few minutes. You heard Ne-chan. Everybody, don't lag behind. Naruto told the rest of the group. You hear that, Koji? This is why Asuma-sensei was so adamant about building your stamina. Ino told her rotund teammate, only to realize that he was nowhere to be seen. Koji? Where the hell did you go? He isn't among us. Hinata stated after briefly scanning the whole group. What the hell did he? Ino asked, before a realization dawned upon her. Oh crap. I think I have an idea of where he might be. Not far away from there, Shikamaru was still forcing Jirobo to follow him away from the others. He reached a clearing in the forest at where he found himself out of breath, and had to stop to rest a bit. You must think yourself you're so heroic, don't you, String Bean? Jirobo mockingly asked. Sacrificing yourself so the others don't have to deal with me. But all what you will manage to accomplish is dying pointlessly. The shadow jutsu started to waver and a few seconds later, receded completely, releasing Jirobo. Ah, much better, the man with the mohawk said as he began to stretch his arms. So, ready to fight, dead man walking. You look like the kind of guy of who's all strength and no brain, if you underestimate your opponent like that, Shikamaru retorted. But deep inside, he knew that this enemy was way superior to him, and his brain was already working non-stop to figure out an strategy to beat him. The 4 Naruto clones landed behind Jirobo. The large man turned his head to see them, but he didn't appear to consider them a threat. And look at that, my reinforcements are here, Shikamaru replied. You must be even more naive than I thought if you really believe that a bunch of shadow clones is going to make any difference, Jirobo told him. Shikamaru shrugged. Well, they aren't going to make the fight any harder for me. I think I had enough of your blabbering, Jirobo said darkly as he menacingly advanced towards the young Nara. It shouldn't take me more than a minute to squash you and go back to the others. Okay, first of all, I should let him attack to see the extent of his abilities, so I can think a counter-strategy, Shikamaru thought. The clones might be good distractions, or human shields if necessary. I'm really hungry. I wonder what your chakra tastes like. Jirobo asked as he licked his lips. But then again, such a scrawny kid like you can't have that much. He can absorb chakra. Just my luck, Shikamaru inwardly groaned as he took a step back. If he wanted to stay in one piece, he better keep his distance from that man with monstrous physical strength. He made a hand seal. Shadow imitation jutsu. Once again, Shikamaru's shadow stretched into a thread and dashed towards Jirobo. The orange-haired ninja was forced to jump back and try to avoid the shadow tendril, which started to branch out into multiple shadows. Naruto, now! Shikamaru called. The 4 Naruto clones rushed at the unsuspecting Jirobo and unleashed a barrage of shuriken on him. The shuriken embedded on his back, making him to cry in pain, before disappearing in a cloud of smoke, leaving a large boulder behind. Shit, body replacement. A Naruto clone cursed. Quick, look for the real one. Another stated. However, before they could even do anything, Jirobo burst from underground, and in a couple of swift punches, 2 clones were destroyed. The other 2 managed to jump back in time, landing beside Shikamaru. Jirobo looked at his enemies and smirked. See? I already told you that the clones wouldn't change anything, Jirobo then cracked his knuckles. Still, the burly man had no time to attack as Shikamaru continued to harass him with his clan jutsu. Meanwhile, the Naruto clones decided to take the opportunity to attack once more. Hold on, Shikamaru. One of the clones said as he began to form a raise non, while the other started to infuse it with wind chakra. Once they were done, both clones charged at Jirobo, still dodging the shadow attack. What the? Jirobo asked upon seeing the clones charging again. That sphere of chakra looks dangerous. While I doubt it can hurt me in any way, better not to take any chances. He thought. Jirobo made the hand seals of a jutsu he had used once a few hours earlier, before slamming both hands in the ground. Earth release, rising pillar. A rock pillar emerged from under Jirobo's feet, rising him high into the air. Shikamaru's shadow followed suit, but it stopped midway the stone column. Damn. Did I reach the jutsu's limit? Shikamaru wondered. Due the time of the day, the pillar cast a very small shadow, which would be of little use. You won't escape from us. The Naruto clones shouted as they began to climb the pillar. Unfortunately for them, that's what Jirobo was expecting, and he jumped back into the ground the moment the clones were halfway there. He then used his incredible strength to lift the pillar from the ground and shake it, sending the 2 remaining clones back into the ground, before slamming them with the pillar itself. And no more clones. Jirobo stated as he started to lift the pillar as well. Now you go next, shrimp. Any last words? How about I trapped you again with jutsu? Shikamaru retorted. Albeit then again, I don't think they will be my last. What? What do you dash? But much to Jirobo's shock, he realized he couldn't move anymore. In case you didn't notice, Shikamaru spread his arms, forcing Jirobo to the same, dropping the stone pillar. When you held that pillar horizontally, it cast the shadow just as long on the ground, which I could use to trap you. You asshole! Jirobo snarled as he struggled from Shikamaru's shadow. Now, I know that my jutsu won't keep you in line for long, so let's finish this already. Shikamaru started to make hand seals, which Jirobo was forced to imitate. Fire release, shadow fire thread. A stream of fire moved through Shikamaru's shadow towards Jirobo, as if it was a trail of oil. However, before the flames were able to engulf the Oto ninja, he was able to break Shikamaru's hold and jump aside. What? Shikamaru asked in disbelief. The lazy genius then noticed that Jirobo's body was covered in marks shaped like a chain of small triangles. I can't believe that a shrimp like you forced me to use the cursed seal, Jirobo snarled as he menacingly advanced towards him. In case you didn't figure it out, I'm much more powerful now, so forget about your ridiculous shadow jutsu having any lasting effect on me now. I see, Shikamaru replied as he took a step back. If that's the case, then I'll have to just crush you with brute force. Jirobo stopped in his tracks by such outrageous statement. Brute force? Crush me? You? Wahahaha. Shikamaru simply smirked. Who said it was me who was going to crush you? Huh. And before Jirobo had any time to react, he was crushed by a gigantic, bandaged hand, producing multiple cracks on the ground, as well as raising a lot of dust. Sorry for not coming sooner, Koji stated, panting a bit. I ran as fast as I could. Shikamaru felt like chiding Koji for not heeding his advice and returning to help him, but now he was too happy to have one of his teammates back. Jirobo clearly was too much for Shikamaru alone, but between the two of them, maybe they'd have a chance. Glad to see you, Koji. Now get ready, this guy is so strong it's not even funny, Shikamaru stated. Koji's eyebrow arched in confusion. What do you mean? I just crushed Wo. Much to Koji's shock, Jirobo managed to lift the Akimika's enlarged palm with his incredible strength, albeit with some effort, before pushing his hand back, which promptly returned to its normal size. So, the shrimp has some fatty reinforcements, Jirobo mentioned as he stared at Koji, who frowned in anger, then back at Shikamaru. You're only succeeding in delaying the inevitable. And making me mad. You aren't exactly the most appropriate to talk about other people's weight, you know, Shikamaru fired back. Come on Koji, let's go. Right. Both Konoha ninja prepared to attack their enemy from two different sides, Shikamaru from afar and Koji in close combat. Of course, Jirobo wasn't going to make things so easy for them. He started to make hand seals, before slamming his hand into the ground. Earth release, Earth prison golem. A large golem emerged from the ground, making both Koji and Shikamaru to take a step back. Being almost 6 meters tall, the golem towered menacingly over them. It had long, thick arms that reached all the way to the floor, with its forearms being even larger and thicker. The Oto ninja jumped on the golem's shoulder. Let's see what you can do against this. You're the first one to be crushed, shrimp. Jirobo taunted as he commanded his golem to advance. Shikamaru knew better than to try to use his shadow jutsu on such a massive creature, but thankfully he still had other options. Reaching his ninja tool pouch, Shikamaru grabbed a couple kunai and attached explosive tags on them before tossing them at the golem, embedding themselves into its right arm and right side of the chest. 2 explosions shook the ground, almost completely blowing up the golem's right side. Jirobo, however, didn't look any fazed. Nice try, but useless, Jirobo stated. Shikamaru then watched in shock how small pieces of rock and dirt started to fly towards the golem, quickly rebuilding its blown-off part until it was completely repaired. Good as new. Your pathetic attacks won't do any lasting damage to my golem. Now don't make this any harder than it needs to be, and give up already. Jirobo angrily snarled. There's nothing I'd love more than leave this fight and go home to nap, but sadly, that's not an option, Shikamaru replied. The stone giant was now upon Shikamaru, and raised one of its arms in order to smash the lazy Nara into pulp. Fortunately, its big size also made it quite slow, and Shikamaru managed to dodge the incoming slam and escape between the golem's legs, running towards Koji. I think we'll do better if we stay together instead of attacking from different sides, Shikamaru stated upon reaching his rotund friend, as if to justify that it just wasn't cowardice. Do you have a plan? Koji uneasily asked as he saw the golem stomping its way at them. Yeah. Remember what you did against that Kumo girl? Shikamaru asked. Koji nodded. It's time for an aerial attack. Once again, Koji nodded and clapped his hands together. Reverse multi-size jutsu. The world around Koji started to grow as he shrank to the size of a little mouse. Shikamaru carefully picked his friend, and after taking a couple seconds to aim, he tossed Koji in an arc above the golem. Whatever you're planning, it won't work. A mildly confused Jirobo stated. I wouldn't be so quick to talk down our abilities, you know, Shikamaru stated. When he was about to pass over Jirobo, he cancelled the jutsu, returning to his normal size, and slowed his speed to a halt, falling down like a rock. Of course, Koji wasn't finished yet, and clapped his hands again. Multi-size jutsu. Using his signature jutsu, Koji turned into a giant human sphere. Human bullet tank. Shit. Jirobo cursed, as he saw the spinning human boulder falling upon him. His golem reacted in time and raised its arms in order to grab the falling Konoha ninja before he could do more damage, but the spinning speed made difficult to keep it contained. Get out of the way, you fat ass. Jirobo was about to punch Koji while he was on his golem's arms, but soon somebody reminded him that there was another opponent there. Fire release, Great Flame Jutsu. Jirobo saw how an expanding stream of fire flew at him. He barely jumped out of his golem's shoulder before he was roasted by Shikamaru's jutsu. The fire attack, however, did hit the golem in the head, knocking it a little, which on its own wouldn't have done any lasting damage, but it made its grip on Koji's to falter for a second, and that second was enough for the Akimichi heir to break free and demolish the giant rock construct with his jutsu. And much to Jirobo's shock, Koji's momentum didn't slow down either, and the human rolling ball continued his attack unimpeded. The Oto ninja wasn't fast enough to dodge Koji's onslaught, and was forced to tackle him head-on. Using his own bare hands, he tried to stop the living rolling sphere of destruction as his golem unsuccessfully tried before. Unfortunately, there was also the matter of the other Konoha ninja. Speaking of which, Shikamaru was running towards Koji and Jirobo as well as his brain determined which jutsu would be the best to use. Jirobo had shown his ability to break through any shadow binding jutsu Shikamaru had by sheer brute force, so that wasn't an option. A fire jutsu it would be, then. Koji, keep him there. I'll finish this right now. Shikamaru shouted as he began to form seals. However, before the lazy genius was done, Jirobo let out an inhuman roar and punched Koji with such strength that it sent him flying backwards, until he crashed against a tree. The impact made the Akimichi heir return back to normal. Koji! Shikamaru shouted in shock. Turning his head at Jirobo, he saw the Oto ninja had changed again, this time in a more drastic manner. His mohawk had grown into a long spiky mane that reached his shoulders, his skin turned into brownish-reddish color, his eyes turned yellow with a black sclera, and he had grown warts all over his body. What the hell are you? I can't believe you forced me into the second form of the cursed seal, Jirobo angrily groaned. You know how embarrassing it is to use my trump card against such pathetic foes like yourselves. Yeah, I would have been pretty mad if I had to become so ugly in order to get stronger. Shikamaru couldn't resist to snark at his opponent. Jirobo chuckled. Let's see if you are in the mood for comedy once I'm done with you. In this form, I'm 10 times as strong as I was before. You two are already dead. Troublesome, Shikamaru managed to say. Meanwhile, not far away from there, Shino and Tamaki jumped from one tree branch to another, avoiding the deadly projectiles of the six-armed ninja known as Kidomaro. They were following the general direction Karen had told them, and so far the projectiles were coming from there, but the angle changed a little every few seconds, which suggested that he was constantly moving around. Tamaki, keep going. We're almost there, Shino told his teammate in his usual calm voice, albeit with a hint of encouragement. How can you know? Did you see him? The brown-haired girl asked. No, but one of my Kakai beetles managed to find and latch onto him. As long as the beetle stays in position, my hive will be able to track him, Shino explained. Then, he pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it. And this will make sure he comes out in the open. Shino then threw a kunai with an explosive tag attached to a seemingly random area. Before the explosion occurred, both Konoha genin heard a loud shit. And saw somebody coming out from behind a lush tree branch. Got him. Tamaki shouted as she increased her pace. I'm charging forward, cover me. I'll be right behind you. Kidomaru looked in expectation as the two Konoha genin charged at him, like prey walking directly into their predator's lair. The six-armed ninja then expelled a spider web net that increased in width as it was being released. Tamaki, however, was unfazed. Useless. she said as her chakra-enhanced metal claws easily cut the spider web before trying to slash Kidomaru, who managed to jump back before the girl's blades could ever touch him. Interesting. So you're the one who destroyed all the spider webs I put before. Kidomaru wondered aloud. This game might not be as dull as I had originally feared. Alright, let's step up the difficulty. Kidomaru started to spit more spider webs in rapid succession, with Tamaki frenetically slashing them all as they were coming, taking a step back to give herself more room to breathe. Shino saw this as the perfect chance to attack and spread his hands, releasing a swarm of insects from under each of his sleeves. The angry swarm flew at Kidomaru, letting out a terrifying buzz. The hell? Where did those bugs come from? The six-armed man asked in shock as he interrupted his attack on Tamaki and jumped back. Rearing his head back, Kidomaru expelled a much larger spider web that managed to trap most of Shino's insects. Ha! That's what happens when the prey decides to attack their natural predators. Then, much to his shock, Shino appeared besides him, a kunai on each hand, and delivered a swing with his right hand, something the six-armed man barely managed to dodge. He wasn't as lucky when Shino swung his left arm in flowing motion, leaving an ugly gash on the Oto ninja's shoulder, before jumping back on a higher tree branch. The hell? How did he? Kidomaru thought as he quickly looked at the place where Shino was, and saw the first Shino dissolving into a swarm of bugs. So, a clone made of insects. Smart, very smart. The real Shino continued his attack, and threw a salve of shuriken at the Oto ninja, who dodged them. Upon reaching close-quarter combat distance, Kidomaru opened his mouth, spitting a spear-shaped stream of his golden fluid at Shino, who moved in time for not to be impaled, but ended up slashing his side. Shino! Tamaki cried as she dashed at the six-armed ninja. Her metal claws started to glow with a blue light before bursting into flames. Burning cat claw dash. Kidomaru used a spider web thread to swing to a nearby branch before Tamaki's attack destroyed the one he was in and himself as well. The cat kunoichi then grabbed Shino, and both of them jumped down to the floor. Shino, are you okay? A concerned Tamaki asked. I will be shortly, Shino replied. His hand, glowing with a green light, covered his wound. I'm a medic, remember? Tamaki sighed in relief. Yeah, I know. And all the more reason to make sure he doesn't get you. I can't heal you. She looked up and saw Kidomaru, carefully studying them. Coming up with a strategy to deal with these two might not be that easy. Better power up a little, Kidomaru thought as black marks started to spread through his skin. The hell is that? Tamaki wondered aloud. Whatever it is, it can't be good for us. Better call some reinforcements, the cat kunoichi decided before biting her thumb and making 5 hand seals and slamming her palm into the ground. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, Tamaki's 2 cats, Denka and Hina, emerged, ready to aid the young cat kunoichi. Denka, Hina, I need your help once more, Tamaki told the ninja cats. I never faced such a strong enemy in my life, and I can't do it alone. Hina started to sniff the air. I smell a foul chakra, the female cat said before locking her eyes onto Kidomaru. Is he your enemy? Tamaki nodded. What do you want us to do? Denka asked. Shino and I will take the brunt of the attack. I need you to act as our support. Try to distract him, or attack him when he's busy fighting us, Tamaki told them. You can count on us. Both cats said in unison before vanishing. Tamaki's summoning didn't go unnoticed by Kidomaru, who bit his thumb as well. This is a game between the 3 of us. Calling outside help is cheating. If that's the case then, I'll do the same. Summoning jutsu. Kidomaru stated before slamming his hand into the tree branch he was standing on. From a cloud of smoke, a massive spider appeared, with Kidomaru standing on top of it, grinning evilly. Shino involuntarily took a step back. If you think you can beat me with numbers, you'll have another thing coming. Kidomaru stated as his giant spider generated a massive egg sac. The sac then broke, and dozens of spiders the size of small dogs rained upon them. The hell is that? Tamaki asked in shock. Still, she wasn't shocked enough to not react. The claws of her gauntlet retracted in order to allow her to do hand seals, which she did as fast as she could. Fire release, blistering fire cat. Pouring as much chakra as she could into the jutsu, Tamaki breathed a massive wave of fire that took the shape of a cat, even letting out a meowing cry, which burned to ashes most of the incoming spiders, with Shino dealing with the few that escaped her fiery attack. Good job, Tamaki-san, Shino praised her in his usual cold tone. Don't thank me yet, Tamaki replied, panting. That attack cost her a lot of chakra, and wasn't sure if she could be able to do it again if another rain of spiders came. Something Kidomaru had the intention to do. Not bad, girl, not bad. You're making this game interesting. But let's see how long can you keep doing Kidomaru said before being interrupted by a red blur who slashed his face. Arg! Get off of my face, you pest. At the same time, another blur, this one blue, attacked the spider's vulnerable spot, its face. The large arachnid cried in pain. Your cat's bought us some precious time. We should attack now that he's distracted, Shino suggested. Tamaki nodded. I'll get the spider, you get the guy. Making a display of cat-like agility and speed, Tamaki climbed a tree until she was higher than the giant spider, and leaped at it, metal claws forward. Drill claw. Tamaki started to spin, turning herself into a living drill that pierced the 10-legged oddly enough giant beast through its head. The arachnid let out a wail of pain, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke before the cat Kunoichi could inflict more damage. On his part, Shino had managed to reach Kidomaru still fighting with Hina, and once again released his swarm of Kikai beetles. A Barame secret art, insect tornado. As the name suggested, the swarm of insects formed a tornado around the unsuspecting Kidomaru while Hina jumped out of danger in the nick of time, as the beetles started to drain the Oto ninja of his chakra. The fight was over. Or that's what Shino thought, as he couldn't feel the chakra being drained. Apparently, there was something that was blocking his swarm of insects. Ordering them to retreat, he saw that the six-armed ninja was covered in what appeared to be a brownish-golden armor. I see. Your skin can also secrete that quick hardening fluid, and you used it to create an improvised armor, didn't you? Shino guessed. Kidomaru chuckled. Your deductive skills are almost as good as mine, the six-armed man stated, as his armor started to fall off. My clan's abilities were truly something, but I didn't become as strong as I am until Orochimaru-sama improved me in every way. And given how you little pests are making this game longer than it should be, you're going to see another one of my enhancements. The black markings on Kidomaru's body started to glow as they spread and covered his whole skin, which turned grayish-red. His hair grew longer, a pair of horns grew on his forehead, and his eyes turned yellow with a black sclera. But the biggest change was a third eye that appeared on his forehead. Do you know what this means, brats? Kidomaru asked with a sadistic glee. This means it's game over for the both of you. Meanwhile, further to the north, Naruto and his group were still chasing the Oto ninja who had kidnapped Hagane and Kaida. The mood was a bit gloomier since 4 of their members were forced to leave in order to fight enemies much stronger than them, and naturally, everybody was worried for them. But worry for others was soon replaced by worry for themselves when they remembered that the 3 remaining enemies were also the strongest, including the one who was Jonin level. The thought of having to face such a powerful opponent sent chills down their spines. Well, not in Naruto's case. He was determined to save his little siblings, and nobody, not even Orochimaru himself, would stop him from doing so. We're closing the gap, Karen informed. Soon we oh. What's wrong, Karen? Sakura asked, worried. When her bespectacled teammate did that, it was never good. I felt a presence close to us, but it disappeared. It was very sudden, the redhead stated. Yes, there was something. I caught a small burst of smoke through the corner of my Byakugan, Hinata added. Worry started to spread among the group. A trap. Haku guessed. Naruto shook his head. A shadow clone. Upon dispelling, shadow clones send the information and knowledge they gathered to the original. They probably left one to watch us. Now they know we're close to them, and they will prepare a trap. If that's the case, then everybody, stay alert. Sasuke warned the others as his Sharingan flared to life. Hinata, Niji, we will need your eyes to make sure we're not blindsided. Don't worry, Suzuki-san, I've already been watching for potential traps on the way, Hinata reassured him as well as the whole group. A little further to the north of the Konoha group, the rest of the Sound 5, with the unconscious Hagane and Kaida carried by Kimimaro, continued their journey. As Kimimiro's shadow clone dispelled upon seeing the Jinchuriki and his allies, new information flooded the Kagaya clan member's brain. The Jinchuriki is close once again, Kimimaro told his teammates. How many of his friends are still with him? Seikon asked. If my clone is correct, he counted 10 of them, Kimimaro calmly replied. 10 of them? Still. Teiwa indignantly asked. Why the fuck did those pieces of shit let so many pass? Yeah, you'd think Jirobo and Kidomaru would have an easier time dealing with a bunch of weak genin, Seikon agreed. Maybe those genin aren't as weak as we thought, Kimimaro stated. However, that doesn't erase the fact that Jirobo and Kidomaru only managed to get 4 out of our backs. Seikon, Teiwa, you need to thin them out. Fuck yeah, time to crack some skulls, the only female of the Sound 5 said in glee as she dashed in the opposite direction, followed by her blue-haired teammate. Those brats will have a surprise coming, Seikon chuckled. And thus, Kimimaro was left alone to guard the valuable hostages. While he wasn't afraid of a bunch of young greenhorns, he didn't want to take the chances and risk his hostages being rescued, harmed, or fleeing. Orochimaru tasked him with a mission, and he always carried them out to the best of his abilities. Hopefully, Seikon and Teiwa would be able to cut their numbers to a more manageable quantity, one that wouldn't be a threat to the mission. Back in Konoha, the news of Orochimaru's defeat at the hand of the third Hokage started to slowly spread around Konoha. Many Oto ninja decided that with their leader gone, the best course of action would be to flee. Others were afraid that, if they left based on an unfounded rumor, Orochimaru would have them begging for a merciful death. And others refused to believe such news and continued fighting, despite the fact that Konoha was successfully pushing back the invaders and retaking all the zones the initial assault had taken over. One of those groups who still want to fight made the mistake of attacking Zabuza, thinking that he wouldn't be much of a threat with a broken sword. Come here and see for yourselves if I'm not as dangerous with my sword damaged, the former Kiri ninja taunted them. What followed was pretty much a massacre. Broken sword or not, Zabuza was one of the deadliest ninja Kiri had produced. Plus, thanks to the Executioner's Blade's special ability, it wouldn't stay damaged forever. After slashing 2 Oto ninja at the same time, Zabuza watched intently how his blade absorbed the spilled blood, and used its iron to slowly rebuild itself. The masked man grinned under his mask. So, who wants to volunteer some blood in order to fix my sword? Zabuza asked the now not so confident Oto ninja. How about you? In less than a second, Zabuza was behind the volunteer and impaled him from behind. His sword kept growing as blood was spilled. Once half the group was killed, the executioner's blade was fully repaired. This was enough to shatter the confidence of the remaining ninja, who found their lives more valuable than their loyalty to Orochimaru, and decided to flee. Zabuza watched in satisfaction as those poor bastards ran away, not even making an attempt to stop them. Not because of pity, but because he liked to leave some people alive to spread word of his bloodshed. And after that humiliation at the hands of Orochimaru, he needed to do something in order to cushion such a hit towards his reputation. As the former demon of the hidden mist turned around, 2 ninja landed in front of him, one with gravity-defying silver hair, and the other with a ridiculous bowl haircut. Zabuza. Kakashi called upon landing. You're late, copycat. This area is clear of pests, Zabuza stated with an air of superiority. But then again, your assistance will be welcome when I go to face Orochimaru. That won't be necessary. I heard news that the third Hokage defeated him and sent him packing, Guy intervened, in an unusual serious tone. The resurrected cage have been dealt with. If that's the case, all what's left is to clean the village from the remaining holdovers of Oto ninja, Kakashi suggested. Kakashi. A female voice called him from above. The 3 Jonin looked up and saw Kurane, followed by Asuma, as they jumped from a nearby roof and landed in front of them. Kurane? Everything okay? Kakashi asked, noticing the red-eyed woman's distress. Kakashi, I need you right now. Kurane stated. Zabuza snorted. I didn't imagine that your boyfriend was doing such a lousy job pleasuring you. Both Kurane and Asuma shot the former Kiri ninja murderous glares before the Genjutsu mistress turned back at Kakashi. Kakashi, we need your tracking dogs. Something terrible has happened, Kurane urged. We ran into a clone of Naruto, Asuma continued, not waiting for the rest to ask what was going on. Turns out Orochimaru used the chaos of the invasion as a cover to sneak in an elite squad to kidnap the Hokage's children. What? Kakashi and Guy asked in unison. That's not the worst part, Kurane spoke again, making the others wonder what could be even worse. The clone told us the original Naruto had gathered his friends and went to pursue the kidnappers themselves. Those kids don't know what they're going against. We need to help them. Fortunately, we won't be as needed now, given that a good chunk of the invaders have already been repelled, Asuma continued. If that's the case, then there's no time to waste. Kakashi poked his thumb with a kunao and made several hand seals before slamming his hand into the floor. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, 8 dogs of different races and sizes appeared. All of them were wearing Konoha forehead protectors, as well as other pieces of cloth. What can we do for you, Kakashi? One of the dogs, a pug, asked his master. We are going to need your help in finding out our genin students. Time is of essence, Kakashi urged. Chapter 37. Senju Twins Retrieval, Part 2. Or. Brawl in the Forest. While Shikamaru guessed that 10 times as strong I was before was probably an exaggeration to describe Jirobo's physical capabilities in his second Cursed Seal stage, it was more than enough to beat both of them to a pulp. Koji had tried to engage Jirobo in hand-to-hand combat, but the older teen easily overpowered the Akimichi ninja. Koji this time decided to use his trusty clan jutsu. Multi-size jutsu. Koji swelled up into a human boulder and started to spin towards Jirobo, catching fire at the same time. Fire release, flaming human bullet tank. Jirobo, on his part, wasn't impressed. Pathetic. The mutated ninja shouted as he kicked Koji, brutally knocking him backwards, forcing him to revert back to normal. Jirobo turned around and saw that Shikamaru had caught him with his shadow jutsu, but he didn't look fazed in the slightest. Without making any visible effort, he managed to break through the jutsu. Whoa! Shikamaru said in shock, as the Jirobo's breaking his jutsu made him recoil. Why are you surprised? Jirobo asked as he smiled maliciously. The first stage of the Cursed Seal already allowed me to overpower that annoying shadow jutsu of yours. In this stage, well, I don't even need to try. As weak as the both of you are, everything you do is completely useless against me. Keep underestimating us. It will make our job easier, Shikamaru countered, but deep down, he knew there was some truth to Jirobo's insults. Damn it, there's nothing that we can throw at this guy that he doesn't shake off as if it was nothing. Come on Shikamaru, think. There has to be a way to defeat Dash. Shikamaru, Koji snapped the Nara out of his thoughts. I'm going to use it. It? What do you mean? Shikamaru trailed off, before realizing what Koji was planning to do. What? No. If you do that, you might die. And if I don't, both of us will die, Koji replied. He took out a soldier pill from Ninja Tool pouch and swallowed it. My calorie control improved a lot during the training I did with Dad for the Chunin exam finals. I can do this. Koji started to glow with a blue light as he started to gather chakra. Jirobo remained amused. I don't know what you plan to do, but whatever it is, it won't work. He then let out a fake yawn. Let's see if you can entertain me at least. I'm getting bored. You've been saying that non-stop, yet you failed to kill any of us so far, Shikamaru fired back. Jirobo's smile vanished, and his face frowned. You know what? I think you're right. Playtime's over. You go first. The Oto ninja moved unusually fast for somebody his size, and in less than 2 seconds he was already in melee range, fist raised ready to beat the Nara into a pulp. Die. Shikamaru heard a loud crashing noise. However, the noise wasn't made by Jirobo's fist clashing against his body, but something that punched Jirobo with such force that he was sent flying against a tree. Koji. Shikamaru asked the boy in front of him. Koji's most defining feature, his heavy-set body, was now much thinner, making him pretty much unrecognizable. Two large chakra wings shaped like the wings of a butterfly had grown on his back. "All right, you fat ass, ready for the beating of your life?" Koji taunted Jirobo. The Oto ninja groaned as he pulled himself up. He then flexed his arms to rid them of any numbness. "Oh, you're in for it, lard ball," Jirobo angrily snarled as he charged at Koji. "Come on Shikamaru, let's go," Koji shouted as he charged. "All right, then," the lazy genius replied as he followed him making hand seals. "I'll try to create an opening for you. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu." Shikamaru breathed a volley of small fireballs from his mouth at Jirobo, who was also making hand seals. Earth release, Hiding like a mole Jutsu. Jirobo dug deep underground, and the barrage of fireballs harmlessly passed above him. However, he was soon going to find out that he wouldn't be safe underground. With the help of his chakra wings, Koji leaped high into the air. He raised his right fist, which started to burn with a blue flame, before inevitably coming down. Butterfly bullet bombing. Shikamaru made sure to be at a safe distance from the epicenter of the earthquake Koji created upon landing, shattering the land below him in a multitude of stones and pebbles, and most importantly, throwing Jirobo out of his underground hiding spot. "What?" Jirobo asked incredulously as he was sent flying up. "Now's my chance," Shikamaru exclaimed as he grabbed a handful of kunao from his tool pouch and tossed them at the airborne Jirobo. While his toss was far from perfect, half of them embedded on the mutated ninja's skin. "Arg!" Jirobo screamed in pain. You! I will devour both of you!" He screamed as he, blinded by fury, charged at the Konoha duo, not even bothering to remove the kunao from his body. "Will you stop with the taunts already? It's getting tiresome," Shikamaru groaned. "I think you're trying to bite more than you chew," Koji replied, as he charged as well. Both ninja met in the middle, greeting each other with a brutal punch to the face. However, Koji's punch packed way more power, and sent Jirobo flying back again, and the resulting shockwave raised a gust of wind in every direction. "How about that?" Koji taunted. He raised his fist again, which burned with a blue chakra fire once more. After getting a taste of Koji's superhuman strength in butterfly mode, Jirobo knew that not even with the level 2 cursed seal, he could win this fight. How these twerps are so strong. Especially the fat one. How did his punches get so strong so suddenly? Is that state of his, is he stronger than Orochimaru-sama's power? No, that can't be possible. The image of Koji menacingly getting closer made his survival instincts to overcome any rational thought, casting aside the mystery of Koji's power, and was replaced by one thing, to run away. But the moment he tried to run, he found his legs wouldn't move. "What? Sorry, but you're not going anywhere," Shikamaru stated, his hands locked into a hand seal, and his shadow connected with Jirobo's. "While it's true that your previous strength was enough to overpower my jutsu, I'm sure you won't be feeling so hot after that beating." No. Jirobo screamed as he futilely tried to break Shikamaru's jutsu, but the Nara's words rang true. Those latest attacks he received did a number on him, and even the cursed seal had its limits. Now prepare to experience the power of the Akimichi clan, Koji shouted as he charged at Jirobo with his fist raised. "No, wait. Can't we just calm down? There's no need to dash." Butterfly bullet bomb. Unable to run away, or even try to block the attack, Jirobo saw himself at the receiving end of Koji's strongest punch he ever threw. The force of the impact shot him back like a rocket, crashing against a mighty oak, and the Oto ninja was no more. Koji heavily panted as his chakra wings faded. Shikamaru walked to him and patted him on the back. "You did it, Koji. You beat that animal," the Nara congratulated him. "Well, it was a team effort," Koji weakly said before losing consciousness and dropping face first onto the ground. Koji. Congratulations brats, you're now going to play in hardcore difficulty," Kidomaru grinned in a way that accentuated his current inhumanity. "Who wants to die first? How about you?" Tamaki retorted as she dashed towards the six-armed mutated ninja, her claws glowing with a blue light. Cross flash. Kidomaru jumped backwards, even if at a lower speed than Tamaki's. He expelled his golden spider fluid, which took the shape of two long kunao before hardening, and used them to parry the cat Kunoichi's attack. He then used his extra arms to hold Tamaki in place, and tried to sink his improvised kunao into her flesh, but the brown-haired girl expertly broke the hold with a double kick to the Oto ninja's chest, which also helped to push herself backwards. As he did before, Shino saw this moment as the perfect chance to make his move. He recalled his Kikai beetles around him. This is going to cost me a lot of chakra, but I don't think I have much choice, Shino thought with some regret, as he made the required hand seals. Abarame secret art, giant beetle growth. The jutsu produced multiple smoke explosions in the swarms of beetles, but when the smoke dispelled, both Kidomaru and Tamaki saw in shock that some of the Abarame's insects suddenly grew to the size of Tamaki's cats. Said Kunoichi cringed upon seeing the six-legged beasts appear. Ew! With a mere hand command, Shino directed the squad of 10 giant insects towards Kidomaru, who was shocked at first but quickly regained his cool. Jumping backwards, Kidomaru spat once again a rather large spider web to trap Shino's giant insects, but said web was torn apart by several chakra-infused shuriken through by Tamaki. Shit! The six-armed man yelled. Kidomaru managed to punch and kick back the first few of the insects that came close to him, but did not notice one of them sneaking from below, and sank its pincers into his leg. Arg! Kidomaru yelled in pain, making his focus waver for a moment that was more than enough for the rest of the beetles to sink their pincers into his flesh. Shino jumped in front of the six-armed man, overwhelmed by the giant insects. It's over. Those beetles will drain your chakra until there's nothing left, Shino calmly announced. Kidomaru growled in anger, but then his mouth curved into yet another inhuman smirk, one that sent chills to both Konoha ninja. Oh, that's so good, thinking you already defeated me. Well, think again. He opened his mouth, releasing more golden spider fluid, shaped like a long spear, taking Shino by surprise. The Abarame genin tried to move, but he didn't react fast enough and the improvised spear pierced his belly. Shino! Tamaki yelled upon seeing the scene. Kidomaru smiled upon seeing Shino's body falling face first to the ground, and at the same time, the beetles loosened his hold on him and stopped sucking his chakra, as if feeling their master's predicament. This allowed Kidomaru to easily get them off of his body. Standing up, he turned back and saw Tamaki shooting him a murderous glare. See? This is what happens when you play such a dangerous game like this one. You get hurt. Badly, Kidomaru chuckled. Don't worry, you're going to join him now. Denka, Hina, with me. Let's tear him to shreds. Tamaki shouted. Both cats appeared at her mistress' side, and the three of them charged at the Oto ninja. Kidomaru once again expelled more golden spider fluid, this time in the shape of several curved blades, one for each of his hands. The six-armed man grinned wildly, and engaged Tamaki and her cats in a brutal melee fight. Like she usually did, Tamaki was the one openly fighting, while her cats awaited for the chance to attack whenever the enemy showed an opening. But thanks to his 6 arms, no such a thing happened. The guy was monster, both in the literal and metaphorical sense, since he could attack and keep a defensive position at the same time, making fighting him incredibly tedious. Given your choice of weapons, you're a melee type, aren't you? Kidomaru asked as he casually blocked all of Tamaki's swipes. I'm more of a ranged specialist, but as you can see, I'm pretty good at hand-to-hand combat too. Let me guess, 3 times as good as I am. Tamaki asked, hinting at the predictable pun. 3? Oh boy, you're certainly full of yourself. The number of my arms is irrelevant to the gap between us, Kidomaru retorted. Now die. The 6-armed ninja opened his mouth, firing multiple spikes made of the hardened golden spider fluid. This time, it was Tamaki's turn to jump back, as she swiped them away with her blade gauntlets. Kidomaru lunging at her shortly afterwards didn't go unnoticed, and the kunoichi retracted the blades back, and made several hand seals. Fire release, blistering fire cat. Tamaki exhaled a stream of fire that quickly took the shape of a large and ferocious cat that dashed towards Kidomaru, leaving a trail of fire with each step. Kidomaru, however, easily dodged it by jumping sideways. "You'll have to do bet dash. Drill claw." The next thing he saw, Tamaki had turned into a spinning missile that was flying at him. Caught in midair, Kidomaru couldn't move again to dodge Tamaki's attack, but unfortunately for her, he was a man of resources, and expelled a spider web thread to a tree branch above him to avoid being torn to shreds. Kidomaru smirked arrogantly. "That was a close one. But like I said, you'll have to do bet dash." Meow. A pair of cats appeared out of nowhere, with one of them biting one of his arms and the other latched itself to his face and started to viciously slash and bite it. "Arg!" Kidomaru yelled as he forcefully removed Hina from his face, and angrily tossed the female cat against a tree, followed by savagely punching Denka in the head, forcing the male cat to stop biting his arm. "Denka! Hina!" Tamaki cried from below. Sorry, Tamaki-chan, but I don't think we can keep going," Denka weakly said as he and her sister disappeared, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. "It's okay, you did a great job," Tamaki whispered to herself, before looking at Kidomaru with defiant eyes. "You'll pay for all the people and animals you hurt today." Kidomaru chuckled once again. He created 2 swords out of the golden spider fluid. "I'd like to see you try." Without uttering any more words, Tamaki quickly climbed the tree Kidomaru was perched on, and engaged him once again in melee combat. However, once again she found that Kidomaru was the superior opponent, and in no time he kicked her back into the ground. "Now die already. This game is no longer fun." Kidomaru opened his mouth, once again releasing a barrage of golden blades at the downed cat ninja in a wide angle. Death Steel Ring. Tamaki started to spin with her blade hands extended, successfully deflecting most of the raining projectiles, but she was unable to stop all of them, and some ended up embedded in her body, forcing her to stop. "And game over for you," Kidomaru laughed as he was jumped down, ready to impale Tamaki with his improvised swords. Tamaki closed her eyes and feared for the worst. Die. Abarame Secret Art, Giant Beetle Growth. What? Kidomaru didn't have time to react before he was swarmed by a dozen of giant beetles, making him unceremoniously drop into the ground face first as the hungry insects began to prey on his chakra. "Shino!" Tamaki squealed in joy. "You're okay." For the given value of the word okay, he punctualized. "But yes, I'm no longer close to death anymore." Kidomaru looked at the Abarame with hate and incredulity in his 3 eyes. What? How? I killed you." "You thought you killed me," Shino replied. "The wound you inflicted on me would have been fatal unless treated immediately. Fortunately, I've been trained in the medical arts by the greatest medicnin the world has ever seen, and Tamaki bought me all the time I needed to recover. Now I can return to the battle, and end it once for all. And trust me, you won't catch me off guard a second time." No. This, Arg. I can't look." Tamaki whined as he averted her gaze as Kidomaru was slowly devoured by Shino's enlarged bugs. Shino, on the other hand, wasn't going to make the same mistake his opponent did, and wouldn't take his eyes off the Oto ninja until he was 100% sure he would be dead. And that moment didn't take too long to arrive. "Tamaki, sit down. I need to treat those wounds on your body before they get worse," Shino instructed his teammate. "Don't. You've lost a lot of chakra." "I think I can go a bit longer until we can find some help," Tamaki replied. Shino shook his head. "I won't allow that by any means. Don't worry about my chakra reserves, my beetles can give me some of theirs if I need them. Now sit down, don't move, and let me work on your wounds." Not having any energy left to argue, Tamaki sighed, and complied. As Shino removed the makeshift kunao from her body and healed the wound, she wondered if the others would have rescued the Hokage's children by now. She also thought about Kiba, and prayed that he wouldn't do anything stupid given that neither Shino nor she would be there to cover his back. By the time Jiraiya and Anko returned to Konoha, they saw that much to their surprise, the battle had died down considerably, and most of the efforts were focused on capturing or driving away the remaining Oto ninja still attacking. "You know, I had the feeling that we missed a lot when we were out, Jiraiya mentioned as he looked around. Actually, I think it's everybody else who missed on what we did, Anko replied, before her impatience kicked in. Alright, where is Orochimaru? There's no way he can escape from us now. Hokage-sama. A new voice said. A small group of Umbu, led by a cat-masked purple-haired woman whom Jiraiya knew was Yojao Izuki, landed in front of the white-haired man. Thank Kami you've returned. What is the situation here? Jiraiya asked her. 2 of the reanimations have been dealt with, Yojao informed, and Jiraiya visibly sighed upon hearing the news. If that's the case, then all of Orochimaru's reanimations have been neutralized, since Anko and myself just dealt with Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya explained. The Umbu remained impassible, but on the inside, they were just as relieved. Any news on Orochimaru? We've got reports that Sarutobi-sama, helped by Tsunade-sama and Shisui Uchiha, managed to defeat the traitor, Yojao explained, eliciting a smile on Jiraiya and a frown on Anko, being deprived of her chance of revenge once again. Unfortunately, Orochimaru evaded capture. We don't know his location, but it's safe to assume that he's no longer in the village. Jiraiya's smile disappeared, and let out a heavy sigh. Despite his ego, Orochimaru was always a sneaky bastard, and wouldn't come here without a escape plan. Undoubtedly, it won't be long until he shows his visage again. What about the rest of his forces? Most of them are withdrawing, albeit a few holdouts in the core of the village remains, Yojao informed him. Good to hear. Well, let's help our forces take out the trash, alright. Jiraiya suggested. Everybody nodded. Lead the way, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya leapt towards downtown Konoha, followed by Anko and the small squad of Umbu. Meanwhile, further to the north, Naruto and the rest of his friends continued the pursuit of his little siblings' kidnapping. 2 of them left the group. Karen warned everybody. Which ones? Sasuke asked. The weakest ones. The strongest guy and presumable the leader is still carrying Hagane and Kaida. Guess that he wants to personally make sure that they arrive to wherever Orochimaru has his lair. Alright, everybody, stay alert. These 2 are surely even stronger than the other 2, who were already way stronger than any of us individually. Naruto told the others. Everybody mentally prepared to fight, and some of them, such as Naruto, Tenten and Haku, got some weapons ready. However, they were met by something none of them were expecting. Hey, are you hearing that? Kiba asked. Akamaru barked in agreement. I believe so, Sakura replied. It sounds like a flute. Suddenly, all of them lost all sense of balance, tripping when tried to find a footing on a tree branch, and fell to the grassy ground below. They tried to stand up, and suddenly felt very dizzy. What's going on? Lee slurred as he tried to get up. Suddenly, ropes appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around their limbs and pulling them in different directions, leaving them completely immobilized. What the hell is this? Tenten asked, and much to her horror, she saw how her arms started to melt off. My arms. It's a genjutsu. Sakura told the others. Quickly, try to break it. The knowledge that they have been trapped in a genjutsu was of little help, given that they were pretty much unable to break it. Damn it, this genjutsu are almost like those from Kurane-sensei. Haku thought as he tried to break the morbid illusion. Come on, you can do it, Kurane-sensei taught you how. Meanwhile, close to them, perched on a tree branch, Seikon was stalking the helpless Konoha ninja from afar, smiling deviously. Look at them, unable to resist Teiwa's music, Seikon chuckled to himself. We should have gone ourselves from the get-go instead of sending the other 2 idiots first. Anyway, Seikon then pulled a pair of kunao. Let the culling begin. The blue-haired teen leaped from his hiding place, and locked onto his first target, Sasuke Uchiha, whom he had deemed the biggest threat. He couldn't help but widely smile in anticipation at the thought of his first kill of the day. Shannaro. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl appeared in his field of vision, and the next second he found himself at the receiving end of an incredibly powerful punch that sent him flying backwards, forcing him to drop his kunao, until a tree painfully stopped him. The hell? Seikon asked in pain, as he got up. How were you able to break Teiwa's genjutsu, you brat? Turns out, I'm a very proficient in genjutsu myself, Sakura replied as she shook her hand she used to punch him. Including how to dispel them. Oh well, big deal. You won't be able to release the others if you're busy fighting me. And if you fight me, it won't take long until your pitiful life comes to an end, Seikon stated. Get ready. Sakura didn't expect the blue-haired teen to be so fast, but nonetheless she was able to react in time and block an incoming punch. However, she had a much harder time blocking the next barrage of rapid-fire punches. Damn it, this guy's taijutsu is as good as Lee's. Sakura distressingly thought as she tried to block the barrage of hits. Even if I can surpass his physical strength with Tsunade-sama's chakra-enhanced strength, it won't be of any help if I can't land a single hit. Wait a minute. I got it. Seikon continued his onslaught, while Sakura kept parrying and blocking them as well as she could, not making any attempts at attacking. See how hopelessly outclassed you're against me? Seikon taunted. Now die. Pouring as much strength as he could into his next punch, he sank his fist into Sakura's stomach. The pinkette bent over forwards as her mouth and eyes opened wide, before exploding into a burst of cherry blossoms. What the hell? Seikon asked in shock, before he realized. Damn it, she used a genjutsu. Fortunately, the Oto ninja was able to snap out of it pretty easily, however, the seconds he spent entranced gave Sakura more than enough time to counter-attack, and after breaking the genjutsu, the first thing he saw was a very angry Sakura charging at him, her fist raised and ready to turn him into a bloody pulp. Shit. Seikon managed to jump in time, and Sakura's fist ended up hitting the ground, instantly creating a rather large crater, and making the ground around a kilometer shake as if there was an earthquake. Shit, that bitch is way stronger than I am. How? She doesn't have any muscle. Seikon thought in anger upon seeing the power of the Pinked's fists. I can't let her dash. Passing Fang. Seikon's thoughts were interrupted by a living tornado flying at him. Once again, the Oto ninja's agility and speed saved him from a nasty injury by gracefully dodging the sneak attack. The tornado then turned into a Konoha ninja wearing a gray hooded coat. Kiba. Sakura called, happy to have some reinforcements. The hell? You're a genjutsu master too or what? Seikon asked. Sakura also wanted to know. Kiba wasn't exactly proficient with genjutsu, not even at breaking them. If you fall under a genjutsu, you need a partner to disrupt your chakra network in order to snap out of it. He then pulled his hood back revealing a happy-looking white-furred dog. Meet my partner, Akamaru. ARF. Akamaru happily barked. Your goddamn dog was able to resist Teiwa's genjutsu? Seikon asked in shock. Dogs have different chakra networks from humans, and given that most genjutsu are meant for humans, dogs are immune to most of them, Kiba stated. He started to smell the air. Now, if my nose doesn't fool me and it never does, she's about 100 meters to the northwest, am I right? Release. Another of the Konoha ninja was also awake. Finally. It took me some effort, but Kurane-sensei's training paid off. Haku happily said as he regained the control of his body. Another one. You're supposed to be genin. No genin should be able to break a genjutsu this complex. Seikon protested, letting out his frustration. Correction, we're Konoha genin. We're far tougher than the average, Kiba cockily proclaimed. Kiba, if you found where the genjutsu caster is, you should go and try to stop her, Sakura told him. Kiba nodded, and leapt away. Haku, release the others. I'll keep this guy busy while you do it. Understood. Haku stated as he began to disrupt Tenten's chakra network. Sakura then started to make hand seals. Water release, water gun. Sakura's cheeks puffed, and then exhaled a stream of water at the shocked blue-haired Oto ninja, who managed to dodge it by jumping to a nearby tree. These brats are way stronger than they look. No wonder why Jirobo and Kidomaru only managed to delay 4 between the two of them. Then again, if they used the cursed seal they should be able to kill them easily, and thus come back to help us. Why the hell aren't they here yet? Seikon thought. Get over here, you coward. Sakura shouted, shaking her fist. Where was that bravado from a few minutes ago? In no time, all of the Konoha genin were already released from the musical genjutsu. In fact, the music had stopped altogether, meaning that Kiba managed to interrupt it. Is everybody okay? Naruto asked. Define, okay, Karen groaned as she rubbed her temples. I'm good to continue, Sasuke stated. The same goes for me, Lee added, followed by everybody else stating the same intention. 2 more of those guys are here. Sakura is engaging one, while Kiba is fighting the other. 2 of us should stay here to help them, while the rest go and face their leader, Naruto stated. I think I'll stay and make sure Forehead Girl doesn't get killed, Ino stated. Besides, is no secret that I'm not among the strongest of us present. Besides, you still have 2 medic nin in the group. I'm going to stay as well. Kiba has none of his teammates, and he'll need somebody to cover his back, Niji stated. Karen walked towards Niji and grabbed his hand. Be careful, Niji-kun. If you don't come back, I will break up with you, ... Niji gave her a hint of a smile. Don't worry, I will be fine. Very well then. Good luck and stay alive. The rest of us, go. Naruto called. Everybody nodded, and they resumed the pursuit, led by the blonde Chunin. No. Seikon screamed as he noticed Naruto and the others slipping away. He disengaged Sakura and tried to stop them, but a rain of shuriken forced him to cut his chase short. Sorry, but you aren't leaving so soon, not before playing with us first, Ino stated in a rather smug tone as she adopted a fighting stance. Ready, billboard brow. Sakura smiled. Whenever you are, Ino pig. The sound of the flute became much clearer as Kiba advanced towards the genjutsu caster. Akamaru was resting on his head, constantly biting his ear in order to create a source of pain that would prevent the Inuzuka run from relapsing into the genjutsu. I think you're enjoying this too much, Kiba told Akamaru. The dog merely growled as he intensified the pressure of his bite. A few seconds later, he saw a flicker of red hair, and could see a red-haired girl, maybe a couple years older than him, playing the flute. Kiba reached for his tool pouch and pulled a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it. Concert's over. Kiba stated as he tossed the kunai at Teiwa's feet. The redhead kunoichi was forced to stop playing the flute and jump as far away as possible in order to avoid the incoming explosion. Beast Mimicry Art, 4 Legs Jutsu. Kiba emerged from the cloud of smoke and dust raised by the explosion, running on all 4s at an insane speed, and lunged at Teiwa. The Oto kunoichi once again jumped back, but she wasn't fast enough, and Kiba managed to scratch her in the face. You son of a bitch. Teiwa cursed as she covered her wounded cheek with one of her hands. Kiba ignored her insults, and smirked at her confidently. Just like I expected. Since you're a genjutsu specialist, you aren't that good in hand-to-hand combat. Why don't you come here and test your theory, you piece of shit? Teiwa angrily retorted. Oh, I plan to, Kiba stated as he took a 4-legged stance once more. How the hell did you brat manage to break my genjutsu? Teiwa asked before she noticed Kiba's bloodied ear. You must think you're so clever, don't you? I'm going to admit that this is the first time somebody called me clever, Kiba replied. Yeah, I admit that I'm not that bright. But guess what? I don't need brains to be very good at what I do. Kiba lunged forwards, ready to tear Teiwa to shreds with his wild and feral taijutsu style. This time, rather than trying to dodge, the Oto kunoichi decided to fight him. She replaced her flute with a couple of kunai and engaged the Inuzuka in melee combat. Despite her valiant efforts, Kiba was right. Teiwa was a ranged specialist, and hand-to-hand combat wasn't her forte in her base form, at least, but her pride didn't allow her to activate her cursed seal so soon against an enemy she deemed unworthy, and Kiba soon became the superior fighter. And to add salt to the wound, Kiba had still one more asset Teiwa wasn't taking into account. ARF. Akamaru jumped from Kiba's head, and sank his small but sharp teeth in Teiwa's arm. Get the hell off me, you fucking bitch. Passing Fang. Thanks to that moment of distraction, Kiba was able to nail the redhead with his signature jutsu, knocking her from the tree branch she was perched in, and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Looking down, he saw Teiwa getting up. By the way, Akamaru is male. Kiba shouted down, with his dog barking in agreement. I don't give a shit about what your fucking pest of a pet has between the legs. The redhead shouted back. Then, much to Teiwa's anger, another Konoha ninja appeared, landing beside Kiba. He had long brown hair and clear, light gray eyes. He appeared to be a Hyuga. Kiba, the Hyuga stated in his usual calm demeanor. I came here to help you defeat this foe. Kiba smirked at the Hyuga prodigy. Thanks, but I'm almost done here. This chick can barely fight against somebody able to resist genjutsu. Then again, you can watch me how I defeat this very unworthy opponent. Kiba's words made Teiwa froth with rage. Not only was he tossing her around like a ragdoll, but he even boasted about it for further humiliation. Black marks started to spread around her body, as her desire to make Kiba eat his words burned her from the inside. You think you saw the best of me, you piece of shit. Teiwa angrily shouted. Well, let me tell you, you've seen nothing yet. She bit her thumb and made 5 hand seals before slamming her hand into the ground. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, 3 large ogre-like creatures appeared. One had long hair that covered its face, was fully clothed, and was carrying a threatening-looking steel club. The second was much bulkier, wore no shirt, and had its eyes and wrists bandaged. Under the wrist bandages there were a pair of claw-like blades. The last one was completely bandaged from head to toe, leaving only its mouth visible, and strangely enough, had no arms. The 3 of them had the same rope-like purple belt around their waists. She may not be much of a fighter, but apparently she can summon somebody who can do the fighting for her, Niji observed. Shit, Kiba cursed, realizing that the tables were about to be turned. Stay calm. They're just summons. If we can get past them, beating the woman won't be that hard, Niji reminded him. Yeah. I was saving this for later, but better not go half-assed on her. Kiba then pulled out something out of his ninja tool pouch, which appeared to be a soldier pill. Akamaru. Kiba tossed the pill at the little dog, who ate it in one bite. The effect was instant, and the dog's normally white fur started to dye red. While impassible on the outside, Niji was rather surprised. I had no idea your dog could do that, Niji commented, as his Byakugan allowed him to see all the changes Akamaru was going through, besides the visible one. Kiba smiled in pride. Of course. Inyazuka dogs aren't just pets. There are partners for a reason. Meanwhile, back on the ground, black marks started to spread around Teiwa as she pulled out her flute once again. Get ready, you pieces of trash, you have no idea what's coming for you. Teiwa yelled as she started to play the flute once again. At the sound of the flute, the 3 summoned giants leaped at the 2 Konoha genin. Here they come. Get ready. Kiba shouted as he and Niji prepared for the incoming fight. Earth release, crushing avalanche. Large rocks started rise from the ground around Sakura before being chucked at the Oto ninja, who quickly dodged them, before reaching the Pinket in hand-to-hand combat. Multiple connected fists. Sakura was about to block the incoming fist, but she swore she saw several after-images of other fists around it, and indeed, she felt several strong hits despite successfully blocking the attack, which knocked her backwards a few meters. What the hell? Seikon asked, shaking his hand in pain. It's like your skin is made of metal. Sakura got up and smiled confidently at the blue-haired ninja. Her skin then turned grayish-brown, while her pink hair turned metallic silver. You're not that far off, Sakura replied. You're mostly a physical fighter, right? Then you won't be able to cause me much harm. The Iron Skin Jutsu. Good work, Forid, Ino mentally praised her fellow Konoha Kunoichi. Even with the Iron Skin Jutsu, those punches hurt. This guy is way stronger than he looks. I'll have to keep him fighting me, or else he'll snap Ino in 2, Sakura thought, as she carefully eyed her opponent. Let's go. With her skin-tight armor active, Sakura dashed at Seikon, who welcomed her with a sadistic smile. This time, the Oto ninja played defensively, blocking Sakura's attacks, maybe waiting for an opening to counter-attack or even waiting for her to get tired. That would have been a valid tactic back then, but after training with Guy-sensei, there's no way this punk can hope to exhaust me, Sakura thought in mild satisfaction. After pushing Sakura back a bit, Seikon started to rapidly spin. Multiple connected whirlwind. Seikon's spinning created a tornado around himself that hurled Sakura backwards, albeit it didn't cause too much damage. Weird. I swear I saw him sprouting multiple legs, Sakura thought as she pulled herself back. Meanwhile, Ino had sneaked behind the blue-haired ninja and was ready to make her move. She made a single hand seal. Mental Scourge Jutsu. Aiyayayag. Seikon yelled, as he instinctively grabbed his head with his hands, finding himself victim of a brief but powerful migraine. You bitch. Liked that? Ino smugly asked. That jutsu will cause you a huge headache if you try to gather and mold chakra. Even if you're a melee type, I prefer for you not to have a ranged option. I see. You're the ranged specialist, while your little friend here is the frontline fighter, am I right? Seikon asked, looking back and forth between the two girls. So that means that I should get rid of you first. Seikon dashed at Ino, evading Sakura's attempt to block him. On her part, Ino reached on her ninja tool pouch, and pulled something Seikon was unable to see, before tossing it at the ground, creating a cloud of smoke. Damn it! Seikon cursed. Multiple connected whirlwind. The tornado the Oto ninja generated managed to easily dispel the smoke created by the smoke bomb, but much to his chagrin, Ino used that time to keep some distance from him, as well to make several hand seals. Water release, water gun. Ino shot a stream of water from her mouth at the blue-haired ninja, who managed to dodge it. However, in doing so, he was left wide open for Sakura to attack from behind. Gotcha! The pinkette though, ready to reduce the Oto ninja to pulp. However, much to her surprise and confusion, a leg protruded from his back, kicking Sakura back with considerable force. The hell was that? Ino asked, just as shocked. Good to see that I wasn't the only one who saw that, Sakura added, as she stood up. Trying to attack from behind, huh? Smart, but useless against somebody like me, you can say that I have. Seikon began as, much to Sakura and Ino's horror, a second head grew besides the first one. Eyes on my back, the other head finished. Girls, meet my twin brother, Yukon, Seikon stated. As you can see, we're pretty close, hee. Ew. Both Sakura and Ino squirmed in disgust. You're not the first one who react in such a way, Seikon laughed. Sorry brother, I think they find you too repulsive. No double date for us, it seems. Oh well, that's life. Anyway, let's not play around, Yukon stated as black marks started to spread around his body. The marks began to glow as well, spreading through the rest of his body, turning his skin red, his eyes yellow with black sclera, and growing a horn on his forehead. Level 2 already? I wanted to have some fun before finishing them off, Seikon whined. We're on an important mission, and I want to go back to sleep. Besides, I doubt we'll get a good fight out of these two bimbos, Yukon replied. Who the hell are you calling a bimbo? Ino angrily asked. Ignoring Ino, Seikon did as his brother asked, and activated his cursed seal to its level 2 stage, undergoing an identical transformation, before finally separating into different bodies. Now you won't be able to blindside us, Seikon stated, smiling evilly at the two Konoha genin, who looked at his newly sharp and inhuman teeth with a mixture of disgust and horror. 2 versus 2. Now this is what you'd call a fair fight, don't you think? Yukon added. They may be two, but now that they're separated, they won't be able to use multiple limbs at the same time again, Sakura warned Ino. Alright, I'll try to have the two of them focused on me. Stay behind and cover me. Who died and made you leader? Ino replied. Upon seeing Sakura's glare, she relented. Alright, I'll do what you say. Sakura made a hand seal. Earth release, Earth clone jutsu. 3 masses of dirt and rock emerged from the ground and took the shape and color of Sakura Harino. Okay, between me and my clones, we should be able to fight them on even grounds. Earth clones take more than a single hit to destroy, and with all this earth, they don't take much chakra to form. Still, I better not expend much or else I won't be able to keep the iron skin active, Sakura thought, as she prepared to fight. Seikon and Yukon shot like rockets against two of the Sakura clones, which were immediately shattered by two deceptively strong punches. The third clone reacted in time, and delivered a flying kick to Yukon before he could recover, while the original Sakura dashed towards Seikon, fist raised and glowing with chakra. Cherry Blossom Strike. Seikon managed to vanish the last second before Sakura's fist hit the ground, creating another crater, and sending multiple rocks and pebbles up into the air. Upon missing, she looked around to see where did he go. "Where is he?" Sakura impatiently asked. Ino let out a scream. When Sakura looked at her, the blonde looked absolutely horrified at her, as if she had seen a nightmarish monster. "Ino? What's wrong? Are you?" the pinkette asked. "Oh, that reaction is pretty normal the first time somebody sees this," Seikon stated besides her. Turning her head, Sakura understood Ino's horror, and saw that Seikon had fused his body to hers. Sakura let out another scream of horror as well. "Thanks to Orochimaru-sama's cursed seal, Yukon, and I can use our bloodline limit to fuse with another person, almost in an instant." Now, Seikon proceeded to immobilize Sakura by forcing her to hold one of her arms with the other one. "Yukon, this one's done with, take care of the blonde." "Got it." The other brother replied, having just destroyed Sakura's remaining clone. Ino managed to snap to her senses and prepared for the incoming attack, slipping into a fighting stance. Yukon pulled out a kunai and dashed at her with a crazed smile. "Now die." Everything happened way too fast for Ino to see, and before she realized, Yukon had already slashed her torso. "Ino!" Sakura screamed in horror. As the blonde disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving a log behind, which snapped in two a second after appearing. "The hell?" Yukon asked. Seikon started to laugh. "Oh boy, I can't believe she got you with such a basic trick, brother. Mind transfer jutsu." Seikon was suddenly silenced, as a thud was heard from behind the merged ninja. Turning around, Sakura saw Ino's unconscious body in the ground. She then looked at the Oto ninja merged with her. "Ino?" the pinkette tentatively asked. As if to answer her question, Seikon slowly began to separate from Sakura, much to the latter's relief. "Thank you. I owe you one," Sakura told the blonde, now possessing the Oto ninja. "Seikon, what the hell are you doing?" Yukon asked, upon seeing his brother standing side by side with the enemy. He then realized what was going on. "Oh, I see, you're from that clan of psychics and body snatchers, right?" "Body snatchers? Oh, that's rich, coming from you." Ino as Seikon retorted. "Sakura, pull out a few smoke bombs." "Huh? What do you plan to?" Sakura asked. "Just do as I say, damn it." Ino snapped. Seikon's deep voice made Ino sound way scarier than she thought, which made Sakura to comply her request all the faster. "I don't know what you plan to do, but you're releasing my brother, now." Yukon shouted as they dashed at the Konoha duo. "Sakura, now!" Ino shouted. Sakura nodded and tossed the smoke bombs, creating a huge cloud of smoke in an instant, forcing Yukon to stop in his tracks and giving the two girls enough cover to sneak out, and take cover behind a large tree. "Sakura, I'm going to undo the jutsu. The instant I return to my original body, punch this creep with all your might." "I'll try to help you against the other," Ino whispered to her as she pulled out a kunai from Seikon's pouch. Sakura was having a bad feeling about that. "What do you mean, try?" The answer came in the form of Ino stabbing the kunai into Seikon's gut, much to Sakura's shock and horror. "Ino, what are you doing? Your body takes the same wounds as the body you possess." Sakura shouted, visibly shaken. "I know. That's why I have to return to my own body and heal myself as best as I can. Now give this asshole the whooping he deserves." Ino weakly protested as she made a hand seal. "Ino!" Sakura whispered in awe. Her expression became more determined as her fingers curled into a fist. "You can count on me." Ino smiled. She meant it to be a genuine smile, but her current body made her look unbelievably creepy. Release. Seikon had no time to process what had happened before a fist smashed against his face, hurling him backwards several meters, until he crashed against a tree, knocking him unconscious. Sakura guessed that given how much blood he was going to lose thanks to the wound inflicted by Ino, the blue-haired Oto ninja would never wake up again. Ino woke up within her body. Despite only a few seconds having passed before making that wound and her returning to her body, she had lost quite more blood than she had expected. Still, she wasn't going to let herself being carried away by panic, that wouldn't help. She was trained by one of the legendary Sannin, and she was going to make her proud. She placed both hands on the wound. Mystical Palm Jutsu. Her hands glowed with a green light as some of the blood returned back to her body, the wound started to slowly close. She wanted to finish it as soon as possible so she could go back and help Sakura, but rushing things wouldn't be of any help. I have to trust Sakura is strong enough to keep that creep at bay until I can rejoin her, Ino told herself as she carefully healed her wound. And even then, in my current state, don't think I'm going to be of much help. Oh well, at least I took one of those guys out. Come on forward, I'm sure you can match me. Following Sakura's previous shouts, Yukon managed to find where his possessed brother and Sakura had gone. And he managed to find them just when Sakura shattered Seikon's skull with a brutal and well-placed punch to the face. Seikon. Sakura turned around to see the other Oto ninja's face, contorted by rage and hatred. You killed Seikon. Yukon screamed at her. Sakura had the urge to mention that technically Seikon was still alive, but will die of blood loss in a few minutes if he wasn't properly treated, which wasn't going to happen. However, she knew that pointing that out wouldn't be of any help, so she merely slipped into a battle stance yet again. Yeah, he's dead. That's what happens when you mess with Konoha. Do you want me to send you to the place he is now? Sakura asked, trying to sound intimidating, but knew she failed in doing so. In fact, she only succeeded in making her enemy's anger even greater. You think you're so clever, right bitch? Yukon turned into a blue and red blur as he dashed towards Sakura. I'll cut your tongue and force you to eat it. The moment Yukon's fist connected with Sakura's face, the pinkette vanished, leaving a trail of cherry petals behind. Despite his anger, Yukon was still sane enough to recognize and dispel the genjutsu, and with a quick burst of chakra, the illusion was broken. Perched on a tree above him, Sakura pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached and tossed it at Yukon. The Oto ninja noticed and managed to jump in time, not only avoiding the explosion, but using it to catapult himself upwards and leap against Sakura. Die already! He yelled as he fell upon her. Crap! Sakura raised her arms in the form of an X to protect herself from the incoming hit. Yukon's punch had so much force behind it that it not only knocked Sakura back into the ground, but it managed to shatter the skin-tight metal layer protecting her body. Oh damn it! I thought that my iron skin jutsu was impenetrable. Sakura thought in horror. Seeing that it wasn't going to be of much help, she deactivated the jutsu in order to avoid needlessly consuming chakra. Yukon didn't give Sakura any time to breathe, as he was over her in less than 2 seconds. Sakura hurried to stand up and block the incoming storm of strong and painful kicks and punches, until her defense failed, and Yukon covered her body in nasty bruises before giving her a painful kick to the stomach that knocked her on her back. On second thought, I'm not going to kill you just yet, no, Yukon said as he slowly advanced towards Sakura's fallen form. Seikon's killer deserves more than a quick death. I don't care about the mission anymore. I'll take all the time necessary to drive you mad with pain. Yukon angrily pulled Sakura up by her long mane of pink hair, forcing her to meet him eye to eye. He snarled angrily at her. Something else to say? As quickly as she could, Sakura made a hand seal. Poison mist. Being so close to her, Yukon couldn't react in time and was enveloped by a purple cloud of toxic fumes, which he naturally inhaled. He stepped out of the cloud, coughing, and fell on his knees. You bitch. Yukon cursed between coughs. Be happy. With the amount of gas you inhaled, you'll be seeing your brother in a few minutes. Sakura then started to walk towards him, her fist glowing with a blue fire. But you know what? I'm going to speed things up just to be safe. Sakura's chakra-enhanced fist struck the defenseless Yukon in the torso, shattering multiple bones and reducing many of his internal organs to chunky salsa, ending his life in an instant. I did it. Sakura tiredly said to herself, as she fell on her knees. After completely healing herself, Ino went to find Sakura, something that wasn't hard to do thanks to her sensory abilities. Even if they weren't as strong as Karen's, they were quite acute. In no time she pinpointed Sakura's chakra signature, but for some reason, it was the only human chakra she could perceive. Can those guys mask their presence from sensors? Ino asked aloud. The answer came when she found the pinkette lying near the ravaged body of the ninja once known as Yukon. Sakura! Ino shouted in panic. She ran to her and quickly began to apply her medical ninjutsu on her former friend. She could tell that besides all those ugly bruises and bloodied wounds, she had a couple broken bones that would need more specialized treatment. Much to the blonde's relief, Sakura's eyes started to blink. Ino. Sakura weakly groaned. Don't move, Forid. I'm trying to heal you, Ino replied in a cold, neutral tone. Are you okay? The pinkette asked. I'm the one who should ask that, not you. Ino retorted. Now stay still while I heal you. Ino. What did I just tell you? The blonde angrily asked. Thank you, if you didn't take that other guy out, I don't think I could have defeated this one. Sakura told her, before coughing a bit. Ino found herself smiling at her former friend. Somebody had to. You could have let me, Sakura replied. Ino shook her head. No, it had to be me. I couldn't make you take such a huge risk. Don't patronize me, I'm a medic too, and a better one than you are. Sakura replied. Ino didn't retort with an acid quip as Sakura expected, and much to her surprise, Ino nodded. Yes, you're right, but like I told you, I couldn't let you do it. Not after the way I treated you. And I'm very sorry. Ino. No, let me finish, Ino interrupted as a single tear ran through her cheek. I'm sorry for how harsh I was on you, for still hating Sasuke, as if he was responsible for what happened to my father, as well as being so eager to end our friendship when we had a crush on the same boy. Will you forgive me? Only if you forgive me too, Sakura weakly replied. I didn't fight for our friendship as much as I should have. But I don't think things can go the way they were before. Don't say that, Ino replied. Maybe not now, but in the future, well, this is a start, isn't it? Maybe in due time, we can salvage what we used to have. When did you become such an optimist? Sakura asked. People change, Forid. People change. Meanwhile, not far from there, as Teiwa played the flute once again, Niji, Kiba and Akamaru were fighting Teiwa's summoned ogres, which she called Doki. These new adversaries would prove themselves to be quite stronger than they already looked. Passing Fang. After turning into a human drill, Kiba flew at the ogre with the metal kanabo, who used it to painfully smack Kiba with it, stopping the attack on his tracks and tossing him into the ground. Ah! Kiba shouted. Akamaru whined as he rushed to check his master. Don't worry buddy, I'm still okay. The Inyazuka replied as he rubbed his pained skull. His vision was shadowed by another one of the ogres, the one with the wrist places, leaping down at him. Oh shit! Vacuum palm! A vacuum shell blasted the ogre away, giving the Inyazuka and his dog a chance to get out of harm's way. Thanks. I think I owe you one, Kiba told Niji, sounding between thankful and bitter, since he didn't enjoy the idea of having to be saved. Even then, he knew it was no time to indulge into petty pride. The girl might not be much of a hand-to-hand fighter, but these monstrosities more than make up for it, Niji observed. We should step up our game. Try to distract those things, and I'll see if I can get a good hit on the girl. Kiba nodded and made a hand seal. Man-beast clone. Akamaru turned into a clone of Kiba. Come on Akamaru, let's go. Human and dog turned human charged against the Doki that had smacked Kiba the time before. He guessed that if he was able to disarm him, he wouldn't be such a big threat, before he heard Kakashi's voice in his head reminding him not to underestimate his enemies. Especially now, since this wasn't a controlled competition, but a life-or-death situation. Man, I didn't realize until now how dire the situation is, Kiba bitterly thought as he recalled the mission to Taki that took a turn for the worst. Wonder what would have happened that time if Kakashi-sensei wasn't there for us. Well, he won't save us now, that's pretty much for sure. Still, I think we got strong enough not to need any more saving. The Doki also rushed towards Kiba, Kanabo raised above his head. He could also smell another one coming at them. Passing Fang. Once again, Kiba started to spin like a drill as he flew towards the armed giant, who lowered his weapon as he did before. Something Kiba was already counting on. Akamaru, now. Akamaru used Passing Fang as well, though his was aimed at the giant's hand. The attack connected, and the Kanabo smash successfully interrupted just as Kiba's attack hit the ogre in the chest, who let out a roar of pain as he was knocked backwards. Kiba stopped spinning as he landed on a tree branch. Akamaru, the other one. Kiba warned. Heeding his master's warning, Akamaru joined him and both of them faced the ogre with the blades attached to the wrists. They were about to clash, when the ogre managed to dodge their assault and rush past them. What the hell? Oh, crap, Niji. Kiba cursed as he and Akamaru turned around and chased the monster. Meanwhile, Niji took the opportunity to dash towards Teiwa, but his Byakugan spotted the third Doki rushing to cut his chase short, and knew he wouldn't be able to reach her in time. However, that would allow him to strike first, and would make sure such hit to be devastating. Mountain Crusher. The moment the Doki landed in front of Niji, the Hyuga prodigy connected his palm with the monster's chest, and sent a powerful wave of chakra that sent him flying as if Niji just swatted a fly. Got you, Niji declared as he moved to attack Teiwa. But much to the Hyuga's confusion, Teiwa didn't look worried at all. According to his father, if an enemy feels confident, it is for two reasons: they're way over their head, or they know something you don't that gives them a meaningful advantage. Niji had the feeling it was because of the latter reason. And just as he suspected, his Byakugan caught the remaining two Doki attempting to ambush him from behind, attacking him from different angles. Niji stopped his charge and started to spin on the spot. Heavenly Spin. The monsters attacked Niji a second after he activated the Hyuga's ultimate defense, which made honor to such name, and violently pushed the Doki backwards. However, while Niji was defending himself from the ambush, Teiwa jumped back several times, placing some distance between her melee specialized enemies. Alright you retards, you're starting to get on my nerves, so get ready for this very special melody of mine. Teiwa shouted. Nobody who ever heard it lived to tell the tale. Teiwa started to play the flute again, and the Doki's battle stance relaxed. They turned their head upwards, and opened their sewn mouths. And from their mouths, giant spectral worms appeared as if they were beasts leaving their lairs. The spectral worms had multiple mouths full of sharp teeth around their body. What the hell is that? Kiba asked, rather perplexed. I don't know, they seem made of chakra, but it doesn't look like anything I've ever seen, Niji replied as he inspected the spectral worms with his Byakugan. They appear to be unstable. Either way, we shouldn't let them touch us. Very smart, you shithead. Now let's see if you're fast enough not to get caught by them. Teiwa yelled as she resumed her melody. The Doki jumped towards the Konoha ninja, and the spectral worms coming from their mouths lunged at them. Watch out! Niji shouted. Everybody jumped aside, but one of those worms managed to bite Kiba's arm. Kiba could see how part of his chakra was being drained into the monster. Not his whole chakra, just the physical part of it. Damn! Kiba yelled as he instinctively held his arm. It felt numb and tired, as if he used that arm for a long time without rest. Seeing Niji hiding inside a small cave under a large tree branch, Kiba followed suit, alongside Akamaru, who turned back into a dog. Fortunately, their hiding spot was big enough for the three of them. Told you not to let that thing touch you, Niji chided Kiba. You don't have to tell me twice, the Inyazuka replied as he nursed his affected arm. Those things are way more dangerous now than when they used physical attacks. Any plans on what to do? Like I said before, the summoner is the key. If we manage to reach her, her beasts won't be an issue, Niji told Kiba. Kiba frowned, unconvinced. Yeah, that sounds so good and all that, but getting to her proved to be nearly impossible before, and now she made it even harder. Niji looked pensive, as his brain studied all the facts and possibilities until he found a possible solution. She uses the music of her flute to control her summons, right? So it seems, Kiba replied. So if we manage to nullify the music, those monsters would become inert, and thus no threat to us, Niji continued. Yeah, I think that was pretty clear, Kiba agreed, before frowning once again. What's not clear though, is how are we going to stop that music? Getting near her is pretty much impossible, as we both just saw. There's usually more than one way to solve a problem, and I doubt this situation is an exception, Niji cryptically replied. Kiba raised an eyebrow. If we can't stop her from playing her flute, then maybe we can generate a sound loud enough to counter it. Kiba pondered the Hyuga prodigy's words, and couldn't find any fault in his reasoning. Now that's something that could work. But what can we do to create that much noise? Akamaru barked something. Kiba looked at his dog, a bit taken aback. That jutsu? Are you sure you're ready? Kiba asked Akamaru, who barked affirmatively. What did he say? Niji asked. Well, we have something that may work, Kiba began, sounding unsure. There are 3 problems. The first one is that we haven't completely mastered that jutsu yet. The second is that we need some time and space to get ready, and lastly, we aren't sure if we'd be able to make enough noise to cancel the music. Niji took a second to ponder his current partner's words. How much time would you need? Kiba had to think the answer for a second. About 5 to 10 seconds, I'd say. Okay. I'll buy you that time, Niji stated as he was about to step out of their hiding place. Whoa. Wait a second. What are you going to do? Kiba asked as he grabbed Niji by his forearm. Buy you some time, as I just said right now. You two get ready, Niji stated before shaking Kiba's grip and dashing into the forest. Aw man, this nutcase is going to get us killed, Kiba groaned. Akamaru whined something, before the two of them left the relative safety of their hiding spot. Niji didn't shout, over here, bet you can't catch me, since that would be a dead ringer for their true intentions, but was obvious enough to draw the attention of the monsters, who leaped at him as the spectral worms opened their toothy mouths in anticipation. Good, the 3 of them are following me, Niji thought in satisfaction. But said satisfaction was short-lived as the summons started to get dangerously close to him. Niji turned back and leaped backwards while thrusting his open palm at his closet enemy. Vacuum palm. The vacuum shell successfully damaged one of the spectral worms, however, it only took a couple seconds to reform. Come on, Kiba, I bought you more than 10 seconds, you should be ready by now. Fortunately, Niji's risky actions weren't in vain, as they allowed the Inyazuka genin and his canine partner to prepare their jutsu. Kiba was hunched over, with Akamaru standing on his back. Okay buddy, are you ready? Kiba asked, and Akamaru barked affirmatively. Alright then, let's go. Human-beast combination transformation, double-headed wolf. The jutsu produced a cloud of smoke, and when it dispelled, instead of Kiba and Akamaru was a huge, white-furred 2-headed wolf. Alright, so far so good. Now, the second part, the thundering roar. Kiba mentally told Akamaru. The 2 heads gathered chakra on their respective throats, before releasing a deafening roar each, making birds to fly away and small animals to flee in every direction. And most importantly, during a few seconds, it managed to drown the sound of Teiwa's flute, leaving her doki immobile and harmless. Good job, Kiba, you did it, Niji whispered to himself. Now it's time to finish this. Niji jumped at the 3 immobile ogres and got into the gentle fist-fighting stance. He only had a few seconds until they started to move again. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Fast as lightning, Niji started to move and hit each of Teiwa's summons before moving on to the next. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. 64 strikes. 128 strikes. The attack left Niji exhausted, but it fulfilled its purpose. With little to no chakra left, the doki were forcefully unsummoned. Now that that's out of the way, we should take care of the woman. Teiwa needed to take a moment to understand what just happened. One moment, the forest was shook by an incredibly loud roar, as if coming from a gigantic beast. Then, when the roar died down a few seconds later, her doki had been unsummoned. It's over, Niji said as he landed behind her. Taewya turned around and growled. There's no way you can defeat me. Taewya's angry mask morphed into a confident smirk. You think so? Then, much to Niji's shock, the black marks on her skin started to glow as if they were on fire and spread all over her body, turning it reddish-brown. Her hair grew longer and paler, and her eyes turned yellow with black sclera. But her more prominent change were the twisted horns that grew around her head, giving her a demonic appearance. Still, the external changes were nothing comparing to how her chakra network changed. Thanks to his Byakugan, Niji could see how a second kind of chakra, which so far remained contained by Taewya's own, overtook the girl's chakra network. Let's see if you're so confident after this, you piece of shit. Taewya growled as she lunged at Niji. It took very few time for the Hyaga to realize that the transformation increased the girl's physical strength quite a lot, and combined with Niji's own exhaustion, made the combat difficult to him. Still, he knew that he could win. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Niji moved to deliver the first 2 strikes of the Gentle Fist style's second most basic combo. Like hell I'm going to let you do that. Taewya exclaimed as she delivered a painful kick at Niji's stomach, knocking him on his back, interrupting the combo. You think that because you destroyed my summons, you already won? Well, shithead, I have some news for you. Taewya jumped into the air towards Niji, ready to stomp his head into the ground. However, much to her shock, she was attacked by a vicious 2-headed beast while she was in midair. With one claw swipe, Taewya was sent flying backwards. Niji got back on his feet and took a second to examine the creature that just saved him. Kiba? He asked. The 2-headed canine just looked at him, but Niji could see that his guess was true. Ugh. Taewya groaned as she painfully got up. Where did that fucking monster come from? Well, it's obvious it's on the same side as the pale-eyed brat. There's no way I can defeat those two. Even if Orochimaru-sama might punish me, if I stay here any longer, I'll die for sure. The 2-headed wolf lunged once again at Taewya. However, the moment he hit her, she disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving a long behind. The enemy is retreating, Niji informed Kiba, who looked at him, as if asking something. No, we shouldn't chase her. We better go and help our friends. The 2-headed wolf split into Kiba and Akamaru. Alright then. Let's see if I can catch the scent of any of them, Kiba replied. Niji nodded, and the 2 of them moved to regroup with the others. Meanwhile, further to the north, Kimimaro continued his trip to the land of sound alone, carrying his 2 hostages, still unconscious. One of the shadow clones that he left behind had dispelled, providing him with updated intel on his pursuers. 7 Konoha ninja remained, the Fortunin still among them. Kimimaro pondered if he could take on all of them, knock the Jinchuriki key out and complete the mission without the need to use the trap they were leading him to. However, soon the decision would be out of his hands. Carrying those 2 children was slowing him down, enabling his pursuers to catch him. Oh well. It's not that the idea of a fight displeased him that much. He never had the chance of going all out since Orochimaru had healed him of his disease. Soon, those kids would realize that they bit way more than they could chew. Chapter 38. Senju Twins Rescue Part 3. Or, the Maw of the Beast. Koji started to open his eyes as consciousness slowly returned to him. The feeling of extreme weakness that made him black out was being replaced by a more comfortable sensation as his energy slowly, but surely, returned to his body. There was an audible sigh. Thanks Kami, he's waking up, Shikamaru's voice said. Koji tried to stand up, but a small pair of hands held him in place. Don't move. Tamaki's voice stated. Don't worry, I'm almost done here. Thankfully your wounds weren't too severe. But we need to do something about your exhaustion, somebody he recognized as Shino stated. True to the Abarame's words, he only took a couple more minutes to heal Koji, prompting Tamaki to release him. She then handed him something he recognized as a ration bar. Here, eat, Tamaki told him. Shikamaru said that you need to recover your lost calories, sorry I don't have anything better. However, Koji wasn't in the mood to reject anything, and welcomed the bar with open arms. It's okay, thanks a lot, Koji replied, as he started to eat the bar. It's a good thing you found us, or else Koji would be a goner, Shikamaru mentioned, not hiding his immense relief. How did you find us, by the way? Koji asked. I had one of my beetles latched onto each one of you. Said beetles can release a specific pheromone impossible to smell except to others of its kind. That way I'm able to track all of you, Shino explained. Both Shikamaru and Koji had to resist the urge to look their bodies for the aforementioned bug. So, I'm guessing that you got to fight other of those Oto ninja, and given that you're here, you won, right? Shikamaru asked. Tamaki nodded affirmatively. Yeah, albeit barely. And they said the two we fought were the weakest. I can't even think what the others are up against, Tamaki wondered aloud, as she looked into the distance. Wonder if Kiba is okay. Should we go and try to help the others? Shikamaru asked. Shino shook his head. That would be mostly unwise. We just spent most of our energy fighting, some, like Koji, to the point of collapse. Far from being of any help, we'd be a burden. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. The Abarame then perked up. Somebody's coming. Everybody minus Koji shot up, pulled out their weapons, and slipped into a fighting stance. It seems that if we don't go to the fights, the fight will come to us, Tamaki complained, as she inwardly prayed for this new enemy not to be too tough. However, the tension was immediately diffused, and replaced by relief, when the would-be enemies turned out to be Kakashi and Guy, being led by Pakun. Kakashi-sensei. Tamaki squealed in joy as she rushed to meet him. Thank goodness. Reinforcements at last, Shikamaru said, as he allowed himself to drop on his butt. Strong reinforcements, might I add? Guy asked the most obvious, yet fitting question that the situation demanded. What happened here? We already know about the Hokage children's abduction. Naruto told Kurane through a shadow clone, and she told us, Kakashi interjected, so they wouldn't have to start from the beginning. The kidnappers are a group of 5 Oto ninja. Some of them stayed behind in order to delay us. Koji and I fought one, while Shino and Tamaki defeated another, meaning that so far, only 3 remain, Shikamaru quickly explained. However, the 2 we defeated were the weakest members of that squad. Our partners will have a much harder time against them than we did, Shino added. Kakashi-sensei, Kiba is still out there. You need to find him and help him. Tamaki pleaded. I smell both him and Akamaru, Pakun mentioned. He's not far away from here. In that case, there's no time to waste. Guy, can you take care of these 4? The copy ninja asked. Guy would have preferred to check on his students, but this was a more pressing responsibility. Kakashi and the others would have to take care of them. He gave Kakashi his trademark nice guy pose. You can count on that, Kakashi. I'll make sure they return to the village safe and sound. Guy energetically declared. The village? It is safe to return. Shino asked. Indeed. The unyouthful invaders have been successfully repelled, once again proving that nothing can topple Konoha's steel-hard resolve. Can we go back now? Shikamaru awkwardly asked. Meanwhile, Naruto and his remaining friends continued the chase. Even if their numbers have been reduced to less than half of how many they started this impromptu rescue mission, 7 was more than enough to deal with the last remaining kidnapper, no matter how strong he was. Or at least, that's what Naruto liked to think. The scenario in which he failed to save his siblings was something he didn't dare to even think. Naruto-kun, Hinata called, almost in a whisper. When Naruto looked at her, she shot him a caring smile. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Naruto smiled back at her. He was so grateful to have somebody like her at his side in such a dire moment. Yes, he needed to stay positive. He then looked at Karen. "Nei-chan, how far until we reach that scumbag?" Naruto asked. "Not far. He's moving slower than us. We'll catch him in no time," Karen announced. "We better get ready, then," Sasuke stated, as his hand instinctively reached the handle of his katana. "Wait." Karen suddenly said, startling the other 6. "Something wrong?" Haku asked. The man stopped. I think he's done running and plans to fight all of us. Karen informed. This is a golden opportunity, Tenten interjected. Naruto, when we fight the guy, you go and rescue your siblings. Then run back to Konoha. We'll cover you as long as we can. That's a sound plan. Even if he can do clones of any kind, there's no way he can fight on multiple fronts, Naruto replied. Wait. Karen called again. I'm sensing somebody else. He's in front of the kidnapper. It seems as if they're talking. We must assume this new ninja is an enemy if the two of them didn't engage in battle, Hinata stated. As she came closer, her Byakugan finally spotted Kimimaro, and the mysterious man he was talking to. She gasped. Hinata-hime? Naruto asked, mildly concerned. Kimimaro had stepped out of the dense forest, and landed in a green, clear expanse with few trees and a large lake, when he was stopped in his tracks when a man appeared before him. The newcomer also had white hair like Kimimaro, and unlike Kimimaro, he was spotting an incredibly smug smile on his face. He guessed the man was an ally, given that he was wearing the Otogaku or standard uniform, but then again that could be a trick from the enemy. Hey there, going somewhere? The stranger asked. Who are you? Kimimaro asked, not lowering his guard for a minute. A friend, if you can't tell by the clothes, the man replied, apparently finding Kimimaro's lack of trust amusing. Name's Mizuki, by the way. Orochimaru-sama left me here in case you guys were in trouble. And given that you lost your whole squad, it seems that you are. And you came here to help me? The shirtless man asked. It should be obvious, isn't it? Mizuki replied, as he walked over, tensing up the Kagaya clan member. Relax, like I said, I'm a friend. Listen, there's not much time. I know you're way stronger than I am, so you must stay here and fight your pursuers. I'll take the children to the base. Then you take the Jinchuriki once you kill the others. How I know that you're telling the truth? Kimimaro asked. You don't know. But you don't have much of a choice now, Mizuki replied, looking at something behind the Sound 5 leader. Not lowering his guard, Kimimaro turned around, and saw Naruto and his 6 remaining friends landing a few meters in front of him. Mizuki-sensei. Tenten asked in surprise. He isn't your sensei anymore. He's with Orochimaru now. Did I tell you when my team fought against him in the Land of Sound? Haku reminded his girlfriend. You did, but the idea of one of our teachers being a traitor was a bit hard to digest, Tenten replied. I doubt you'd be able to fight so many ninja, even if they're children, and keep them from taking the hostages back, don't you? Mizuki asked. Kimimaro hated to admit it, but he had no choice. He handed the children to Mizuki. If you screw the mission, I'll personally kill you, the white-haired young man threatened in a rather cold and emotionless tone. Mizuki replied with an unnerving chuckle. I'm sure we won't have to get to such point. Mizuki took the still unconscious children, and leaped away. No! Naruto yelled as he charged at the fleeing Mizuki. Shadow Clone Jutsu. An army of Narutos came to life, but that wouldn't be enough. Kimimaro then slammed his hands in the ground. Dance of the Seedling Fern. A barrier of spiky bones emerged from the ground, impaling and dispelling most of the Naruto clones. Thankfully the real one was able to stop in time. Get out of the way! Naruto angrily shouted. Kimimaro remained impassible. I'm afraid I can't do that. Now! Naruto bellowed. His eyes turned red with slitted pupils. His cheek marks became bolder, as his teeth and nails grew sharper. A red aura started to appear around him. Summoning Jutsu. While Naruto charged against Kimimaro, Sasuke used the opportunity to summon a small hawk. Quickly, follow that man that's carrying 2 children. Sasuke ordered the small bird. The hawk caught affirmatively, and took off. Kimimaro raised his head to look at the speeding bird. Sasuke started to sweat. If he destroys my summon, then we won't have a way to track where did Mizuki go. Sasuke distressingly thought. But much to his relief, Kimimaro ignored the bird, and looked at the 7 Konoha ninja once again. Naruto shared that same relief. He looked at Sasuke and shot him a grateful smile. Good one, Sasuke, Naruto thanked him. Sasuke just smirked at him in return, before turning his gaze back at the present threat. You were 15 at the beginning, yet 7 of you still remain. The strongest 7, I presume, Kimimaro began. My teammates did a poor job at whittling down your numbers. But it doesn't matter anymore. Your path ends here. Listen, we still can salvage this, Tenten said. The moment he is distracted, Naruto and a couple others should leave and follow Mizuki. Very well. I will go first, and test the strength of our opponent, Lee suggested. All right, but take your weights off first. According to Karen, this opponent is near as strong as our Jonin-sensei, Tenten told him. But Guy-sensei told me to dash, Lee attempted to protest. Guy-sensei's not here, and in his absence, I'm your direct superior. So take off your weights, that's an order, Tenten sternly stated. Lee decided to obey, and did what he was asked to. He removed the weights under his leg warmers, and held them on each hand with their arms spread. Then, he dropped the training tools, falling into the ground with a deafening noise, leaving 2 craters at his sides. Everybody looked at the weights in shock. Lee, what kind of self-imposed handicap did you have when we fought? Haku thought, doing a better job masking his shock than everybody else. Kimimaro wasn't impressed, though. He slipped into a combat stance, ready to take whatever the Konoha ninja threw at him. Which happened to be a flying kick. Konoha whirlwind. The shirtless teen managed to block Lee's admittedly powerful flying kick without much difficulty, and push the green-clad ninja backwards. However, other 2 Konoha ninjas attacked while he was doing that. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Lightning release, Thunderbolt. Sasuke breathed a huge fireball at Kimimaro while Hinata cast a storm of lightning from her fingertips. The Oto ninja jumped out of the way before he could be hit, and aimed his hands at both Uchiha and Hyuga. 10 finger drilling bullets. A bone bullet was fired from each of his fingers, 5 flying towards Sasuke and the other 5 towards Hinata. The former used his Sharingan to dodge if barely, the attack, while the latter thrust both palms forward. Vacuum palm wall. Hinata released massive vacuum shell that crashed against the bullets, but it failed to stop their momentum, and the bone projectiles embedded on Hinata's chest. Hinata! Naruto yelled in shock. But much to his relief, Hinata disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving a shattered log behind. Shit, Karen Nichin wasn't exaggerating when he said this guy is strong. If we aren't careful, this freak might kill us all. Naruto distressingly thought. I had heard so much about your clans, Uchiha and Hyuga, Kimimaro began. But if you're the best your clans can offer, then Konoha had even less of a future than I had imagined. Lee suddenly appeared from behind, and delivered a quick kick to Kimimaro's head, throwing him sideways. The Kagaya managed to regain balance and land on his feet, though. Not bad, but insufficient, Kimimaro replied, as spiky bones began to grow over all of his body. Dance of the Larch. Kimimaro's body fired the bone spikes in multiple directions, many of them flying right towards the Konoha ninja. Karen and Haku were quick to react and defend. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Ice release, Ice barrier. 2 walls, one made of solid rock, the other of deceptively hard ice, appeared between Kimimaro and the Konoha ninja. The bone missiles managed to pierce both walls, but they lost enough momentum to be safely deflected with mere kunao. Shadow Clone Jutsu. From behind the destroyed walls, an army of blondes appeared and charged at the white-haired teen, letting out cries of rage. Once again, Kimimaro remained impassible. Dance of the Camellia. A pair of bone swords grew from each of Kimimaro's palms, detaching from his hands once they were complete, and rushed to meet the orange-clad army. And, despite their sheer numbers, the Naruto clones were overwhelmed by the speed, endurance, and skill of the white-haired teen, who massacred the clones before either of them had a chance to lay a finger on him. Shit, this guy is way too strong. Naruto thought as he felt his clones disappearing en masse. While Kimimaro was distracted fighting the clones, Tenten saw a golden opportunity to attack, and leaped above the brawl while unfurling one of her scrolls. Naruto, get the real you out of the way. Tenten warned while she prepared her attack. Manipulated tools, Rain of Steel. The scroll unsealed a multitude of kunao and shuriken at a fast pace, casting a rain of metal over the battlefield. However, the attack was of little help, as it mostly destroyed the Naruto clones, while Kimimaro easily deflected the weapons aimed at him with his improvised swords while he moved backwards. Tenten! Naruto angrily shouted at the brown-haired girl. Tenten smiled sheepishly. Sorry. Haku moved to attack. If Kimimaro managed to deflect everything they threw at him, then they needed to use something that would be impossible to deflect. He made several hand seals. Ice release, winter breath. From his mouth Haku released an extremely cold wind that froze everything it touched. Kimimaro couldn't react in time, and he was engulfed by the dense blue mist, encasing him in a block of ice. Yay! Good one, Haku! Naruto cheered. Then, much to everybody's surprise, Kimimaro disappeared, leaving a log inside the block of ice. Everyone, he's underground. Watch out! Hinata warned the others. As soon as the warning left her lips, multiple bone spikes started to sprout from the ground. The Konoha ninja moved as fast as they could in order to avoid them, but the more bones appeared, the less space they had to move. Hinata-hime, where is he? Naruto asked as he dodged the incoming spikes. 15 steps to the front and 7 to the left, was Hinata's response. Naruto created a single shadow clone, which he used to help himself leap into the air as high as he could. While on air, he extended his hand, and made sure to fall in the spot Hinata had told him. Raise non. The sphere of chakra released its energy into the ground, creating a massive crater, as well as cracking the ground in multiple directions. The attack had the intended effect, and Kimimaro was forced to leave his underground hiding spot. Sasuke appeared from behind, katana unsheathed. Fire release, burning edge. Kimimaro barely had time to grow several spikes on his back which successfully blocked the fiery blade. He counterattacked by growing them even longer, forcing Sasuke to put some distance between the two of them. I admit you're strong. And your numbers make me fighting you quite more difficult than it should be, Kimimaro confessed. But you should also know that I'm only using a fraction of my real power. Then why not go all out and finish us already? Sasuke tentatively asked. While I admit you're strong, you're not strong enough to be deserving of my best moves, Kimimaro retorted, causing Sasuke to snarl. But keep trying, and I might reward you with the strength of my full power. Adamantine sealing chains. Before Kimimaro could react, many chains wrapped around his body. He wasn't perturbed, as mere chains couldn't be able to hold him back. However, the moment he tried to use his trusty bloodline limit, he found himself unable to gather chakra. What? Ha! Reward that! Karen shouted in a taunting tone. Kimimaro could see that the chains were coming from the girl's back. While Kimimaro was being held, Haku made more hand seals. Ice release, ice prison jutsu. The chained Kaguya was encased in a large block of ice. Haha, yes, we got him. Good work you two. Naruto congratulated both Karen and Haku. Well, we couldn't have done it if you didn't shit. Karen suddenly shouted. What's going on? Sasuke asked, mildly alarmed. The guy's chakra level is rising. Karen warned. He will break out of the ice and my chains at any moment. What? Tenten asked in shock. How's that possible? She's right. There's a foul chakra that's empowering his chakra network. Hinata added. Guys, you need to go, now. Tenten urged the others. I'll stay here and help Haku and Karen hold this guy down. But you can't do that. This opponent is way stronger than any other foe we ever faced. Lee protested. We'll be fine. Naruto-kun will need you far more than we will, Haku reassured. Now go, time is of essence. Without some hesitation, Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Lee left their 3 comrades to deal with the insanely strong Kaguya member. Alright, but don't you dare to get killed by this guy, you hear me? Naruto asked before leaving. Karen smiled. Don't worry, Nii-san. I'm not planning to die today, and I don't think these two do either. Let's head up north, that's where their hideout must be. Sasuke stated as he started to move, followed by the other three. My hawk should have located its exact position by now. Alright, let's go. Sasuke, Lee, follow my and Hinata's lead, we've been here before and know which path to take, Naruto suggested. The others nodded and resumed their pursuit, not without having a lingering feeling of guilt about leaving their other three friends behind against such a powerful enemy. And, indeed, after a few seconds, there was a burst of a very potent chakra that shattered Haku's ice block and Karen's chakra chains. Kimimaro stood there, with his stoic expression unchanged, looking at the three Konoha ninja with his dull eyes. There were black marks spreading over his body. Congratulations. Very few people push me to the extent of being forced to use the cursed seal, Kimimaro stated. It will be of some consolation to know that at least you accomplished something before dying. Can you walk? Ino asked. Yeah, I feel a bit better now, Sakura replied, as she weakly got back on her feet. So, we beat those guys, what do we do now? Should we help the others? Ino scoffed. Honestly, it's us the ones who need to be helped. I still can't believe that we beat those creepy twins. As much as Sakura wanted to help the others, Ino had a point. In their current state, they would be of little help. How do you think the others did? Ino asked, a bit insecurely. I mean, I have faith in them, but we should have seen them already if they won their fights. Well, we won, and we can barely move. Maybe the others are in a similar predicament, Sakura replied. Besides, we didn't see those Oto ninja either. Suddenly, that moment, there was a rustling in a nearby bush. Sakura and Ino tensed up, and adopted fighting stances. Sakura, if it's one of those Oto ninja, I swear I'm going to dash. ARF. Ino was interrupted upon seeing Akamaru's small form running towards her. The little dog started to run in circles around the two girls, letting out happy barks. Soon, he was joined by Kiba, Niji, Asuma and Kurane. Look, here they are, Kiba mentioned. Good job finding them, Akamaru. ARF. The doggy happily barked as he returned to his master's side. Asuma-sensei. Ino squealed in joy, and rushed to hug him. Oh, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm happy to see you in one piece as well, Asuma commented, taking a look at his student. It seems that you two got roughed up a bit. That's putting it lightly, Sakura sourly added. What about Shikamaru and Koji? Are they alive? Ino worriedly asked. Yes, they're fine. One of Kakashi's dogs told us that Kakashi and Guy found them, alongside Shino and Tamaki. Kurane was the one who replied. What about the others? They resumed the chase of the kidnappers. Well, kidnapper, only the squad leader remains, Ino told them. Even if he might be the strongest of the group, there's no way they can defeat the rest of our friends, especially since Naruto and Sasuke were among them. Seeing the two Jonin there made Sakura realize of something. Hey, what about the village? Did we beat the invaders? The Pinkette asked. Yes, the invasion is no longer a problem. Orochimaru and his flunkies had been successfully repelled, Asuma told them, making everybody unaware of the news sigh in relief. Maybe this day won't turn so bad after all. Sakura replied. We'd better not celebrate in advance. The children of the Hokage haven't been rescued yet, Kurane reminded everybody. Kiba, Niji, take Ino and Sakura back to the village. Asuma and I will try to catch Naruto and the others. Understood, Niji agreed with a head nod, as he and the other three genin turned back to the village, while the two Jonin went into the opposite direction. As they moved to the north, Asuma noticed that Kurane was becoming more and more tense by the minute. The fact that they hadn't found none of her students was probably eating her from the inside. I'm sure they will be fine, Asuma stated, drawing his girlfriend's attention. Your students are way stronger than mine, and mine managed to come out of their fights alive. I try to think that, but you can never be too certain, Kurane replied. Not helped since the three of them, especially Naruto, have something that makes them desirable prey for scum of the earth like Orochimaru. Well, Orochimaru was in Konoha. Hokage-sama fought and defeated him. He won't be a threat to Naruto nor the others anytime soon, Asuma reassured her. Actually, that might not be the case. I think there's something more to this invasion than what it looks like. Kurane replied. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Well, yes. He planned to use the invasion as a cover to kidnap the Hokage's children. So even if the invasion failed, he'd still get something out of it, Asuma replied. Yes, but remember what Naruto told us. Kabuto could have easily defeated and took him away, yet he told him about what happened to his siblings. Asuma was starting to realize the implication of Kurane's words. Because he knew he'd do anything to get them back. Including going out of the village, where he would be vulnerable and easy to capture while most of the adults are busy dealing with the invasion, Kurane finished. Now Asuma understood Kurane's worries much better, since they went far beyond merely caring for her students. Fortunately, there still might be some time to stop such thing from happening, Kurane stated. Asuma nodded, and the two of them increased their pace. Wait a minute, Haku said, as if remembering something. Those abilities, I knew I heard about them. You're a Kagaya clan member, right? Yes. It seems my clan's reputation is known even in countries beyond the land of water, Kimimaro confirmed. I thought all your clan went extinct when they launched that nonsensical campaign against the rest of the nation, Haku commented. True. But as you can see, at least one of them made out of that catastrophe alive, the white-haired teen replied. The same could be said about you, Yuki. Orochimaru-sama thought your clan fell prey to the bloodline purges, but it isn't the case. I would have died with the rest of my clan if it wasn't for the actions of a certain man, Haku replied. In that case, then we are alike. It was Orochimaru-sama who saved me from a certain doom and gave me a purpose. Now, to show him my gratitude, I serve and help him in every way I can. And he will be very happy when I bring him the last bearer of the ice release. Kimimaro then glanced at Karen, who tensed up upon being noticed. And you, that red hair, and that jutsu, you're an Uzumaki, right? Orochimaru-sama also expressed interest in getting his hands in one of your kind. The three Konoha ninja found his words sickening. While other Oto ninja would do that to seek a reward from the snake Sannin, it seemed that Kimimaro did it just to make his master happy, something they had trouble deciding if it was worse or not. Kimimaro finally looked at Tenten. You, on the other hand, appear to be completely unremarkable. Your death won't be a big loss. Haku's nostrils flared in anger and was about to reply, but his girlfriend was quicker. How about if I show you how unremarkable I can be? The bun-haired girl taunted, before crossing her arms in front of her face. Gate of opening, open. Powerful surges of chakra coursed Tenten's body as she was enveloped by a glowing green aura. She then unfurled a small storage scroll and unsealed a couple of broadswords. All right, I'll face this guy in close combat. Karen, Haku, you two cover me from behind with ninjutsu, Tenten stated. Both genin nodded affirmatively as they prepared to fight. Tenten disappeared in a green blur, and reappeared behind the Oto ninja, ready to strike him down. Kimimaro, though, was already expecting this. Dance of the Willow. Multiple bone spikes grew from Kimimiro's back, parrying Tenten's blows, and forcing the kunoichi back. Karen and Haku took the opportunity to attack. Adamantine Sealing Chain. Ice Release, Piercing Icicle Shot. Haku formed a spear of ice which flew at Kimimaro, while Karen shot a chakra chain from the palm of her hand. Dance of the Camellia. Two more bone swords grew from Kimimiro's hands, and used them to parry the attacks from Haku and Karen. He then turned back and engaged Tenten in a duel of sword fighting. Despite his lithe appearance, Kimimaro had a lot of strength, albeit the brown-haired kunoichi guessed that those black marks around his body had something to do with it. She jumped backwards in order to have some room for her next move. She spread her arms horizontally, and started to spin. Raging Blade Storm. In a few seconds, Tenten turned into a razor-sharp tornado, menacingly moving towards Kimimaro. Kyoto Ninja tried to block her attack with his improvised swords, but he underestimated the strength of the kunoichi's attack, and his bone swords were blown out of his hands, and even got a few cuts on his chest before jumping back. Water Release, Water Clone Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Multiple Karens and Hakus appeared around the original, spread in a semicircle around Kimimaro, and started to pelt the last Kagaya with Senbon and Kunao. Kimimaro merely grew more bones on his back and shoulders which managed to block the incoming projectiles. Forgetting about Tenten, Kimimaro dashed towards the clones, generated 2 more bone swords, and started to skewer them with little effort. "I think I should take care of your first," Kimimaro stated as he impaled a Haku clone, turning back into water. "You two are ranged specialists, plus I'm sure one of you is also a medic nin. Don't worry, I won't hurt you much." After destroying the last Karen clone, he moved to incapacitate the real redhead, who prepared to deliver an hilariously telegraphed kick. Kimimaro proceeded to block her kick, and then knock her unconscious. However, Karen's kick packed far more force than her small form suggested, almost like being kicked by a large beast. Coupled with how little strength he mustered to block the attack, Karen's savage kick sent him into the air, spinning rapidly, before falling with a loud thud. "Too bad I'm going to hurt you as much as I can, you creep," Karen retorted, as she shook her fist at him in anger. How is that girl so strong?" Kimimaro asked as he slowly got back on his feet. That looked like Tsunade's famed chakra-enhanced strength, but there's no way that little girl could have been able to master it. "Nice hit," Haku praised the Uzumaki. "But now that he got a measure of your real strength, you won't hit him as easily." Tenten landed near the two of them. Her green aura was no longer active, meaning that the power boost from the gates had run its course. "It seems that if we ever hope to harm this guy, frontal attacks are not a valid option. But we can do some damage by catching him off guard," Tenten told the genin. "Do you have any idea, Tenten-chan?" Haku asked. Tenten smiled confidently, and nodded. "Haku, cover the whole zone with mist. Karen, use your sensing abilities to track him down. Let's stick together, and attack at the same time when the right time comes." The two genin nodded, and Haku made a hand seal. Hiding in the mist jutsu. A dense mist started to cover the area in a wide range, blinding all who were caught inside. Kimimaro remained unimpressed at his enemy's new strategy. "I can't help but admire your tenacity and inventiveness in the face of a superior foe," Kimimaro stated, as he looked around. "But in the end, the result will be the same." "Yeah, keep talking, you overconfident dumbass, that way you'll make my job even easier," Karen thought as she silently led her teammates where Kimimaro was. "Because, even if I can't see you, all I have to do is use a jutsu with a wide area of effect to ensure you're hit," Kimimaro stated, sending chills down the spines of the Konoha ninja. Dance of the Seedling Fern. The ground started to shake, and bone spikes started to burst from below. The Konoha trio aborted their offensive and ran away in different directions, trying to avoid being skewered by the sharp and hard bone spikes. Karen managed to do several hand seals. Earth release, moving core. A square-shaped platform was elevated above the ground, wide enough for the three of them to stand. The bones kept popping from underground, but they didn't appear on the platform. However, they were so focused on the bones that they weren't paying attention to Kimimaro, who leaped towards them. Die. Kimimaro delivered Tenten a kick to the stomach which knocked her out of the risen platform, and would have fallen to her death if it wasn't for Karen's timely reaction. Adamantine sealing chains. Multiple chains emerged from Karen's back, and all of them wrapped themselves around Tenten's waist, successfully breaking her fall, albeit Karen was almost dragged down. "Thanks," Tenten said from below, as she eyed the nasty-looking spikes. "Hang on there," Karen replied. While this happened, Haku created a sword made of ice and faced Kimimaro in hand-to-hand combat. This proved to be an abysmal decision if unavoidable, given the circumstances, as not only was Haku a poor melee fighter, while his opponent was a skilled one, but Kimimaro's bone swords easily destroyed Haku's ice blade. "Your gift is wasted on such an unskilled individual," Kimimaro flatly stated as he delivered another brutal kick to the ice ninja's chest, sending him flying. "Haku!" Karen cried. Her first instinct was to help him, but she couldn't do it while carrying Tenten. While he was midair, Haku made one last attempt to save his life and made several hand seals. Hopefully he would be fast enough. Ice release, demonic mirror ice crystals. An ice mirror appeared under Haku, and he was absorbed into it. Another mirror appeared at the edge of the field of bones, allowing Haku to land in a safe zone. Or at least, what he thought it was a safe zone. Impressive. You're resourceful indeed, Kimimura's voice said from behind. Haku turned around, and saw the white-haired teen emerging from one of the spike bones in the ground. He can use his bones to travel, like I do with the ice mirrors. A surprised Haku thought, taking several steps backwards. A bone blade grew on Kimimura's palm. Now, Kimimaro advanced menacingly towards Haku. I'll make sure you're properly incapacitated. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, this won't be pleasant. In such short distance, Haku knew that there was nothing he could do to defend himself. Tenten and Karen wouldn't arrive in time to help him, and even if they did, they would only delay the inevitable. This ninja was way too strong. Dance of the Camellia. The bone blade lunged at him. Haku involuntarily closed his eyes, waiting for the stab. Clang. A metallic noise was something he wasn't expecting to hear. He opened his eyes, and saw a figure of a large man standing between him and Kimimaro. Said man was carrying a massive broadsword. Lay a finger on that kid, and I'll put you through so much pain that you'd consider hell a paradise, the man threatened, as he released untold amounts of killing intent. Zabuza-sama! Haku cried in joy. Zabuza was able to kick Kimimaro backwards, who was still a bit stupefied over the newcomer's arrival. Karen and Tenten landed behind him. Oh, thank goodness, some help at last. Karen squealed, just as happy as Haku. You did a good job keeping this guy at bay, brats, but you're no longer needed. From now on, I'll take care of this, Zabuza stated as he slammed his sword into the ground. Are you sure, Zabuza-sama? This ninja's strength is unlike anything I've seen before. You may need our help, Haku objected. I'm sure. It will be easier to fight without having you brats getting in the way. Even then, I'm not much of a team fighter, Zabuza replied. Now take those girls and go. As you say, Zabuza-sama, Haku agreed, before running towards Tenten and Karen. If you think I'm going to let you go. Kimimaro stated as he moved to intercept the fleeing Haku. However, it was the Kaguya who was intercepted, being forced to jump backwards to avoid a swing from Zabuza's blade. I am your opponent, in case I didn't made that clear, the former demon of the mist snarled. You don't have time to waste on such distractions. Haku reached Tenten and Karen, and the three of them left the scene, while Kimimaro had to watch, powerless to stop them. I let all of them get past me. Sorry Orochimaru-sama, I failed you. I hope my failure doesn't compromise the plan as a whole, the last Kaguya sorrowfully thought. He then turned at Zabuza, and looked at him in subdued anger. You will pay for that. Zabuza snorted at the threat. Somehow, I find that doubtful. I think I know you. You're Zabuza Mamakai, the swordsman of Kiri currently working for Konoha, Kimimaro observed. Zabuza smirked under his mask. I see you made your homework. Not that it will be of any help in the end, kid. Your profile of our bingo book states that you lack any kind of bloodline limit, hence Orochimaru won't have any use for you, Kimimaro flatly stated, then he eyed the executioner's sword. Your sword, on the other hand, is something he'll appreciate. You want my sword? Zabuza asked, before letting out a short laugh. I'd say that you'll have to pry it from my cold, dead fingers, but trust me, we won't reach such situation. I see you like to boast a lot. Let's see if you can back those boasts up with actual power, Kimimaro stated as he dashed towards Zabuza. Meanwhile, to the north, the rescuers group, now reduced to less than a third of its original number, continued their way through a route that was familiar to half of its members. As expected, the kidnappers are heading to the Land of Sound, Naruto observed. Where Orochimaru has his main base. Do you know where it is? Sasuke asked. That would make things easier. No, it was Hinata who replied. We fought against his forces here, but were unable to track where they came from. Itaka was part of the investigation team sent here after your mission in order to locate the base, but he was unsuccessful, Sasuke commented. Then, are we going to find something a team of elite ninja failed to? Lee asked, a bit worried. Thankfully my hawk should have been able to do that by now, Sasuke replied. Besides, I have the feeling that they want us to find their base. Or at least, they want Naruto. I was already aware that this could be a trap, Naruto replied, knowing what Sasuke was implying. But what else could have I done? Most of the adults were busy defending Konoha. It had to be us. Or at least, me. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, you won't have to this alone. You can always count on me to lend you a hand, and I'm sure that I speak for Hinata-san and Sasuke-san as well. Lee energetically declared. Naruto couldn't help but smile a little. The valley of the end is ahead. We're getting close, Hinata told the others. The foursome entered the valley, half of them for the first time, and the other half for the second. While it didn't make much of an impression on Hinata and Lee, it made Sasuke feel uneasy. Even if he was an enemy of Konoha, this was the place where the greatest of the Uchiha had fallen. Sasuke was aware of his clan's history. While official history books depicted Madara as a power-hungry monster that took badly being passed for the title of Hokage in favor of Hashirama, Sasuke knew that the truth was a bit more complex. In the years leading to his defection, and subsequent attacks on the village, Madara was growing paranoid and disillusioned with both Konoha and the Senju clan that ruled it. He even tried to stir the Uchiha into throwing a coup d'état back then, but none of his clansmen listened to him, waving off his warnings about the clan's dark future as the ravings of a madman. It was tragic that eventually, the descendants of those Uchiha decided to follow Madara's posthumous advice. Then again, given the results, it was a good thing that the coup didn't happen earlier. Since Konoha was in its beginning stages, a civil war so soon would have torn the village apart. Is this the fate of the Uchiha? Sasuke asked himself. To be consumed by hatred and lust for power that will lead us to our damnation. Itachi and Shisui always talked about rebuilding the clan better than it ever was, without repeating the mistakes of the past. Even if it was a grim thought, the youngest Uchiha wondered if they were fighting against a force far beyond any human, no matter their power. Ugh. Sasuke was snapped of his thoughts by Naruto groaning, and clutching his stomach in pain. Naruto-kun. What happened? Are you okay? A worried Hinata asked as she rushed to his side. It's the Nine Tails, Naruto replied, breathing heavily. He hates this place. He hates it a lot. In that case, let's move faster, Sasuke suggested. The last thing we need is the Kyuubi going out of control. Fortunately, the valley was small, and soon they were out of it and into the land of sound. Naruto felt the Kyuubi growing more relaxed as they left the place away. What's with you and that place, you furball? Naruto mentally asked the Kyuubi. However, he was met with silence. Look. Hinata said, pointing upwards. Up there. Everyone could see Sasuke's hawk flying in circles over a point far to the northwest from their position. The hawk has located the base, the Uchiha announced. In that case, we need to get there as soon as possible. Kami knows what those assholes will do to my siblings. Naruto urged, growing more antsy and restless. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, we'll be there before they can harm them in any way, Hinata reassured her boyfriend. While Naruto and Hinata were focused on rescuing the Senju twins, Sasuke couldn't help but wonder what kind of enemy was waiting for them at Orochimaru's hideout. Given that the leader of the kidnappers, that guy with the killing bones, was so insanely strong, he shivered upon having to fight against somebody even stronger. He pushed those thoughts aside, realizing that letting fear consume him would be an ill-advised course of action. Undisclosed location. Raindrops fell upon Obito as he clutched Rin's inert body close to him. This is hell. The boy cried. Darkness and rain. It was a fitting image for Obito Uchiha, equating the darkness of his heart and the tears pouring from his eyes. He clutched the girl's corpse near him. Rin. It might not be my place to tell, Guru, the imperfect Zetsu temporarily fused to his body, mentioned, startling the young Uchiha a bit. But there's a chance that you might see Rin again. Obito stopped crying, and perked up his head. Really? He asked, his voice dripping with desperation. Just like Guru had expected. Yes, we can do something to make sure you see Rin again, Guru continued. What is it? Come on, there's no time to waste. Obito desperately pleaded. It's not that easy, Guru replied, much to Obito's dismay. It's a long and hard procedure, that demands a lot of effort and resources. If we are to do this, it has to be under one condition. Whatever. I'll do anything. Obito cried. You must become a servant of Madara-sama, and do absolutely everything he says. There's no other way, Guru stated. Yes. Yes. I'll do anything he wants. But please, help me save Rin. Obito pleaded. If Guru had a mouth, he would have smirked. Oh, Madara was going to be so pleased with this development. Alright then, listen closely, this is what we need to do first. Boss. Obito was a bit startled as Zetsu, who had emerged near him, called his name. Why yes. He absent-mindedly asked. The Hokage's children are here, Black Zetsu announced. What should we do with them? The White Half asked. Leave them in one of the base's cells. We'll deal with them later, Obito replied with a dismissive hand wave. What about the Jinchuriki? He's on his way here. From what we could see, they managed to find the location of this lair, the White Half answered. He will be here shortly, Black Zetsu added. Obito smirked. Good, we won't have to leave an obvious trail of breadcrumbs in order to lure him here. The Uchiha then put on his new mask, an orange one with an spiraling pattern. In that case, let's prepare him the welcome he truly deserves. Chapter 39. Senju Twins Rescue Part 4. Or. The curtain falls. Zabuza never thought that, during his stay in the Land of Fire, he'd run into and fight a fellow native of the Land of Water. The fact that he was from a clan believed to be extinct, albeit, for once, not due to the infamous bloodline purges, only added to his surprise, which he managed to keep carefully hidden thanks to his mental training. But then again, if 6 years ago somebody told him that he'd be working for Konoha, he'd laugh in that person's face. Fate is indeed a fickle mistress. Let me guess, is that Orochimaru forcing you to work for him? Zabuza asked. Kimimaro visibly frowned, offended at such suggestion. I serve Orochimaru-sama willingly. He gave my life a purpose, and I work for him in order to repay him. Unlike you, I'm not a slave. The fact that he sounded a lot like Haku made Zabuza feel oddly uncomfortable. I'm not a slave either. This is just a temp job, Zabuza replied, trying to save face. Kimimaro smirked a little, clearly amused. Sure. Keep telling yourself that. Anyway, not that it's going to matter, given that you're going to meet your end here. This time, it was Zabuza who smirked. Do you really think that you can take on a swordsman of the hidden mist, brat? You're strong, but you're way over your head. If that's the case, then let's check which one of the two is actually wrong, Kimimaro replied, as bone blades started to grow over several parts of his body. Dance of the Willow. The Kaguya charged at Zabuza, who raised his sword defensively. Upon reaching hand-to-hand combat, Kimimaro launched an onslaught of swipes with his bone blades, as well as the occasional punch and kick, forcing Zabuza into the defensive. Still, that didn't last long, since Zabuza managed to jump back a bit, putting enough distance between himself and Kimimaro's attack, but still close enough for his executioner's blade to reach the white-haired ninja. Now, it was Kimimaro on the defensive as he parried and dodged Zabuza's vicious attacks. Despite the sword looked and was rather heavy, on Zabuza's hand it appeared as if it was made of light plastic. Still, the last Kaguya could feel all the weight of the massive sword whenever the parried one of its brutal blows. Still think you measure up to me? Zabuza cockily asked, as he readied another sword slam. This time, instead of parrying, Kimimaro gracefully moved sideways, and taking advantage of Zabuza's precarious position, he dashed towards him and sunk one of his bone blades on Zabuza's side. His makeshift weapon managed to pierce the Jonin's flak jacket as if it was made of wet paper. I think I'm way better than you, Kimimaro retorted, violently pulling out the blade from Zabuza's flesh. But much to his shock, blood didn't come out of Zabuza's grievous wound, but water. Zabuza then smirked under his mask, before he turned into a puddle of water. A clone? Kimimaro lamely asked. I've been fighting a clone the whole time. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A massive dragon-shaped water construct blocked the sun above the Oto ninja. It let out a distorted roar, before coming down at him. Kimimaro expertly jumped backwards dodging the lunge, but the dragon then exploded into a shapeless torrent of water rushing at him. Kimimaro continued running and dodging the water as good as he could. A loud whirring sound alerted Kimimaro of the giant spinning sword flying at him like a deadly disc. At that speed, blocking it would be suicide, so he opted for dodging it. The blade passed beside him harmlessly, but that moment, Zabuza suddenly burst out of the water torrent, grabbed his sword and viciously assaulted Kimimaro. Water release, tsunami sword. All of the water of Zabuza's previous jutsu started to gather around his executioner's blade, forming massive, thick watery cover. The swordsman then slammed his sword forward, releasing all that water once again in the form of a destructive giant wave, albeit this time it was focused in a single direction. Kimimaro was unable to dodge it, and he was dragged away by the gigantic wall of water, before it slammed him down against the ground. "Say, what do you think about my abilities now, brat?" An amused Zabuza asked as he calmly walked towards the downed Kimimaro, dragging his sword, leaving a shallow furrow behind. "Still think you can kill me and take my sword for that sick master of yours?" Kimimaro didn't reply, and ignored Zabuza as he slowly started to get back on his feet. "You can still move?" Zabuza asked, genuinely surprised. "Wow. Most people would have most of their bones broken after such a hit." "If you aim to break my bones," Kimimaro slowly said, "then you're doing a fool's errand. My bones, I'm unbreakable." "Not all that surprising, given your abilities," Zabuza conceded. "However, just because your bones are unbreakable, doesn't mean that the rest of you are. The human body has plenty of spots that guarantee an instant kill." "I admit that you're way stronger than I had guessed," Kimimaro replied. "But you're not strong enough to defeat me. I'll make sure to enjoy this. An opponent that forces me to go all out is something I don't see every day." Kimimaro's marks around his body started to glow as if they were made of fire, and they started to spread to the rest of his skin. His skin went from pale white to grayish-brown. His hair grew longer, and huge bone spikes started to grow across his back. He also grew a large bone-spiked tail, which gave him a somewhat reptilian appearance. His eyes turned yellow with black sclera, and two curved black markings appeared under his eye. "Behold the full power of Orochimaru-sama's cursed seal of earth, one of his two most powerful cursed seals, only given to the best of his servants," Kimimaro announced, as he spread his arms. Zabuza frowned in disgust. "You disappoint me, brat. You are strong, very strong for your age. Yet instead of becoming more powerful on your own, you borrow power from others. I'm afraid to say you've already lost. Your logic is flawed. Power is still power, no matter where it comes from," Kimimaro retorted. "I exist to carry out Orochimaru-sama's will, and I'll use any tool that makes that job possible." Zabuza smirked. "Of course, somebody whose entire purpose in life is to serve another would think that. Let me show you then the power of the future Mizukage." Zabuza and Kimimaro rushed towards each other, ready to go all out, and show who's truly the strongest. Much further to the north, in the Land of Sound, Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke and Lee were deep into enemy territory, jumping from one tree to another, until they saw an expanse a few hundred meters in their general direction. Coming out of the forest into the vast green expanse, the four ninja noticed what appeared to be a small town not far from their position. A town that was rather familiar to half of the group members. "Hey, Naruto-kun, isn't that?" Hinata asked. "Sawa Town?" "Yeah, I believe so," Naruto replied before Hinata could finish her question. "You know that place?" Lee asked. Hinata nodded. "It was our first C-rank mission. We had to protect that town from bandits. However, turns out said bandits worked for Orochimaru, and soon we found ourselves fighting something far greater than we could deal with. Kinda like now, if you think about it," Naruto sourly added. "However, the town appears to be deserted," Sasuke noted, as he looked around. "It is. The town was the last remnant of the old land of the rice fields," Hinata continued her explanation. "We were forced to evacuate their villagers and escort them to the Land of Fire before Orochimaru's forces could attack. We barely made it out of there in one piece. Even with the tactical squad's help, if we took a little longer to reach the border and meet Konoha's reinforcements." Naruto shuddered upon recalling that memory. I don't want to imagine what could have happened. Yet here we are, diving into enemy territory, with no chances of reinforcements, Lee observed. Albeit he sounded as his usual excited self, as opposed to somebody more prone to worry. All of Orochimaru's forces are fighting in Konoha. Honestly, I doubt we'll face that much resistance, Naruto replied. Still, it would be wise to be prepared. I'm sure that Orochimaru left somebody to guard your siblings once they're delivered to his lair, Hinata wisely told him. Whoever are the poor bastards who were tasked with such job, I'll make them regret accepting it, Naruto darkly replied. When they reached the town, the group took a couple seconds to take a look at it. The town didn't look any different to Naruto and Hinata than when they were there for the first time, even if some signs of being abandoned for some time were present. The silence of the zone did nothing but contribute to the already eerie atmosphere. Hinata, Sasuke called her. Some of Orochimaru's men could use this place as a base, or at least a place to rest. Despite the statement tone, Hinata caught the implicit question, and shook her head in negation. With the exception of some small animals, the town is completely deserted, the Hyuga heiress replied. Either that, or Orochimaru's men found a way to fool the Byakugan. Despite the probabilities of such thing happening, it was still a distressing thought for the young Hyuga, as well as for pretty much her whole clan. Sasuke's hawk was still flying in circles above what appeared to be a thick forest zone. Of course, Orochimaru's lair would take advantage of that in order to remain hidden. They had thought that maybe Orochimaru could have occupied the capital. Thankfully it wasn't the case, since such city was located much farther. The return to the forest was a welcomed change, mostly since they could now leap from one branch to another and increase their travel speed significantly. And even if the lush trees covered the skies almost completely, preventing the Konoha ninja from seeing the hawk, they knew in which direction the bird was. Plus only the boys had this problem, as Hinata could still see the bird. Unfortunately for Hinata, her earliest fears were about to come true. While so far it was impossible for an actual person to become invisible to the Byakugan, it was possible to make seals that would hide certain objects from its gaze, something Jiraiya had already did many years in the past, but kept it a secret. Such as explosive tags. And unbeknown to them, they entered a zone that was covered in them, with added seals to make them pretty much undetectable. The zone was also covered in pressure seals connected to the explosives, and the moment Naruto unwittingly stepped on one of them, the group was surrounded, and almost engulfed, by deafening explosions. Naruto and Sasuke, who were heading the group, were launched high into the air in the direction they were heading, while Hinata and Lee were hurled backwards. A mighty tree painfully stopped them. Even if the hit blurred her vision a bit, Hinata's Byakugan spotted 4 figures entering the scene. An adult, and 3 young teens. 4 people she had already met once, one of them multiple times in Konoha. Well, look who's back in our turf, a muffled male voice stated. It seems that they didn't learn their lesson the first time, a haughty female voice added. Then let's make sure there won't be a next time, another clearer, male voice said. The sound Genin Hinata and her team had fought during their first C-rank mission was before her and Lee. Mizuki was standing behind them, smirking evilly at the 2 Konoha ninja. Behind them, there was a barrier of rocks and felled trees formed by the explosion, with Naruto and Sasuke at the other side. Hinata! Lee! Naruto yelled. I'm okay. Hinata shouted back, even if in reality the explosion had left her a bit shaken. Continue with the mission. Save your siblings. We will be okay. Lee added, sounding as positive as ever. After a few moments of hesitation, the 2 male Konoha Chunin decided to continue on their own, leaving Hinata and Lee alone with this new threat. So sweet, offering to stay behind so the Jinchuriki can save those brats. So Konoha of you, Mizuki said in a mocking tone. He then slipped into a battle stance as he grabbed the Fuma Shuriken from his back. Too bad it won't do you any good. Mizuki-sensei. Lee asked in shock. The white-haired ninja looked at Lee, and raised an eyebrow. Do I know you? Wait, were you one of my students? Oh well, it doesn't matter. So it's true that you defected to Orochimaru's side, Lee continued. Your flames of youth had to be barely embers to do such a despicable action. Yeah, I'm a traitor and all that, can we skip that part this time? It becomes tiresome after a while, Mizuki flatly replied as he rolled his eyes. The sound genin prepared to attack. Hinata, you're the Chunin. What do we do? Lee asked, looking at the Blunet from the corner of his eye. It was rather jarring for Hinata to realize that she was in command now, even if they were just two of them. But still, Lee had a point. She was the Chunin, and thus she had to lead them to victory. She ran multiple scenarios through her mind, until she found one with the highest chances of success. Unfortunately, it forced her to make a decision that could haunt her for the rest of her life if things didn't turn out as planned. Lee-san, I want you to fight Mizuki. I'll deal with these three, Hinata whispered him. Lee turned at her incredulous, but ready to comply if necessary. Are you sure? Mizuki used to be a Chunin back in Konoha, and am still a genin. I know you're unsure, but I need you to keep distracted while I deal with the others. I already fought against them before, and know what I have to do to defeat them, Hinata insisted. Fortunately, Lee nodded. Very well then, I'll do as you say. The green-clad ninja dashed towards the group of enemies. Zuko cast his palms forward. Decapitating air waves. The spiky-haired Oto genin shot two powerful streams of pressured air and sound waves through the orifices in his palms at Lee. The Konoha genin merely leaped above them, gracefully landing behind Mizuki. Before the traitor could turn back, Lee delivered a painful kick to the sides, sending him flying. Sensei! Kin called. Kin, watch out! Doso called. The three of them saw Hinata dashing towards them, her palms crackling with electricity. She thrust her palm at Zaku, however, both he and his teammates managed to jump back in time, and Hinata ended up striking the ground with such power it created a crater. Whoa! Said Zaku in awe. If I let that girl hit me. I don't remember her being that strong when we first fought her, Kin lamented. Their comments fueled Hinata's confidence, who, in an uncharacteristic display, allowed herself to smirk. I trained a lot since the first time we fought. I faced enemies way stronger than any of you, helping me to improve in a way I couldn't think it would be possible, Hinata told the trio. Doso frowned. Or at least, Hinata thought he did, it was hard to tell with all those bandages. And you think we spend our time sitting on a couch doing nothing? You'll see now. Underground sound blast. Doso slammed both palms into the ground, sending sound waves that tore the ground apart, forming large cracks, and shooting small but sharp rocks and pebbles into the air. Ow! Hinata yelped as she tried to dodge all the tiny but painful projectiles coming from below. My turn. Kin stated, now a bit more confident, pulling several senbon on each hand. Catch these. The black-haired girl tossed the needles at Hinata, who got ready to deflect them with the gentle fist. However, while she was busy doing so, Zaku aimed his open palms at the Hyuga Aris and prepared to attack. Decapitating air bullets. Zaku fired a quick barrage of compressed air projectiles, similar to the vacuum pump's vacuum shells, which Hinata was forced to run in order to avoid, since she knew such thing would be impossible to block. They're cornering me. Even if I'm at a disadvantage here, I need to attack, not just defend. Hinata inwardly told herself. She eyed her opponents. The bandaged boy seems to be the only melee specialist. If I can bypass him, then the other two shouldn't be hard to deal with. Hinata's attack plans were disturbed when an array of senbon appeared out of nowhere and flied at her. The Blunet yelped and jumped backwards, trying to avoid them. One stabbed into her arm, while another was stopped by her flak jacket. Do you like my echo needle attack? Kin asked. I created that jutsu myself. It would be very careless of me if I only relied on genjutsu, right? Hinata pulled out the senbon from her arm, and quickly healed the wound. So, like multiplying tools with the shadow clone jutsu, but with a delayed effect to catch the opponent off guard. I need to remember that, Hinata thought. I admit it is sort of impressive, Hinata agreed, as she stared defiantly at the three of them. You three did grow stronger since the last time we fought. But I have the feeling you're not admitting defeat, are you? Doso guessed, before letting out a chuckle. Hinata returned Doso's chuckle with one of her own. I didn't go this far by giving up. Vacuum wall palm. Thrusting both hands forward, Hinata projected a massive vacuum shell at the Otogenin, wrecking the ground below as it traveled. Zuko stepped forward, eager to meet the attack head-on. His mouth formed a smirk of superiority as he raised his hands forward once more. "You think you impress us? That's nothing." Zuko scoffed. Decapitating air waves. 2 streams of pressured air flowed through Zuko's hands once again, successfully slowing the vacuum shell to a halt, pushing back and forth with the Oto ninja's attack. Eventually the energy gathered by the clash reached critical point, and was released in the form of a respectable explosion of chakra and wind, raising clouds of dust that momentarily blinded the trio, forcing them to stand back to back in order to avoid being blindsided. However, that moment was enough for Hinata to vanish from the trio's sights. "Where did she go?" Kin asked, nervously looking around. "She couldn't have gone too far," Doso calmly guessed. And indeed, Doso's guess proved to be correct, since Hinata was much closer to them than what they imagined. Crackling electricity alerted them of a presence behind the 3 of them, but by that time it was too late. Lightning release, 8 trigrams, 32 thunder strikes. Hinata began a series of lightning-enhanced palm strikes against her opponents. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16. Sonic boom. Doso slammed his 2 melody gauntlets together, creating a sonic explosion at point blank at Hinata. Zuko and Kin were also caught in the area of effect, but they weren't as harmed. "Ow!" Zuko groaned, as he grabbed his head, while trying to fight the thankfully brief dizziness. "You could have warned us before doing that. We can't let a single opponent, much less a Konoha ninja, best us. So you better stop fooling around and put her in her place. Otherwise, we won't prove Orochimaru-sama of being worthy of his power." Hinata had also recovered, in no small part thanks to her healing abilities. That attack was sure something. "I'm still having trouble finding balance. But that confirmed my suspicions that the bandaged kid is the melee specialist," Hinata thought. "Okay, let's show this guys why I'm a Chunin." At the same time, while Hinata was facing the Sound Genin, Lee was fighting their sensei. Just as Hinata had gauged, his abilities were nothing Rock Lee couldn't handle without his weights on. Even if Mizuki's taijutsu, ninjutsu, and skill with weapons was that of an average Chunin, Lee's taijutsu was beyond average. And in this word, is better to do one thing extremely well than do many things at a mediocre level. Konoha whirlwind. Lee's foot connected with Mizuki's shoulder for the 3rd time in less than 2 minutes, sending the former teacher flying. What Mizuki thought would be easy picking was being far more challenging than he expected. "You're pushing my patience, brat," Mizuki growled, as he stood back on his feet for the 3rd time. Lee, however, remained impassible, much to the former teacher's chagrin. The fact that he only used taijutsu enraged him even more. "Take this then." Mizuki quickly formed several hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon bullets. The head of a dragon made of earth and stone emerged from the ground. It opened its jaws, releasing multiple projectiles of compressed earth and dirt. However, much to Mizuki's shock, rather dodging them or using some jutsu to counter them, Lee started to punch and kick them, shattering them in the process. "This is similar to an exercise Guy-sensei made us do," Lee casually explained. Albeit he used a machine that shot rubber balls. Burning in anger, Mizuki dashed at Lee, Fuma Shuriken in hand. "You think you can humiliate me by fighting with nothing but taijutsu? I'll show you." Mizuki's Fuma Shuriken was covered in flames the moment the white-haired ninja tossed it, turning into a fiery disk of death. Lee's legs prepared to jump above it, but Mizuki wasn't done yet. He did several hand seals. Shadow Clone Fire Shuriken Jutsu. In an instant, Lee found himself from facing a single disk of fire, to facing dozens of them, flying at different heights. Jumping was not an option. Instead, Lee decided to do something that would have him deemed a madman by his peers, but would have made his sensei unbelievably proud. Much to Mizuki's shock, Lee rushed towards the flaming shuriken. Displaying an astonishing speed, agility, and reflexes, the green-clad ninja expertly dodged all of the flaming shuriken that flied close to him. His speed wasn't perfect, and sometimes they grazed his clothes and his skin, but aside from a minor burn, no damage was done. "How?" Mizuki mumbled, before he was snapped out of his trance by a painful punch to the face, making him lose balance and stumble back. He regained his senses soon after that. How? Why? Why you don't use ninjutsu to fight me? Are you so arrogant to believe that you can defeat me with taijutsu alone? I'm unable to use ninjutsu nor genjutsu, so taijutsu is the only fighting art I can use, Lee calmly explained. And even if it's not my intention to sound arrogant, so far I'm not doing that bad against you with taijutsu alone. Mizuki snarled, before a memory dawned upon him. Wait, I remember you. You're that freak who wanted to be a ninja despite not being able to use ninjutsu. You're Rock Lee. You remember my name? I'm honestly surprised, Lee stoically replied. How could I forget such a failure like you? Somebody that can't use ninjutsu, or at least genjutsu, is not meant to be a ninja. But judging by your forehead protector, you somehow managed to pass. Mizuki shook her head in disappointment. So this is what Konoha became now. You guys give me every day more reasons to make me feel glad I decided to defect. Anyway, once Orochimaru-sama's plans come to fruition, Konoha will stop shaming the ninja world with its existence. Somehow, I find that as doubtful as you defeating me, Lee replied. You think I can't defeat you? Mizuki laughed. Oh, please. I've been only using a fraction of my power, but now, as Mizuki spoke, his body started to change. He grew bigger and more muscular, his skin turned maroon, his hair grew longer, his eyes turned yellow with black sclera, a pair of bone blades grew from the back of his hands, and 2 additional arms ended in sickle-like blades grew from his back. This is the power of Orochimaru-sama. The power that he bestowed me. And you're proud of a power that you didn't earn, that somebody just handed it to you. Lee replied, slightly disappointed. I'm not surprised that you don't believe I could become a ninja with taijutsu alone, if you disregard effort and hard work so easily. Now I will prove that my hard work will trump any borrowed power. Mizuki shook his head with a tisk-tisk, and chuckled. You're really deluded if you think you can defeat me like this. But I will be more than happy to give you a reality check. Get ready for the worst beating of your life. Mizuki roared as he charged forward. South of there, back in the grass expanse besides the lake, Zabuza and Kimimaro continued their duel, with neither of them gaining the upper hand over the other. Still, the power boost granted by the cursed seal was notable. Drilling bullets. Kimimaro fired 10 bony projectiles from each of his fingertips at Zabuza. The swordsman merely blocked them with his sword, ricocheting them into different directions. Then, he made several hand seals with a single hand, as his other hand was gripping the executioner's blade. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Another large dragon made of water rose from the nearby lake. It let out a roar before diving at Kimimaro. The Kagaya ninja tried to outrun it, but was too slow and the dragon engulfed him, before it turned into a shapeless torrent that dragged him away. Or that's what Zabuza thought, since when the water receded, a heaving Kimimaro wasn't that far from his initial position, heaving and spitting some water. He had grew 2 bone spikes from his palms, and used them to anchor himself to the ground, thus preventing the water from dragging him away and slamming him against a hard surface. This time, he didn't even try to dodge it, Zabuza thought. While the cursed seal increased his strength as evidenced by his bigger muscles and stronger physical blows, it cut his speed. I need to take advantage of that. One-handed seals. Not many people are able to do them, Kimimaro praised the swordsman, while keeping a neutral tone. Given my fighting style, it is pretty much a need, Zabuza replied, sneering a little. Noticing Kimimaro's slight exhaustion, he added, you look tired. Why don't you make both our days easier and give up? Never, was his answer. Especially not since I didn't even use my best moves. Zabuza chuckled under his mask. Then go ahead, kid. See if you can impress me. Dance of the Clematis, Vine. Kimimaro then proceeded not to impress as more to revolt Zabuza when the white-haired teen pulled his own spinal cord out of his body. Zabuza guessed he regrew a new one in the process, given that he was still standing. As you can see, I'm no stranger to swords either, Kimimaro mentioned, as he swung his extracted spinal cord as if it were a weapon, akin to a mix between a sword and a whip. Shall we duel? Earlier that day, Another person challenged Zabuza to a sword duel, and the demon of the hidden mist ended up humiliated. He wouldn't allow such thing to happen a second time in a row. Gripping it tightly, he raised his sword and frowned. "I'll make sure you regret those words," Zabuza coldly stated. Both ninja dashed towards each other, meeting in the middle, a loud metallic noise resulting of their weapons clashing. Given that both of them used rather lengthy swords, it was very easy to parry and block the other's strike, and naturally very hard to land a hit on the opponent. At least, not without relying on something other than a sword. Zabuza made a hand seal. Water release, water clone jutsu. 4 blobs of water jumped out of the lake into the ground, and they took the form and shape of Zabuza, sword included. The clones then rushed to aid their creator. This new threat forced Kimimaro to disengage Zabuza and face the clones. With a swing of his spinal cord sword, the Oto ninja easily destroyed one of the clones when it reached close combat distance, soaking Kimimaro completely. Undeterred, he proceeded to fight the other 3. "Given that you're relying on ninjutsu, I take that you admit I'm the best swordsman?" Kimimaro asked. Zabuza, however, wasn't going to fall for such an obvious taunt. "Don't make me laugh. We're ninja, and as such, we use every resource available to win. If you expected me to do otherwise, then you're a bigger fool than I thought. The best swordsman will be the one who walks out of this fight alive, simple as that." "Very well then," Kimimaro stoically replied, as suddenly multiple long spikes grew from different sides from his body, impaling the clones. Kimimaro engaged Zabuza once more, but besides his makeshift weapon, he also used his body spikes to attack Zabuza, which would increase or decrease their length and sharpness whenever they were close or far from the former Kirigakuer ninja. Such an increase of offensive power forced Zabuza to fight defensively, much to his chagrin. Then, Kimimaro jumped backwards and made a swinging motion. The gaps between the vertebrae became bigger, increasing the length and the flexibility of the extracted spinal cord, turning it into something closer to a whip. Zabuza instinctively raised his sword to protect himself, and the cord wrapped itself around the sword. Zabuza and Kimimaro started to pull back and forth, until Kimimaro's superior strength won the struggle, and Zabuza's sword was yanked from his fingers, and tossed it into the nearby lake. "What's a swordsman without a sword?" Kimimaro mockingly asked before he made the same movement, binding Zabuza. "I'll tell you, a corpse." "Shit!" Zabuza yelled as he tried to break free. But both the bones and the cartilage holding them together were very strong, and with his arms pinned against his body, he couldn't use all his strength. "Now, time to finish this," Kimimaro extended his free arm. Dance of the Clematis, flower. Much to Zabuza's horror, a massive drill made of bone formed around Kimimaro's hand. The bone construct appeared to be very hard and sharp. He didn't need to imagine what Kimimaro was planning to do. Kimimaro pulled Zabuza towards him while charging forward. "Now die." In the last second, Kimimaro could see how Zabuza's horrified expression morphed into one of confidence and mockery. Before the giant drill could impale him, Zabuza jumped and landed on top of it. Kimimaro's arm couldn't support so much weight, and dropped on one knee as the additional load pulled him down. Zabuza violently kicked Kimimaro in the face, forcing him to drop the spinal cord sword, and thus releasing Zabuza, who jumped backwards. Kimimaro quickly detached the giant bone drill and picked up the spinal cord sword as he got back on his feet. "You're strong, kid. Very strong. Against another opponent, even one as skilled and strong as I am, you would have won. But your fate had already been decided," Zabuza claimed. "What are you talking about? Sure, you avoided the killing blow, but you're no closer to defeating me than you were at the beginning of our fight," Kimimaro defiantly replied as he slipped once again into a fighting stance. "You think so? Then you really need to check your current state, kid," Zabuza pointed out. "You said that you don't use that transformation against many people, and boy, it shows. It gives you quite the strength boost, but what you gain in physical power you lose it in speed. Something you could have remedied with enough training. And while your overall chakra is also boosted, the seal accelerates its consumption rate. As a result, you're both tired and almost out of chakra." "You underestimate me," Kimimaro replied, not too happy. "Am I?" Those last attacks you used looked to have a hefty chakra cost. And that's not even counting all the chakra you spent fighting those three brats. Zabuza shook his head. I'm not as arrogant as to think that you are my equal, even my superior, when it comes to raw power. But you have plenty of glaring weaknesses, and as the fool you are, you let me exploit them all with you none the wiser. That's why I told you no amount of borrowed power could match my skill, intelligence, and experience. If you're so confident about your chances, why don't you try to beat me then? Kimimaro asked. Zabuza smirked under his mask. It will be a pleasure. In less than a second, Zabuza was in front of Kimimaro. The Oto ninja tried to raise his makeshift weapon to defend himself, but was too slow, and Zabuza delivered a quick punch to the gut, and another kick to the face that sent him flying into the lake. Zabuza immediately followed him as he made several hand seals. Water release, water prison jutsu. Before he could realize what happened, Kimimaro found himself trapped in a sphere of water, deprived of oxygen. He banged the wall of the sphere trying to break free, but it was as hard as steel. Your bones might be unbreakable, but I'm 100% sure you'll die if I keep you enough time from breathing, Zabuza stated, his words arriving distorted but still understandable to the trapped Kimimaro, who continued to furiously pound against the water sphere. The average person can last around 4 to 5 minutes deprived of oxygen. But given your pointless attempts to break free, I'll give you 3 minutes tops. Anyway, just to be sure, I'll keep you here for 10 minutes, Zabuza shook his head in disappointment. Such a waste of power and potential. If I only got my hands on you before that snake did, between you and Haku, I would have my work cut out for. Kimimaro didn't heed Zabuza's warning, and continued to bang his fists against the water prison. The horrifying realization of his impending demise dawned upon him. It's useless. He's right, I'm too tired, and have very little chakra. Kimimaro thought, before another realization renewed his strengths. No. I can't die here. Not against this opponent. I'm Orochimaru-sama's strongest fighter. I can't deprive him of my service. I can't disappoint him. Kimimaro desperately thought. Kimimaro prepared for his last, desperate move. Zabuza started to notice that the water prison was becoming more and more unstable. What the? The brat is gathering his chakra for one more attack, this is bad. Zabuza removed his arm, undoing the water prison, a second before Kimimaro unleashed his remaining power. A deafening cry rang across the land, scaring nearby animals into hiding, before Kimimaro exploded into a growing mess of shapeless bone spikes. Zabuza moved as fast as his body allowed in order to hide from the chaotic attack, and thankfully was fast enough to keep the distance until it ended. Idiot, that almost got me, Zabuza grumbled as he watched the sinking bone structure from the lake's shore. Anyway, better retrieve my sword and see that those brats don't get themselves killed. However, unbeknown to Zabuza, Kimimaro didn't die. As his bloodline limit also allowed to merge with the bones he created, he used it as a way to escape the swordsman. Exhausted and with almost no chakra, he had reverted to his original form. I won't fail Orochimaru-sama, he said as he climbed out of the water, gasping for air. I won't fail. Back to the forests of the Land of Sound, Hinata continued her disadvantaged fight against the three Oto genin. Decapitating air waves. Zuka once again shot his twin streams of pressured air at the Hyuga heiress, who dodged them with graceful agility, all while she pulled a few shuriken and tossed them at the spiky-haired genin. Dosu quickly intercepted the steel stars and swatted them away with his melody gauntlets. Meanwhile, Kin pulled a couple kunao and tried to attack Hinata from behind, but the Blunet moved aside just in the nick of time, and delivered a painful palm strike to the black-haired girl's abdomen. The hell? How did she know I was behind her? Kin indignantly asked. She's in Hyuga. Her eye power allows her to see in every direction around her at the same time, Dosu explained. Ambushes won't work on her. I've seen you've done your homework, Hinata mentioned. Then we will attack her from different sides. Even if she can see our attacks coming, she won't be able to stop all of them. Zuko stated. Dosu and Kin nodded, and the three genin spread out to surround Hinata as they prepared to attack. Hinata made several hand seals and covered her body in electricity. Resonating echo drill. Decapitating airwaves. Shadow Clone Senbon Jutsu. Hinata started to spin as destructive sound waves, pressured airstreams and multiple steel needles flied at her. Lightning Release, Heavenly Thunderstorm. The blue-haired Hyuga turned into a tornado of lightning that not only repelled the 3 attacks aimed at her, but it blasted her 3 attackers with lightning discharges, pushing them backwards. When Hinata stopped spinning, there was a large crater around her. What was that? Dosu asked, incredulous, as he tried to stand back. Of the trio, he was the only one still conscious. That was my power. The power I developed after the first time we fought, with my hard work and determination, Hinata replied. You, Orochimaru-sama promised us power, but how can somebody become so strong so fast? Dosu stammered. Orochimaru can only promise you death, Hinata replied. Don't you see? I don't know what your history is or what events led you to serve him, but you don't matter to him, except as disposable pawns and guinea pigs. No. That can't be true. Dosu unsure replied as Hinata walked towards him. If it was true, I alone couldn't have defeated you, Hinata said, before delivering a chopping strike to the bandaged ninja's neck, knocking him out cold. At the same time Hinata fought the Sound Genin, Lee was fighting their master. Fire Release, Cursed Flame Destruction. Mizuki breathed a wave of blue fire at Lee, who managed to dodge it at a breaknecking speed. The green-clad genin quickly reached hand-to-hand distance, and he engaged his former teacher in a rather short-lived martial arts duel, which ended up with Mizuki on the ground once again. That cursed seal give you a boost. But it's still not enough to defeat me, Lee stated. How? Why are you so strong? How can a kid that can't use ninjutsu be that powerful? Mizuki asked in disbelief. Easy. Hard work, was Lee's answer. Hard work? Do you expect me to believe you got that power on hard work alone? Do you think I'm stupid? Mizuki spitefully growled. Lee merely shrugged. It's not surprising that you find my claims unbelievable, given your eagerness to take shortcuts to power, such as that cursed seal, Lee pointed out. Most people tend to underestimate how long can you go if you work hard and push yourself to your limits on a regular basis. Lies. Nobody can become so strong by simply trying hard. Mizuki spat back as he charged at Lee. If it was that easy, every ninja would be as strong as Orochimaru-sama. Lee effortlessly dodged the charge and kicked him in the back. Who said it was easy? Lee retorted. From an outsider's perspective, it might look like it. But trust me, it's not. You have no idea what I had to do to become what I am today. How much I had to sweat, to bleed, to cry. But I don't regret any of that, because the payoff speaks for itself. Nonsense. People are either born strong or weak, and the latter can't change their status by themselves. Mizuki protested as he threw a punch. Especially if you're held back by others, like Konoha did with me. Oh, I see it now, Lee said in realization, as he easily blocked the punch. You were weak, but instead of trying to improve yourself with hard work, you shifted the blame to Konoha, and tried everything you could to gain power. Everything except tackling the actual problem. That's why you will never defeat me, no matter how much of a failure you think I am. Shut up. Once again, Mizuki lunged at Lee and tried to impale him with the sickles of his additional arms. Lee ducked in time and kicked Mizuki in the face while crouching, sending him up into the air. Gate of opening, open. Surrounded by a green aura, Lee shot upwards, catching the still flying Mizuki from behind, before both of them started to spin as Lee pile drove Mizuki into the ground. Front Lotus. Mizuki hit the ground head first with a loud crash, while Lee managed to jump out in the nick of time and land safely on his feet. While not lethal, the attack was strong enough to knock Mizuki out cold, who also reverted to his original form. Lee-kun. Hinata's voice asked. Lee turned around and saw Hinata walking towards him. Behind her, he could see the unconscious Sound Genin tied to a tree. Ah, Hinata-san, I see you defeated your opponents as well. Lee pointed out. And you were right, my flames of youth were more than enough to defeat our former teacher. I will never doubt your decisions ever again. Hinata smiled at him. It's okay to doubt sometimes, Lee, she then grew serious again. We should try to catch Naruto-kun. But we can't leave these people here unsupervised. I can see that you're eager to reunite and help Naruto-kun, Lee observed. Go then. I'll stay here and watch over the prisoners. Hinata smiled once more, nodded, and headed towards Orochimaru's lair. She hoped she could find it on her own. Hold on, Naruto-kun, I'll be with you shortly. Hinata thought. While Zabuza fought against Kimimaro and Hinata and Lee fought against Mizuki and the Sound Genin, Naruto, and Sasuke, the last two remaining members of the original rescue force, approached the entrance to Orochimaru's main base. Sasuke's hawk had told them that it was located between two large oaks. It even showed them the actual spot. But all that they could see were a bunch of large rocks, with some bushes growing between them. Both of them reached the conclusion that there was a powerful genjutsu covering the entrance. Sharingan. Sasuke's bloodline limit flared to life, and with his enhanced vision, the youngest Uchiha could see a distortion between the large oaks. He made a hand seal, and released a small pulse of chakra in every direction. The effect was instant, and the illusion was dispelled, revealing the entrance to Orochimaru's lair, a simple set of stone stairs that headed underground. There it is, Sasuke pointed out. Should I send a clone to check if there are traps? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded, and Naruto made his most used hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A single clone popped into existence and went downstairs. After a few very tense minutes, the clone dispelled himself, sending his memories back to Naruto. No traps. It's safe to go down, Naruto informed Sasuke. The two of them followed the same path the clone had walked before. However, much to their horror, the moment they reached the end of the flight of stairs, large stone slabs raised from the other end of the stairs, blocking the entrance completely, darkening the instance. The hell? How did the clone didn't spring that trap? Naruto protested. It isn't obvious? They're watching us, Sasuke replied. They knew we send a clone to scout, and when the real us entered, they activated the closing mechanism manually. Then there's no point in sending more clones to scout, Naruto concluded. Come on, let's see if we can find my siblings. I'm sure we can force our way out of this underground lair. With the invasion going on, there should barely be any ninja manning this hideout, so I don't think we'll find much of a resistance, Sasuke observed. He was confident that both his and Naruto's strength would be enough to face any potential foe there. How wrong he was. They traversed a long but narrow hallway with multiple doors leading to what appeared to be rooms. All the rooms were inspected in hopes of finding the missing children, but to no avail. They both deduced that Orochimaru's grunts lived there. However, besides a bed and a small, empty wardrobe, there was nothing, as if they were abandoned. After fruitlessly searching the last room, the two young Chunin exited the hallway, and entered a massive chamber illuminated by a multitude of torches. Massive stone statues of snakes oversaw the area. There were a few doors that lead into deeper parts of the hideout. All right, this place is too big for just two people to search, so I better create an army of dash, Naruto was about to suggest before being interrupted. So, you finally arrived, a voice said out of nowhere. Both Konoha ninja immediately tensed up and slipped into a combat stance. Congratulations you two. I'm sure the path wasn't easy, was it? Before any of them could have a chance to ask who was there, a spiraling vortex appeared in the middle of the chamber, and a masked man wearing the Akatsuki cloak came out of it. However, your trip ends here, the Akatsuki menacingly said. It took Naruto and Sasuke less than a second to know who that man was. They both knew that, according to official reports, Tsunade had fought against a hooded Akatsuki that wore an orange mask with a single eye hole on it. Said man claimed that he was after the Nine Tails, that he was responsible for the attack 13 years ago that resulted in many deaths, Minato and Kushina among them, and freely admitted manipulating the Uchiha clan into pulling the coup d'état, resulting in the deaths of most of Sasuke's family. His name was Tobi. Yes, this man was responsible for two of the greatest calamities that ever happened to Konoha, which resulted in the loss of some of their closest relatives, parents included. You! Sasuke roared as he dashed forward, unsheathing his katana. You're dead. Sasuke, wait! Naruto shouted as he followed him. Sasuke tried to stab Tobi, but the masked Akatsuki unsheathed his own sword as well and expertly deflected Sasuke's stab before kicking the Uchiha in the chest, knocking him on his back. Naruto suddenly appeared behind Tobi, ready to slash his back with his chakra blade, but Tobi swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the slash, before kicking the wide-open Naruto in the face. Ugh! Naruto groaned as he stood up. He rubbed his chin in pain. Sasuke, remember that this man can turn intangible. According to Mom, one of us should strike him while he's attacking the other. Sasuke didn't reply. He merely stood up, and shot Tobi a murderous glare. Tobi chuckled, visibly amused. Don't worry kids. You two are so below my level that I'm not going to resort to that. This made the already angry Sasuke to be consumed by rage. He quickly made several hand seals as he tightly gripped his katana with both hands. Lightning release, thunder blade. Sasuke's blade crackled with electricity, and once again charged madly at Tobi. Tobi was ready to counter that attack when the youngest Uchiha vanished seconds before he could reach close-quarter combat. Predictable, Tobi stated as he quickly turned around and violently punched Sasuke in the face, sending him flying backwards, dropping his sword into the floor. Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a few seconds, Tobi saw an army of green and orange-clad blondes all leaping at him, Raiznon in hand. Impressive, Tobi flatly admitted as he started to make hand seals. But insufficient. Wood release, Great Spear Tree. The floor tiles broke apart as multiple sharp roots emerged from the ground and shoot in every direction, impaling and destroying most Naruto clones. He then started to walk through the vines and fighting the clones one by one until only the original remained. Naruto, however, rather than fight him, leaped above him and landed next to Sasuke, who just picked up his sword after getting back on his feet. He's too strong and skilled, Naruto observed. I'd say he's as powerful as any of our Jonin sensei. As much as I hate to admit it, I agree, Sasuke grumbled. We need to think of a strategy, and fast. How about if we stall the fight until the others arrive? Naruto suggested. We can't depend on others. We have to assume that we're alone on this, Sasuke countered. But we can't dash, Naruto protested, before being interrupted once again. I'll save you the trouble of trying to think a way to defeat me. I'm not going to fight you, Tobi declared, as he sheathed his weapon. I thought that it would be fun to toy with you first, but this is too easy. Now Naruto, be a good kid, and come with me. You must be crazy to think I'm going to surrender to Akatsuki, especially after what you've done. You give me back my siblings. Naruto shouted. Tobi let out a heavy sigh. I didn't want to use this on you, but you leave me no choice, he sourly said. Then, Tobi's mood suddenly shifted, and in a much happier tone, he added, oh, who am I kidding, I was dying to use this. Koda Amatsukami. Naruto felt as if somebody smashed his head with a hammer from the inside, and stumbled back. Sasuke had to hold Naruto to make sure he didn't fall. Naruto, are you alright? The Uchiha asked. Yes, I think. Naruto groggily replied. Well Naruto, are coming, or not? Tobi asked. Why yes, Naruto replied, unsure. Yes, I'm coming with you. He added, now sounding more determined. Sasuke watched in shock what was happening. What kind of jutsu did the masked man use on Naruto to make him so suggestible? He could wonder on that later. Now, he needed to stop the blonde from doing something unbelievably stupid. Naruto! What the hell are you doing? Sasuke shouted as he grabbed Naruto's arm. Don't you see? I'm going with Tobi-sama. Naruto answered as he swiped Sasuke's hand. Akatsuki needs the 9 tails in order to make this place a better world, and thus it is my duty to hand it to them. What? Sasuke asked, his shock growing with each second. Don't you see? That Akatsuki poisoned your mind. Do you hear what you're saying? I am. And all what Tobi-sama did was opening my eyes. This world is a mess, Sasuke and Akatsuki have the way to change it for the better. Now please, let me go, Naruto calmly pleaded. What about your siblings? Did you forget about them already? Sasuke indignantly asked. The mention of Hagani and Kaida seemed to bring some lucidity back to the blonde, but it was brief. They will be fine. I know they won't suffer any harm here, Naruto said with a shrug as he continued walking towards Tobi. Sasuke, however, grabbed Naruto by the arm once again. If you can't be reasoned with, then I'll knock you out and drag you back to the village unconscious. Like hell I'm going to let you leave with that man. I already told you to take your hands off of me, you idiot. Naruto lashed out as he tried to punch Sasuke. Enough, Tobi calmly, but firmly, stated as he walked forward. Sasuke, why don't you come with us? You have a lot of potential. Akatsuki could use somebody as strong as you, and under our guidance, you could become a powerful ninja. Join you? After what you did to my clan. Sasuke roared, heaving with anger. Yes. Don't you see, Sasuke? This world is nothing but chaos and suffering. All Akatsuki wants is to create a world of order. A world where nobody will lose a loved one in nonsensical wars and power plays. A world where the friends you have today won't be enemies you will fight tomorrow. A world of peace and justice. Naruto can see that. Why can't you? Maybe because unlike Naruto, I'm not under mind control, Sasuke spat back. Mind control. As soon as those two words let out his lips, Sasuke's brain started to make the connection. Shisui was able to mind control people. Shisui lost one of his eyes the day before the insurrection. Shisui claimed Danzo did it, but the eye never appeared. Tobi was in Konoha the day of the insurrection. In that case, let me show you how hopeless this world is, Tobi looked at Naruto. Naruto, kill him. As you wish, Naruto flatly replied, grabbing a handful of kunao and tossing them at Sasuke. Maybe watching you two fight will be a better entertainment than fighting you myself, Tobi stated to no one in particular, before jumping into one of the statue's head in order to get a better view of the fight. The Uchiha barely had time to deflect the incoming blades as he jumped back in order to put some distance. Alright, it seems I'll have to knock you unconscious then, Sasuke thought, as his hands flied through hand seals. Though I have to try to break the mind control. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke breathed a huge fireball at Naruto, who pulled out a kunao with a blue paper seal and tossed it. Kunao and fireball met midway, and the seal attached to the kunao burst in a watery explosion, putting the Uchiha's attack out, creating a wall of steam. Coming from the steam, Naruto dashed at Sasuke, his trusty chakra blade in hand, ready to cut his former friend open. Sasuke was quick to raise his own katana, and after infusing it with his own chakra, used it to block the attack. Before Naruto had any time to react, Sasuke delivered a painful kick to Naruto's gut, which pushed him a couple meters backwards. Sasuke, Naruto spoke, looking at him with pleading eyes. It doesn't have to be like this. Sasuke's eyes flared with anger. Shut up. You have no idea what you're talking about. The Uchiha angrily protested. I do. I admit that I used to be quite dense back then, but now I know the truth. Now I see everything the way it is, and I know the way to fix it. If you only let me. Naruto continued. Let you? Let you? Sasuke roared. To let you help the man responsible for the death of my clan. That's why you need to help me, Sasuke. To make sure that such a tragedy won't happen again. Naruto protested. I can't be Hokage and let something like that happen again. You won't be Hokage if you follow your actual path. Only death awaits you, Sasuke grimly reminded him. Perhaps. But a Hokage should be willing to die for the greater good, Naruto adopted a fighting stance. But my death won't come today, Sasuke, nor it will come by your hand. We'll see about that, Sasuke replied as he adopted a fighting stance as well. We already fought once, I proved to be stronger than you. Even that jutsu with 2 elements wasn't enough to defeat me. You have no chance of winning against me, Naruto stated, hoping that maybe he could make Sasuke to stand down, but deep down he knew the Uchiha was as stubborn as himself. Things change. That jutsu was incomplete, and it's not the case anymore. And this isn't a mere fight for a promotion. There's too much at a stake for me to hold back, even if it ends in your death, Sasuke replied. Naruto chuckled. So, you are willing to kill me? It is true what they say about you, Uchiha. You'd kill your friends without remorse. Do not dare to insult my clan. Sasuke roared as he charged against Naruto. Naruto smirked, as he prepared for Sasuke's onslaught. Even if the situation was dire, he was going to enjoy the fight. Chapter 40. Return of an old friend. Or, stop trying to be mysterious by wearing a mask. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Sasuke breathed a wide volley of fireballs at Naruto. The fireballs had shuriken hidden within them, so even if Naruto doused the flames with another of those annoying water seals, there was still something left to hit. However, being the unpredictable ninja he was, Naruto opted for another strategy. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Like the name stated, a mass of green and orange-clad clones appeared in front of Naruto, clustering together in a barrier, successfully blocking the attack, shuriken included, even if most of them had to die. Without issuing any order, the surviving clones formed a Rasengan each and charged at Sasuke. The Uchiha tensed up. A Rasengan was bad. Half a dozen were way worse. They won't be able to defend themselves from ranged attacks if they have to keep the Rasengan active, Sasuke thought as his hands flew through hand seals as they started to crackle with electricity. Lightning release, Thunderbolt. Lightning bolts flew out of Sasuke's fingertips, striking the three foremost Naruto clones, poofing into cloud of smoke. However, the smoke also acted as a cover for the two clones of the back, who avoided Sasuke's lightning attack, and spread out and attacked in a pincer formation. Seeing no other way out, Sasuke decided to tackle one of them head-on, and take care of the other next. Rasengan. The clone tried to slam the sphere of destruction into Sasuke's chest, but the Uchiha was faster, and grabbed the clone by the wrist before he could do so. Knowing the other clone was behind him, he slammed the first clone's Rasengan against the second, resulting in a massive chakra explosion that destroyed them, while hurling Sasuke against a stone column. Well, that looks like it hurt, Naruto observed, as he let out a taunting chuckle. Sasuke just grumbled something unintelligible as he tried to shake off the pain of the impact. Not as much as this, he said as he made more hand seals, before pulling out his katana. Fire release, Burning Blade. Sasuke's sword was wreathed in flames. Holding it in a reverse grip, he charged at Naruto. The blonde pulled out his chakra blade, and activated the moment he raised it to parry Sasuke's attack. Fire and steel fought against pure chakra, with neither of them gaining the upper hand. Sasuke then jumped back, allowing Naruto to attack. But the moment Naruto made a swing, Sasuke quickly dodged it by sidestepping, and slid behind Naruto. He placed a hand on his shoulders, and sent a chakra pulse through the blonde's body. I hope this can break the mind control, Sasuke thought. Naruto's elbow violently connecting with the Uchiha's mouth signaled that no, the chakra disturbance wasn't enough. Go to it, Naruto, snap out of it already. Sasuke angrily shouted as he held his mouth in pain. Snap of it? I was shown the truth, Sasuke. I can't just snap out it, Naruto replied. What about your parents? What about Hinata? Are you willing to help the people who want to destroy everything they fight for? The Uchiha asked. In time, they will understand that Akatsuki is a force of good, and that big changes always require sacrifices, Naruto retorted. Such as how so I can fulfill my destiny, you need to die so you will stop getting in the way. Sasuke snarled, as he prepared to continue the fight. He thought in summoning a hawk, but hawks fought poorly in caves and caverns, even in one such as big as this one. At least Naruto wasn't thinking in summoning a toad either. Probably because deep down he knew they wouldn't help him in his current state. Well, if the chakra pulse didn't work, then I'll have to use something more potent, the youngest Uchiha thought as he got ready to resume the fight. He stabbed his sword on the ground, and made several hand seals. Lightning release, Thunder Blade. Fire release, Burning Edge. Sasuke pulled out a kunai the moment he retrieved his sword. The former was covered in flames, while the latter started to crackle with blue electricity. That thing again? Naruto asked, before grinning evilly. Thank Kami, I'm prepared now. The Jinchuriki pulled out a second chakra sword from his ninja tool pouch and activated it, projecting another blue blade of pure chakra. Naruto and Sasuke charged towards each other, meeting in the middle as they clashed in a storm of sword swipes and swings. While Naruto was indeed skilled with the swords, Sasuke's skill was greater, plus he had also been training in sword fighting much longer than Naruto. After a few strikes, Sasuke managed to swipe one of Naruto's chakra blades from his hand. "Give up, loser. There's no way you can defeat me in sword fighting," Sasuke boasted. "You sound awfully sure," Naruto cockily retorted. "You see, my chakra blade still has a couple more tricks you haven't seen yet. Behold." Naruto held his weapon in front of him as he focused, and the projected chakra blade started to ripple, as if it was growing unstable. The chakra blade then expanded and turned white, almost looking like white fire. "See this? My chakra blade is now a wind blade," Naruto told him. "One of the wind element's most known characteristics is its cutting power. Wanna help me test how deep this sword can cut now?" Sasuke didn't answer Naruto's taunts and resumed the fight. While he wouldn't know if Naruto's weapon could slice any better, his blows now carried far more power. He immediately realized what was happening. The wind chakra is blowing gusts with each strike, increasing their power of his swings. Plus that wind sword can easily repel my lightning attacks, Sasuke quickly deduced. Better stick to fire alone. Sasuke dispelled the electricity coursing through his blade, and replaced it with fire. Naruto, however, looked undeterred. "You're going to need something more than elemental advantage if you can hope to defeat me, dumbass," Naruto pointed out. "We'll see about that," was Sasuke's response. Naruto gripped his weapon tightly, and the white flames that formed its blade started to glow with an intense white light. Making a swinging motion, Naruto cast a crescent-shaped wave of chakra at Sasuke. The black-haired boy managed to jump over it in time, and saw how the chakra wave cleanly slashed a column before it crashed against a wall, shattering a large area. "See this, Sasuke? The culmination of my work and my training," Naruto boasted. "This is what you're up against." Sasuke frowned. Naruto was boastful, but never sounded so mean. The mind control altered his mind in more subtle ways than just buying the lies of Akatsuki. Sasuke then sheathed his sword and returned his kunai to his ninja tool pouch. He then made several hand seals. "Fire release, great fireball jutsu." Sasuke breathed a massive fireball at Naruto, so hot it left a trail of scorched, blackened floor underneath as it flied towards the Uzumaki. Naruto merely smirked as he raised his sword above his head, and grinned. "Is all the best you have?" Naruto taunted, as he lowered his sword in a vertical chopping motion. The resulting action produced a gust of razor wing that literally split the incoming mass of fire in two, with both halves slowly disintegrating into smoldering embers. However, Naruto's smile was short-lived upon noticed that Sasuke wasn't in his initial position anymore. "Where did he go?" Naruto asked as he frantically looked around, until he saw the last Uchiha high into the air. While he was into the air, Sasuke pulled out and unfolded two Fuma Shuriken. "Take this!" Sasuke cried as he tossed the giant steel stars, one after the other. Naruto smirked again and raised his wind blade in a defensive stance. He quickly sliced the first flying star in two as if it was made of butter, then in a quick swing, he repeated the action with the second one before it could get too close to him. "Haha, look at that. You can't dash." Naruto was interrupted by a whirring sound, and much to his shock and anger, realized that Sasuke had tossed normal shuriken at him while he was falling to the ground. Shuriken that he didn't see because he was too focused on the Fuma Shuriken Sasuke tossed first. However, Sasuke had fumbled the toss, and the steel stars were flying way too separated from each other, leaving large laps between them that could be used to dodge them. Something Naruto naturally did. "Your aim's getting worse, Sasuke. Guess that the Sharingan isn't all that cracked up as you make it out to be," Naruto taunted, as the shuriken flew past him. However, Sasuke was smiling. "Trust me, I aimed exactly where I wanted," he replied, before making a pulling motion. While confused at first, Naruto quickly realized that Sasuke was handling ninja wire. Ninja wire connected to the shuriken that he just tossed. No wonder they were flying in such a spread formation. Sasuke moved the shuriken in a circular motion, tying Naruto up before the steel stars embedded into his skin. "I don't know if it was beating me at the Chunin exams, or the mind control, but you certainly grew overconfident," Sasuke stated, then he started making hand seals while keeping hold on the wires. This will hurt a lot, but I promise you'll much better afterwards. Sasuke sent electricity through the metallic cords that bound Naruto, electrocuting the blonde. He let out a loud cry of heart-wrenching pain. Such action had the side effect of heating the cords until they snapped, releasing the blonde and cutting the connection for the electricity to travel, but it had already did his job. Or at least, that's what Sasuke was hoping. Ugh! Naruto groaned as he fell to his knees. Smoke was coming out of his body, which had multiple small burns. Naruto, are you okay? Sasuke tentatively asked. You were right when you said it would hurt a lot, Naruto weakly stated. He then raised his head, fixing a hateful glare on the Uchiha. But it didn't hurt as much as what I planned to do with you. Shadow Clone Jutsu. About 30 clones popped into existence, every single one of them sharing the original's anger, each of them holding a wind blade as well. Without any order from the original, the army of Naruto clones charged forward. Sasuke prepared for the incoming onslaught by making several hand seals. Fire release, Burning Man. A cloak of flames surrounded Sasuke, as the youngest Uchiha unsheathed his katana once again, which was also set on fire. Not waiting for the blonde army to arrive, Sasuke dashed forward, taking advantage of his superior speed to plow through the clones, as he started to cut them down. Sasuke took advantage of the fact that the clones were clustered and thus were getting in each other's way to attack, giving him an easier time at dodging and counter-attacking. But the moment the number of clones were cut in half, the clones also had more space to attack and no longer got in each other's way, forcing Sasuke into the defensive. Sasuke jumped out of the fray, hoping to buy a couple seconds to regain his breath, but the clones with the original among them were relentless in their chase. Sasuke expertly parried most of the blows aimed at him, but he still got some pretty ugly cuts from the ones he was unable to block. Even if its chakra cost will make me regret doing it, I need to use a jutsu with a wide area of effect, Sasuke thought as he stabbed his katana into the floor and made several hand seals. Fire release, Annihilation Nova. Naruto cursed upon hearing the name of the jutsu as he jumped back and tried to put some distance but knew he was too close to Sasuke to outrun it. The youngest Uchiha turned into a giant fireball that instantly destroyed all the clones, successfully catching the original in the blast. Naruto was badly burned and hurled against a wall before falling to the ground. Did that get him? Sasuke wondered, before he was forced down on one knee once the effects of spending so much chakra at once kicked in. Damn. I should have listened to Itachi when he told me to try to create a jutsu less chakra heavy, even if it wasn't as powerful. You're really getting on my nerves, Sasuke, Naruto groaned as he got back on his feet. How can you still stand after taking the brunt of that blast? The incredulous Uchiha asked. I'm tough and heal fast. And with that move, you sealed your defeat, Naruto said in satisfaction. Using that jutsu after all this fighting must have left your chakra reserves almost depleted, while I still have plenty to spare. Not entirely, Sasuke mentioned as he grabbed his katana once again, and gripped its handle with both hands. I still have enough chakra for this. The blade of Sasuke's katana burst into flames, followed shortly by numerous electric sparks. Naruto let out a loud, mocking laugh. Are you serious? Do you plan to do that again? Naruto asked, incredulous, but also amused. He made a single shadow clone. Okay then. If it's a repeat of the Chunin exam finals what you want, I'm more than happy to oblige. However, Naruto wasn't planning to use a normal Rasengan, but one infused with wind chakra. That would reduce Sasuke's victory chances to less than 0. Sasuke moved first, charging towards Naruto while trying to keep his complex jutsu under control. And once Naruto completed his jutsu, he had the clone push him towards Sasuke for additional momentum. Double elemental release, Plasma Blade. Wind release, Rasengan. Both attacks clashed against each other. The Rasengan suddenly expanding, and releasing powerful gust of winds everywhere, while blazes and lightning bolts came from Sasuke's sword. Come on, come on. Sasuke cried as he struggled to keep both elements active. Die already. Naruto hatefully shouted as he pushed the Rasengan towards Sasuke with all his remaining might. Despite being able to keep the jutsu stable this time around, even with 2 elements it wasn't enough to counter Naruto's elemental raise non. Like it happened before, the force of the attack blew Sasuke's sword out of his hands, before he was trapped in a twister of wind and chakra that violently slammed Sasuke against a wall with such force, it shattered a good chunk of it. Sasuke wasn't moving. Naruto, panting heavily, started to laugh. Even if he wasn't sure if the attack killed Sasuke, the fight was already over. His laugh grew in mirth and volume as seconds passed by. Ha 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 ha, yes. I defeated you again, Sasuke. The moment we graduated from the academy marked the last time you would ever be better than me. However, Naruto's victory boast was interrupted when Sasuke's body poofed, stunning the blonde into silence. What the? The Jinchuriki said as he proceeded to look around. But before he could do anything, a sword pierced his back and burst through his gut, impaling him. A thread of blood fell from his mouth. Through the corner of his eye, he saw Sasuke behind him. How? You're not the only one who knows how to do shadow clones, Sasuke replied. And you are rather confident now. But enough words. If this doesn't break the mind control, then I'm out of ideas. Lighting release, Thunderblade. Electricity once again coursed through Sasuke's katana, electrocuting Naruto again, this time from the inside out. Once he was done, he pulled the sword in a clean motion, and the blonde fell to the ground, unconscious. He should be okay, given that the Uchiha carefully avoided every possible vital spot. But he would need medical attention soon. And following his own advice, Sasuke made sure that Naruto hadn't tricked him, and prepared for any possible attack. The attack came, in the form of a sudden kick to the face, but it did not come from Naruto, but from the Akatsuki who had been watching the whole fight, and Sasuke pretty much forgot his presence until now. What did you do? Tobi asked as he knelt before Naruto's body. What did you do? What? A confused Sasuke asked upon getting up. You idiot. You killed him. You killed him. Tobi angrily repeated. Those words hit Sasuke like a sledgehammer. There's no way that could have been true. He made sure none of the attacks he used on Naruto were lethal. Besides, Jinchuriki were said to be far more resilient than normal humans due to the creatures they hosted inside them. No, that can be. Sasuke said, almost in a whisper. I avoided all his vital spots. You impaled him, then electrocuted him from the inside out. Tobi loudly pointed out. What the hell did you think was going to happen? Sasuke stood there, in shock, looking at Naruto's immobile body. He did look dead. He had killed him. The very first person he ever killed, and it was Naruto. While Sasuke has mentally prepared himself for his first kill, he would never imagine it would be one of the very few people he would call themselves their friend. No. No. Sasuke weakly said as he stepped back. This can't, Aarg. Sasuke's eyes started to burn as if somebody dropped a hot coal on them. His palms instinctively slapped against his pained eyes, as he bent over his knees. Tobi, meanwhile, watched intently. It was you. Sasuke roared. You made me do it. Sasuke had his Sharingan active again, but it acquired a different pattern, 3 red intersecting ellipses against a black background. Ah, there it is, Tobi casually said, now oddly calmed. Sasuke let out a cry of rage, and too angry to think any kind of sensible strategy, or even use ninjutsu, the youngest Uchiha merely leaped at the masked Akatsuki, as if he were a wild animal pouncing on its prey. Tobi merely chuckled, and easily kicked Sasuke in the chest, knocking him on his back. However, before he could get back on his feet, the masked man made a few hand seals, and plant vines emerged from the ground and wrapped around Sasuke's limbs, neck, and body, pinning him against the floor. And there it is, the main Jikyo Sharingan, Tobi mentioned, then he turned back at Naruto. But just in case. Tobi knelt once again before Naruto's body, and thoroughly checked his vitals. An audible sigh of relief escaped his lips. Just as I imagined, he's still alive, Tobi said, now even more calm and relaxed. I knew that your attacks wouldn't be enough to end his life, but I wanted to make sure. What? Sasuke asked, his anger dispelling, being replaced by confusion. Then why did you trick me into thinking that I killed him? It isn't obvious? Because I wanted you to awake the main Jikyo non, Tobi explained. Sasuke's visible confusion made Tobi realize that the youngest Uchiha wasn't familiar with the term. He let out a mocking laugh. Oh, this is too good. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? It seems that your dearest brother and cousin kept you in the dark about one of our clan's secrets. Anyway, allow me to enlighten you then. The Sharingan has a higher form, named Mangekyo Sharingan, that grants the user a whole new set of very powerful abilities. Your brother, your cousin, and I myself have it. The problem, though, is to awaken it. In order to do so, an Uchiha must experience a sense of overwhelming guilt and/or despair. And what better way to make you experience such emotions than making you believe you killed one of the few kids that didn't treat you as trash when everybody else did? But why? Why did you went to such lengths to help me? Sasuke asked. A scalpel appeared on Tobi's hand. Sasuke's normally pale face turned even whiter when the realization instantly dawned upon him. What do you think? Tobi was grinning maliciously behind his mask. I could have dispatched you and take the Jinchuriki the moment you set your foot on this lair. But then I realized how could I use Naruto to make you awake the main Jikyo Sharingan, and truth be told, it was too good to pass. Especially since we Uchiha now are an endangered species. As his self-preservation instincts kicked it, Sasuke tried to use his remaining strength to break free of his bindings and run away from there. Don't bother, even if you were at your full strength, you wouldn't be able to break those vines, Tobi stated as he walked closer to Sasuke. Now stay still while I begin the extraction. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't even need you to be alive anymore, so, die. Tobi made a hand seal, and the vines started to strangle Sasuke as they greatly tightened their hold over him. What a pity. Even by Uchiha standards, you had a lot of potential. You could have been an useful ally. But don't worry, the power of your eyes won't go to waste. I can assure you that, Tobi said as he watched Sasuke die. The youngest Uchiha struggled with all his strength against the tightening vines, but the effective lack of oxygen soon became noticeable. His movements became slower and jerkier, as his vision started to blur and darken. Then, at that moment, a green, blue and silver blur crossed the instance in less than a second, as a sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air. Lightning Blade. Kakashi's signature move impaled Tobi's heart. Or at least, that was the intention, as the copy ninja noticed that, even if his hand was buried inside the Akatsuki's chest, he felt as if he hit thin air. Tobi jumped back, and Kakashi realized that he had used his ability to turn intangible Tsunade has talked about. Yeah, that was a close call, wasn't it? Tobi casually mentioned. Asuma and Kurane entered the room as well, followed by Hinata, Haku, Tenten and Karen. Asuma walked towards Sasuke, and with a few accurate swipes, cut all the vines holding him down, releasing the Uchiha Chunin, who started to violently cough, as he held his pained throat. Breathe slowly. Don't try to take too much air at once, Asuma instructed Sasuke. Karen walked towards Sasuke and used the mystical palm jutsu to heal him. Naruto-kun. Hinata cried in shock upon seeing Naruto laying motionless in the ground. Thankfully, she could see he was still alive since his chakra network was still active. She rushed to him and started to heal him. We need to take Naruto and Sasuke out of here, right now. Kurane urged. As well as find the Hokage's children, Asuma added. And you think I'm going to let you do that? Tobi asked as he unsheathed his katana. While I sadly won't be able to get Sasuke's eyes, I won't let you people stop me from claiming the Jinchuriki a third time. Okay then. Asuma, Kurane, let's deal with this guy, Kakashi suggested. Remember what Tsunade-sama said about his abilities. Between the three of them should be able to put him down. You really overestimate your abilities, Kakashi, Tobi sourly said. Karen, can you look where the children are? Kurane asked. Karen nodded, made a hand seal, and focused. As her senses expanded, she managed to identify the chakra signature of the twins. Got them. She said. All right then. Tenten, Haku, go with her and rescue them. Hinata, stay here and take care of Naruto and Sasuke. Once everybody is safe, we'll cover your escape, Kurane commanded. Now go. Asuma added as he engaged Toby in a duel of blades. Taking advantage of the Akatsuki's predicament, Tenten, Haku and Karen rushed past him, and headed into the deepest part of the lair, where the twins were presumably held, while the three Jonin charged against the masked Akatsuki. Now to the left. Karen stated, as the three of them reached a fork. How much until we get to them? Tenten asked. Shouldn't be far. I think one more turn and then whoa. Karen suddenly said, as she stopped in her tracks. What's wrong, Karen? Haku asked. We're not alone. Karen warned the others. Tenten looked around, a bit puzzled. I don't see anybody. And this empty hallway doesn't have any spots to hide and, wait, what's that? Suddenly, what appeared to be some kind of white, semi-gelatinous mass started to grow all around the hallway at a rather fast pace. What the hell is that? Tenten loudly asked, as she unsealed a naginata from one of her remaining scrolls. Haku and Karen also adopted fighting stances. I don't know. But it's alive, and it has chakra. Karen distressingly informed. The mass then began to morph into something humanoid. An actual human, with green hair, yellow eyes, and no genitalia. You can't be here. One of the artificial men stated. All intruders must die. Said another, as he charged towards the Konoha ninja. Tenten was fast, and placing the naginata in the way of the attacker, the creature ended up impaling himself. This spurned the few others to attack as well. Haku quickly formed several hand seals. Ice release, breath of winter. Haku exhaled an incredibly cold wind that completely left two of the attackers frozen. Tenten unsealed a barrage of shuriken from one of her scrolls, shattering them to pieces. Meanwhile, Karen reduced another of those strange beings to white chunky salsa with a well-placed chakra-enhanced punch. What the hell are these things? Their chakra is so weird. Karen mentioned. What do you mean by weird? Haku asked. I don't know how to say it with words. It's like, their chakra is human, but at the same time is not. Does that make any sense? Karen tried to explain. It's probably an experiment of Orochimaru, Tenten decided, before she knelt down and grabbed a chunk of white mass. She then pulled out an unused sealing scroll. Maybe Tsunade-sama can analyze this properly. Whatever it is, it can't be good. Let's seal as much as we can. Alright. After sealing the remains of the strange humanoid creatures, they continued their trek. More of those beings appeared to stop their mission, but the results were the same. After a few minutes and a couple hallway fights, they reached the room where Hagane and Kaido were held. Allow me, Karen said, before she kicked the door down. The room only held 2 beds, with each twin laying on one of them. They don't seem to be gravely injured, just some bruises, Karen said as she started to heal them with the mystical palm jutsu. They should be fine in no time. And true to the redhead's word, the twins woke up once they were treated, groaning, and rubbing their eyes. Huh, where I am? Hagane groggily asked. What is this place? Who are you? Kaido asked, looking at the trio of Konoha ninja, before her eyes rested on Karen. Hey, I remember you. You're Naruto Naizen's cousin, right? Your memory seems to be fine. That's good, Karen noted, as she let out a small sigh. To make a long story short, Orochimaru's lackeys kidnapped you. We're here to bring you back home, Haku quickly explained. Can you walk? The two of them replied by jumping out of their beds. Okay then, if that's the case, then let's go. Try not to lag too much, Tenten instructed, as she and the now group of 5 ran back to the lair's entrance. However, just like the way in, Karen suddenly stopped. Karen? What's wrong? More enemies? Haku asked. Come on, we can't afford to lose any second. Tenten protested. Well, it's that, when we passed this hallway, I felt a hidden presence. I couldn't pinpoint exactly where, but now I felt it again, even stronger. Karen pointed to a nearby door. There's somebody behind this door. Tenten tried to open the door, but it was locked. Whatever they keep here, it's valuable if they locked it. Still, we can't risk the Hokage's children anymore. Maybe we can send Dash. Hey. Is somebody there? A female voice asked from the other side. Please, help me. Get me out of here. While the possibility of being a trap crossed their minds, Karen's sensing ability could tell her she wasn't lying. Move aside, I'm going to bring the door down, Karen stated, shortly before making good on that statement with a powerful kick. Whoa. You're so strong. The prisoner observed. Inside the room, which was just as bare and laconic as the one holding the twins, was a girl the same age as them, with shoulder-length brown hair, brown eyes, and purple facial markings. She was wearing a plain gray short-sleeved t-shirt, and knee-length pants of the same color. You're Konoha ninja, oh thank Kami. The girl said, as she exited the room. Thanks. You know, this room has anti-sensor seals, as well as other protections. How did you know I was here? Let's say that I'm way more powerful than the average sensor, Karen proudly boasted. Who are you, by the way? Tenten asked. My name is Rin Nohara, I'm a ninja of Konoha too. Now, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. While the three Jonin fought Tobi, Hinata was still taking care of Naruto, under Sasuke's distressed sight. How did you enter? The door was sealed by several stone slabs behind us, Sasuke asked. We opened the entrance by force, was Hinata's response, not taking her eyes from the unconscious Naruto. It wasn't as solid as it looked. That's something Sasuke would have done as well. How is he? The youngest Uchiha asked. His injuries were grave, but he will survive. Hinata's sight shifted from Naruto to Tobi, and frowned. That evil man impaled Naruto and submitted him to multiple lightning jutsu. A weaker person wouldn't have survived. Sasuke shifted a bit uncomfortably. Actually, it was I who did that. Hinata suddenly turned at Sasuke, and looked at him with surprised eyes. However, she didn't look angry or outraged. You did such a thing? Why? Naruto was under mind control, Sasuke began. But it wasn't a normal genjutsu, it was the most powerful mind control genjutsu to ever exist. Not only is the ability exclusive to the Sharingan, but only one person in the whole world can cast it, my cousin Shisui Uchiha. Shisui Uchiha. Hinata wondered, as she remembered who she was talking about, until she slowly remembered. Oh, the proctor of the first part of the Chunin exams, right? He only had one eye. Yes. He lost his right eye shortly before the Uchiha insurrection. He claimed Danzo did it. Danzo claimed it was a lie. Regardless of that, the eye never appeared. Sasuke then glared at Tobi. I think it's obvious where the eye is. So you were forced to fight Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Sasuke nodded. But, if Naruto-kun was under his thumb the whole time, why didn't he take him away? Why did he jeopardize his plan like that with such a meaningless plot? Sasuke grew even more uncomfortable. He said he wanted to show me how easily friendships can break and become enemies. As well as for his own amusement. Honestly, that man is very mentally unstable. It's not that surprising for him to make such an irrational decision. Hinata narrowed her eyes a little. Sasuke was clearly hiding something from her. But she decided this wasn't the best time for an interrogation. It was obvious for anybody with functional eyes that the Uchiha had gone through a lot during the past couple hours. I tried to break the genjutsu by every way I knew, and none of them worked. Causing extreme pain and corporal damage was the only option I had, while making sure Naruto would survive it, Sasuke continued. It's okay, I'm not mad at you. You were cornered into a situation in which the choices available were few and hard, Hinata emphatically replied. Still, Sasuke remained stiff. Meanwhile, the three Konoha Jonin battled the masked Akatsuki, though they were barely able to land a hit on him. You know, this is actually much harder than Tsunade-sama made it look, Asuma protested as his swipe failed to hit anything but thin air for the umpteenth time. What, you thought that just because somebody figured out how my powers work, beating me would be piece of cake? Tobi mocked as he tossed a barrage of shuriken at his opponents. Besides, after my encounter with that blonde cow, I made sure to get better at using them. Still, as long as we're here, you can forget about abducting Naruto. Get that inside your head. Kurane stated as she kicked him in the head, but sadly her foot phased through him. And you think you three can stop me? Ha! Toby retorted. Your presence is a mere setback. These events are part of a plan that was conceived and started decades ago. Nothing you can do can stop it. Nothing you can do can stop me. Obito, stop. As those two words echoed through the cavernous chamber, all the adults froze in place. Looking to the place where the cry came from, they saw that Tenten, Haku, and Karen had returned with the Hokage's children. However, the white-haired kids weren't the only ones they brought along. Among them, there was a brown-haired girl with purple facial markings. Is that? Kurane began, completely caught by surprise. It can't be. Asuma said, just as shocked. Then, he looked back at the masked Akatsuki. And he called him Obito. If Kurane and Asuma were surprised, Kakashi was so shocked, he couldn't even articulate a single word. You let her out. The masked man roared. No. What did you do? Obito, please, end this madness already. Rin pleaded. No. Rin can't be alive. Kakashi muttered, as he slowly became more and more agitated. And you can't be Obito either. I saw both of them die. This has to be a trick. Toby slowly turned at Kakashi, lowered his hood, and just as slowly, removed his mask, before casually tossing it away. The surprise of the three Konoha Jonin grew even more. That man was Obito, even if he clearly looked much older now. Still, he had the same facial features ignoring his scarred left side of the face and the same spiky hair. He also had two Sharingan. Surprise, Obito stated unenthusiastically. It's really you? Kurane asked in shock. But, we all thought you were dead. Obito chuckled. In a way, I was. Obito Uchiha, the loud, clumsy and dumb kid that boasted that one day would become Hokage, died that day during the last ninja war. Now I'm somebody else. Something else. But... Kakashi stammered. You were alive all this time? And Rin too? How? And why didn't you come back to the village? As for how I survived, well, let's say that I was lucky a man rescued me. A powerful and wise man, Obito cryptically recounted. I did plan to return to the village once I was healed of my injuries, but that man, he showed me the truth of this ugly world, that there's nothing but pain and despair awaiting for us. Obito made a dramatic pause before continuing, as he was going to drop quite a revelation at his former comrades. Kakashi, I was there the night Rin died, Obito announced. Once again, Kakashi paled with shock. How his heart managed to survive all this maddening revelations, it was anybody's guess. But to the adults, the implications of that statement were felt in full force. Wait a minute, how is that you're an adult, yet Rin still looks like a child? Asuma asked. Obito looked at Rin, before his sight rested once again onto the three Konoha Jonin. Let's say that it wasn't until recently that I managed to undo such a tragic mistake, Obito replied, still using ambiguous language. He then looked at her, his eyes reflecting sadness. That's why I kept you here, Rin, even if it was against your will. I couldn't afford losing you again after finally getting you back. Obito, I'm not some sort of China doll you have to put in a locker. And neither I am of your property. What's the point of bringing me back to life, if I'm not allowed to experience what life is? No. You don't understand. This world is too dangerous. Once Akatsuki changes it for the better, you'll be able to roam it as much as you want. Obito insisted. He then turned back at Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurane. His face was contorted by anger. You won't take her away from me. Not again. I'll kill all of you before letting such thing happen. Asuma and Kurane quickly adopted fighting stances. Obito was ready to attack, and he looked extremely unhinged. Kakashi was still frozen with shock, and remained immobile. Then, at that moment, a strange humanoid creature which appeared to be engulfed by a Venus flytrap plant emerged from the ground beside Obito. The Akatsuki cloak made it clear this new being wasn't an ally of Konoha. Good, you're here, Zetsu, Obito mentioned, noticing the new arrival. Secure Rin while I dash. Sorry boss, but this is for your own good, Zetsu said as he blew a green powder in Obito's face. What are you? Obito didn't have the chance to finish that question before he fell asleep. Zetsu managed to grab him before he could completely fall, and carried him over his shoulder, before he started to sink into the ground. Don't think this is the end, Konoha scum, Zetsu threatened as he sank. We will see again sooner than you think. And thus, Obito and Zetsu disappeared, leaving the Konoha ninja alone. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Finally, Rin began to walk towards the trio of adult ninja, followed by Tenten, Haku, Karen, and the twins. Kakashi? Is that you? Rin asked, once he got a better look at the silver-haired man. You're so grown up. Barely breaking out of his stupor, the copy ninja kneeled down in order to be eye-to-eye level with his thought-to-be-deceased teammate. He put a hand on her shoulder, as if testing if it was really her, and not just some cruel mirage. Yes, I'm Kakashi, he replied. And you, how? How can you be alive? Rin smiled, as she grabbed Kakashi's hand with her own. It's a very long story. Asuma cleared his throat. We should better return to Konoha immediately and treat our wounded, before any other danger appears. The moment those words left his lips, the entire lair started to violently shake. Okami, what now? Tenten asked. Good job Asuma-sensei, you jinxed it. Karen scolded the bearded man, while she tried not to lose her balance. A huge hole was blown up in the roof of the chamber, dropping several large rocks inside. Tsunade appeared from that hole, landing with a loud thud, shattering the ground beneath her feet. Jiraiya landed beside her as well. Visibly shaken, she scanned the area until she found what she came for. My children! The blonde Sannin cried as she rushed towards them. Mom! Dad! The twins replied in unison as they went to hug their parents. When they told me that you were kidnapped by Orochimaru's ninja, my entire world shattered, Tsunade said, barely holding her tears back, as she hugged her youngest children. Thanks goodness you're all right. I don't know what we would have done if we lost either of you, Jiraiya added, just as emotional. It was Naruto Naizen and his friends who saved us, Hagane pointed out. Naruto? Tsunade gasped upon seeing her adopted son laying on the ground, motionless. Breaking the embrace, she rushed to him. Is he? Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, he's okay, Hinata reassured the Sannin. But we should better head back to Konoha. I did heal him as best as I could, but it would be better if he was treated at a hospital. Tsunade nodded at Hinata's more than sensible suggestion. Relieved to learn that his children were relatively safe, Jiraiya took a moment to study Orochimaru's hideout. So, this is where that bastard has been hiding the whole time, Jiraiya mused aloud. He then looked at the slightly damaged snake statues. The decoration certainly fits him. Anyway, once we reach Konoha, we need to send a team to secure the place, capture any of the remaining underlings still hiding, and search the place to see if we can find something regarding Orochimaru, Akatsuki, and their plans. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, Kurane said as she walked towards them. Once we reach Konoha, we need to talk immediately. We've made some astounding discoveries regarding a certain Akatsuki member. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade turned at the Genjutsu mistress with genuine curiosity. Still, that had to wait. The first priority was to take the kids to Konoha, now that it was safe again. Orochimaru's new base, undisclosed location. Orochimaru and Kabuto were walking through their new base as those who survived the failed invasion attempt arrived in what would be their new home for the foreseeable future. Impure World Resurrection has proved too unreliable to use for the time being, Orochimaru began, still sour for the failure of the jutsu that thought it would be his trump card over Konoha. Do you think that maybe Jiraiya or somebody at Konoha knows something about that jutsu that we are ignoring? Kabuto asked. Orochimaru shook his head. Such thing is unlikely. Nobody but me would have dared to research a jutsu that tampers with death to such depth. Even if extremely unlikely, there's the chance that Konoha ninjas found a way to bypass the infinite regeneration and permanently kill Tobirama, Minato, and Kushina. However, they managed to break my hold over Hashirama, and such things should have been impossible. Our research in the past showed that somebody powerful enough can break the caster's control, Kabuto replied. Yes, but that's why I limited their power so they could be easier to control. During all the tests I made, none of the subjects rebelled against me. We will have to continue the research, then, Kabuto concluded. Indeed. I'm not letting this mistake slip by, Orochimaru declared, undeterred. To change the topic, what about the secondary mission? Kabuto smiled. The mission was a success. Without waiting for Orochimaru to issue any order, Kabuto pulled out a small sealing scroll from one of his pockets, and unsealed a large, metallic briefcase, which he handed it to his master. Delighted, Orochimaru opened the briefcase, revealing its contents, vials of blood, brain fluid, spinal fluid, hair samples, among other things. Finally, enough biological samples of Jiraiya and Tsunade's brats. This will help us in the long run immensely, Orochimaru gushed, as he closed the briefcase. While Orochimaru knew of the bloodline limits of those children, he sought to acquire them at any cost. However, he also knew that, if he kidnapped those children, their parents would never rest until they got them back. And said parents had the might of one of the strongest great villages backing them up. Hell, Jiraiya and Tsunade would offer Konoha itself as a bounty for anybody that knew where those children or their captor could be. Of course, there was a much easier solution that would get Konoha out of his back for a while, harvest enough samples of them, and erase all the evidence of such thing happening. That way, Jiraiya and Tsunade would relax and lower their guard, unaware that Orochimaru got his hands on not one, but two potentially powerful bloodlines. The plan's only downside was that the samples were limited, so if they were lost or degraded to the point of being unusable, he wouldn't be able to get more. But he liked to see such limitation as a challenge to his limitless genius. This victory didn't come without a cost, though, Kabuto continued. Jirobo, Kidomaru, Seikon, and Yukon died while fighting an improvised rescue team that was formed to retrieve the children. Only Teiwa and Kimimaro made out of it alive. Orochimaru grinned. Do not fret, Kabuto. While they were some of my strongest minions, only Kimimaro was truly irreplaceable. Besides, the payoff of the mission more than makes up for their sacrifice. I see, was Kabuto's reply. What do you plan to do now, Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru's grin grew even wider, almost like a child who couldn't wait to play with his new, shiny toy. Make sure the laboratory is up and running as fast as you can. I want to analyze these samples immediately. As you wish. Check the description for the links to the author.